Majority of depictions, however, occur in the 12th century BC.
Howdy.
Little like a longship, these vessels
Welcome to my channel,
never
as they say.
power oars as well as sails, allowing massive maneuverability. Advantage these so-called barbarians out the world, coming from far outside glacial systems of the east.
I'm listening to a boring documentary.
Still possessing similar.
What's up, Brad? How you doing?
Particularly martial culture. Maybe it was these people from the west, perhaps refugees from the far side of the Mediterranean, who moved in the vein.
How you doing, Matt? Hi, Robert. Hi, Nicholas.
Disasters create a domino effect.
Evelyn and everybody else. How you all doing? Warming up my kiln.
United for the nearly non-existent
Cat!
Leaders from the west.
Waiting on you, young lady. The hell, you don't answer your message, or did you get me yet?
Something could unite into a coalition. Bronze Age world completely unsuited to defend against a seaborne attack.
Oh, you just got to.
Ordered battles.
Well, that brings me to.
Meeting pre-appointed
I got to go ahead and address a box. I've still got time to get it in the mail today. I intend to do so. Maybe I went live a little prematurely.
Whether the collapse of the glacial empire or
hi, Scott. How are you?
System of trade, can't be sure. But in order to find out more,
so I got to get back and get ready for Chef's show tonight too. I'm going live on Shepherd and Bellas tonight, folks. His first show in about 3 weeks. I'm excited. I'm just as excited to get old Eric off in the mail to you, Miss Cat. And it won't take long. Post office only a couple of blocks away. All I got to do is slap an address on a box. I'll leave y'all running, listening to some sort of boring documentary.
First battle in history have recorded battle tactics. The ensuing engagement fought at Kadesh, very embodiment of Bronze Age. Campaign fought thousands of elite career soldiers, equipped with expensive weapons and armor.
I remember you had told me you did something with Western Union. I totally forgot throughout the weekend. I'm glad you said something this morning. Go get a box and some tape and shit. I'll be back.
Massive contribution, mercenary, Daesh. For both Ramses II and his rival, Mu'tali, utilized not only the forces of client kings, but swords for hire too. Much like the Roman Empire, recruited for warlike areas on the peripheries of the city-building world. And, perhaps most interesting of all, on both sides are mentioned some of the same names Medinet Habad, sea people fighting for the imperial powers. One of these groups, the Sheridan of the Sea, fighting alongside Libyan and Nubian tribes, likewise settled in Egypt to defend the empire, or even said to have masterminded Ramses' ultimately unsuccessful battle plan. Clearly respected and elite troops, Sheridan even served as the pharaoh's personal bodyguard. A little like the first Roman emperor, Augustus, having a German bodyguard, and a few hundred years later, Germans being the downfall of the empire. And Kadesh isn't alone. Many of these Sheridan Northerners, as they are called in the Egyptian sources, well known for their piracy and their prowess in war, can be seen in records long before the attack of 12th century BC.
Come
In
forth.
the Mana letters 200 years before, Sheridan of the Sea specifically mentioned swords of fire working on behalf of the client king, Ribhad, as part of the Egyptian garrison of Lagos. They appear again during the second year of Ramses II's reign, launching an unsuccessful attack on the Nile. He recorded with posterity as Tanis Stele II. A number of these pirates were captured, perhaps forced into service in the Egyptian army. There's no doubt other attacks were launched too. The situation can easily be interpreted as one of bold attacks from the sea, on a wider scale than ever seen before. Like Vikings during the early Middle Ages, small bands at first, just a handful of ships, eventually spiraled into much more. Their prey, the lucrative economic system, city builders. On a good year, when the great powers are strong, attacks could easily be repulsed. During darker times, not so much. Of course, the military prowess of the newcomers was quickly recognized. They offered access to the riches of the East. No doubt, many flocked to sign up in service to Egypt, to Ramses II and his successors. Notably, whilst some Sheridan fought in a coalition against Egypt during the reign of Meneptah, others remained loyal, fighting fiercely for the king. There is even ample evidence of Sheridan being settled in Egypt, with land and goods specifically allocated to them. Like Germanic soldiers in Rome, they often had elite status in Egyptian society and within the army.
Here's my dragon off fixed. We'll put him back in there.
They were even allocated land directly adjacent to the temple at Karnak, an especially important place. And later still, during the 20th dynasty, under Ramses XI, long after the collapse, Sheridan mercenaries were still being utilized in Egyptian armies, spoken of in administrative documents.
As long as my local lady shows up tomorrow from New York, I'll have that sold tomorrow.
300 years. But who were the Sheridan? Like all of the sea peoples, there is much speculation, not much fact.
Okay,
Today,
I'm off. I shall be back very soon. Oh, time is it?
The Ionian coast.
I don't know. It might be lunch up there.
Western Mediterranean.
I don't think it is. I'll be back. It's 1 o'clock. It should be after lunch.
Does have some archaeology to go on. Sardinia. Picturesque jewel in the centre of the Mediterranean, just off the coast, western Italy. Home to one of the most mysterious, little understood cultures of the ancient world. This is the land of the Nuraghi builders. Colossal towers, sprawling complexes still dominate the landscape today. Largest of these structures to survive to the present incorporated 5 massive central towers, reaching heights of 30 meters, completed by multiple outer walls and dozens of additional towers. Early Greek geographers were so perplexed by these structures that they speculated links to the ancient labyrinth builders of Crete. Later, archaeologists too suspected origins in Greece. Today, we know that this was a tradition native to the island. Their construction beginning in the second millennium BC, shortly after the arrival of Beaker folk on the island. And they continued in use possibly as late as the first few centuries AD. Often located on the summits of hills, their purpose has long been debated by scholars. Be they religious centres, meeting places, or grain silos. Today, general consensus is that these were defensible home sites, built for protection as much as to stamp a mark of ownership on the landscape. Much like the Brocks of Iron Age Scotland. In the second half of the second millennium BC, however, these structures began to grow larger, much larger, with additional towers, walls, and structures added, as well as the settlements around them growing significantly. This was a time of change, of expansion, probably, as other archaeological evidence suggests, increased militarism. On the neighbouring island of Corsica, statued menhirs depict Torre builders, near identical to the Miragi builders of neighbouring Sardinia, suggesting at least a cultural expansion, if not demographic. A somewhat similar culture existing in Iberia too. Sardinia was a land rich in metal, copper, and lead. Seeing the mass construction of furnaces to produce and ship alloys all across the Mediterranean. Placed roughly in the middle of the sea, access to east and west, Sardinia, though mostly missing from the written record, must have been an important and rich land. Archaeology tells us that these Bronze Age Sardinians became especially skilled metalworkers, producing a wide variety of bronze objects, such as swords, daggers, axes, pins, rings, and bracelets. Most fascinating of all, however, are these unique bronze statuettes, depicting warriors and boats. Suggesting a close relationship with the sea, perhaps representing a native warrior aristocracy. These statuettes, with horned helmets and round studded shields, bear more than a striking resemblance to those depicted in the Egyptian sources. Then we have the archaeology from lands far away. Tin, one of the main ingredients for making bronze, is an especially scarce resource, as we have seen only occurring in significant amounts in southern Britain, Iberia, and far off Afghanistan. However, there is some evidence to suggest it was mined in Sardinia too, in at least one site, as well as copper and lead. This might explain the significant archaeological links found in recent years in the Mycenaean world. A rich land or in metal. So then, there was a link with Greece after all. So-called gateway communities having been located in Cyprus, Crete, and in Greece, all containing items originating in Sardinia, and vice versa. Nuragic ceramics dating to the 13th century BC have been found at Tiryns, Komnenos, Kokino-Kremos in Sicily at Lipari and the Agrento area, all the way along the sea route linking western to eastern Mediterranean. And other cultural links to Bronze Age Greece are found too, with the adoration of bulls and the shape of common tholos tombs. Cyprus-type copper ingots have been found in Sardinia too, as well as Nuragic ceramics in the Aegean, Cyprus, and significant amounts in Spain and at sites on the Italian mainland. It wasn't just the Mediterranean Sardinia's links extended to. We already know that the amber found in such famous pharaohs as Tutankhamun's tomb had its origins in the far northern Baltic Sea. And in 2013, a study of 71 Swedish items from the Nordic Bronze Age revealed the vast majority of the copper utilised came from Sardinia and the Iberian Peninsula. And tellingly, this so-called golden age of Nuragic civilization didn't end in the 12th century BC, extending hundreds of years afterwards, perhaps coinciding with the apex of mining on the island. And finally, evidence of iron working has been found in the 13th century BC, some of the earliest in the Mediterranean. Interestingly, Sardinian culture would change significantly during this time, with the construction of nuraghes halting for a time, many being abandoned entirely or at least partially dismantled. Individual tombs replaced the collective burials of old. And unlike in the eastern Mediterranean, where there is evidence of a decrease in population, there is evidence here of growth, the continuation of this culture for many hundreds of years to come. Before conquest by a new incoming people, the Franks, Venetians. In 1974, archaeologists stumbled on a number of broken pieces of stone littering an ancient hilltop. Painstakingly pieced back together, these 2.5 meters tall statued menhirs, looking very similar to the bronze statuettes, possibly representing ancient Sardinia's warrior aristocracy, known today as the Giants of Monte Crama. A total of 44 thought to have once existed, but only a handful have been successfully put back together, including statues of nuraghes, castles of the day. Discovered on the sea-facing Sinis Peninsula on the west of the island, but we know from pottery Mycenaean Greeks and possibly Philistines had already long established a presence by the 12th century BC. It's at least possible the power of these individuals came from their links across the sea. So then, it's not too much of a stretch to imagine an upwardly mobile warrior aristocracy ruling here, dispatching raids to Egypt. Another hypothesis is that sea peoples actually migrated here around the 13th or 12th centuries after their failed invasion of Egypt. Though not conclusive, the evidence is striking. These bronze statuettes on Sardinia, dating from around the 12th century BC onwards, look very similar to depictions of sea peoples in Egyptian art. There is even an early Iron Age Phoenician inscription in the city of Nora bearing the word Sturden. Very similar statues, formed helmets, appear on Cyprus too. Place named as the starting point of the Great Mustering against Egypt in the 12th century BC. And then there are the shreds of written evidence. Unfortunately, all coming from a much later age, though much closer to the Bronze Age than our time. Both Simonides of Chios and Plutarch speak of raids by Sardinians against the island of Crete, in the same era as the invasions of sea peoples. Though the evidence is far from conclusive, the site of El Awat in Israel has even been suggested as an attempt at a Nuragi building by Sardinians, settled in Canaan as Pharaonic mercenaries. Finally, and maybe one of the most important pieces of evidence of all, is the roll of anchors found along the Sardinian shore. The only remains left of ancient sea vessels. For historian Pierluigi Montalbano, these Nuragic anchors suggest the existence of highly efficient ships, reaching lengths of up to 15 meters, thus explaining the widespread links of Sardinia with the outer world. So then, Sardinia may well have been the homeland of Sheridan, but with the western seaways, surely it wasn't only Sardinia that spawned sea people. 30 years before the fateful battle on the Nile, Ramses III's father sat on the imperial throne. He'd just waged a lengthy civil war to claim it, founding a new dynasty and proclaiming himself as the pharaoh Meneptah. Gone were the glory days of Kadesh, however, as rot very much seeped in the society's Bronze Age powers. In around 1207 BC, enemy ships came bearing down the Egyptian coast, accompanied by a much more numerous horde of Libyans following the hidden oases from the western desert. Originating in the neighbouring region of Cyrenaica, a relatively fertile land, the warlike Meshwesh engaged themselves in a near perpetual state of battle with Egypt during the 19th and 20th dynasties. Generation after generation, their warriors would head east to try their luck. No doubt enjoying some success, though left unrecorded by Egypt. Eventually, by the 10th century, the Meshwesh would succeed in their conquest, putting one of their own, Asorcon the Elder, on the pharaonic throne. In 1207 BC, however, the ruler who waged war was Mariu the Despicable. This time, came with allies. An invasion force numbering tens of thousands come to topple the new Egyptian government. According to Meneptah's own inscriptions, These were the people of the island of Kos, Beluga, Sherda, Tursinoi, Ekwesh, Shekelesh. In the ensuing bloodbath, Meneptah claims to have killed some 9,000 of the invaders, including more than 6,000 Libyans, the majority of the force. Pharaoh also claims to have killed 222 Shekelesh warriors, wanderers from the Great Green Sea, capturing others, hacking off their hands. We have images of these Shekelesh standing out alongside the Teresh, wearing cloth headdresses, medallions on their chests, carrying spears with round shields. Perhaps they are these figures with horned helmets too, wearing Aegean-style kilts with pointed beards. One of the more widely noted sea peoples, Shekelesh, appear elsewhere too. They raided Egypt back in 1220 BC, would do so again later in 1186 and 1184. And it may well be that it was them who were responsible for the destruction of Ugarit. According to a Hittite letter to the city, such was their ease at sea that they lived on ships. Today, the Shekelesh remain one of the most mysterious of the sea peoples, with very little concrete known about them. Who were they? Where did they come from? In 1984, just off the coast of Western Anatolia, one of the most significant Bronze Age finds ever made discovered. Excavated between 1984 and 1994, this is the Ulabaran shipwreck, 50-foot trading vessel, carrying a vast amount of exotic trade goods on board. Cargo from almost every nation in the Bronze Age world, and many from further afield. Beside elephant tusk, hippopotamus ivory, enough bronze ingots were found here, fully equipped and armed an entire army, 300 men, armor and all. Or thousands of swords. Copper was found from Cyprus and tin from northeastern Afghanistan. Fortune. Alongside the wealth of other items from Canaan, Mycenae, Cyprus, Egypt, Nubia, Baltic, Northern Balkans, Babylonia, Syria, and possibly the island of Sicily, as well as evidence for a multinational crew. Of course, diversity, and thus the ability to converse in many tongues, would have increased the crew's chances of survival and success. In truth, we simply don't know whether this was an independent trading vessel. Though it seems likely that due to the extreme wealth on board, this was a royally sanctioned mission. Though where they originated and where they were going was anyone's guess. Probable that such a loss of wealth significantly impacted the economy of whoever lost it. Given the personal items found, it's been surmised that as many as 4 Cypriots or Canaanites may have been on board. Perhaps middlemen working on behalf of whoever the vessel belonged to. Alongside 2 fully kitted out Mycenaean warriors. Bodyguards, perhaps, hired to protect the cargo. Some of the most interesting finds on board, however, are an Italian-style sword and mace. Perhaps evidence that at least one armed individual from outside the eastern Mediterranean, serving on board a trading vessel. Just maybe from the island of Sicily. For decades, scholars such as N.K. Sanders have favoured a Sicilian or at least southeast Italian origins for the Shekelesh. Time of the Late Bronze Age, like Sardinia, flourishing archaeological culture. We know that in mainland Italy, this was a time of great upheaval and population displacement. The highly martial Central European culture known as the Urnfield moved ever southwards down the peninsula, leaving rich archaeological finds in their wake. Predecessors to the Etruscans, Celts, and Romans, this was population movement, or at least cultural expansion, which surely had a knock-on effect on the earlier cultures peninsula. In truth, there is very little evidence to go on. Although, in mythology, there are many half-remembered mentions of movement from around this time. And if Sardinians were involved in the Late Bronze Age collapse, why not Sicilians? Another maritime land with far-reaching ties to the outer world. During the 12th and 13th centuries BC, Sicily was far from a cut-off place. The Uluburun shipwreck may well have been a state-sponsored ship, but it does shed light on the larger network of sailors plying the seas for themselves, rather than on behalf of overlords. Just maybe a Shekelesh merchant with origins in Sicily found himself in service on an eastern trading vessel. Surely others too ran their own ships. So then, we have to ask the question, what would people having such knowledge of the sea do in hard times? Trade from the east dried up, and warlike people increasingly encroached on their land. Surely, some at least would continue to ply the sea roads they always had, but now taking by force what they had previously bartered for. But it isn't just to the west we must look. For much closer to Egypt, similarly warlike people existed too. In the centuries leading up to the Bronze Age collapse, there is significant written evidence of seaborne threats to shipping in both Egyptian and Hittite records. Talk of coastal raids, the need to fortify river mouths, and the interception of ships at sea are common. In other words, piracy. It's mentioned all the time in the works of Homer too, recalling a culture of seaborne raiding during this same era. But by around 1180 BC, the situation changed. When just 7 ships arrived from the sea to raid the lands of Ugarit, once possessing a mighty navy, its king, Amurapi, could do little but hastily scrawl a letter to his ally, King of Cyprus.
My father, now the ships of the enemy have been coming. They have been setting fire to my cities and have done harm to the land. Doesn't my father know that all of my infantry and chariotry is stationed in Hatti, and that all my ships are stationed in the land of Lucca? Now the 7 ships of the enemy which have been coming have done harm to us. Now, if other ships of the enemy turn up, send me a report somehow, so that I will know.
So the navy and army of Ugarit were both away, fighting on foreign soil. But why? And who are the Luca? Of course, the Luca are another of the sea peoples mentioned in the Egyptian sources. And this shred of evidence from Ugarit could be construed as an attempt to defend the passage from the Aegean to Anatolia's southern coast and the Levant beyond. Last stand against the sea peoples. No depictions exist of the Luca, but they show up in the written record in abundance. In 1274 BC, they were at Kadesh, fighting not alongside Sheridan and Egypt, but in the armies of the Hittite king, alongside 18 other vassal states. In 1210 BC, they raided Egypt, and in 1207 took part in the massive invasion during the Meneptar's reign, and claimed to have killed 200 of them. Most interesting of all, however, is that we know almost certainly where Lucca was. Today, it's called Lycia, an enigmatic land, dry hilltops, and ancient tombs hewn into cliff faces. In the far west, modern-day Turkey. Ruined cities and monoliths here litter the dusty ground. But for the most part, these were built long after the collapse. Remnants of a later classical world. For the ancient Bronze Age Lycians, ancestors of those later city builders, in truth, we know very little. There are no named Lucca kings in Hittite records, which do name many rulers of neighbouring lands, suggesting Lucca to be a realm of petty chieftains, for the most part lacking political authority. Lycians left no written record of themselves at all from this period, suggesting they were probably illiterate. Much like most of the Greek world, only court scribes having the ability to write. This was very much on the fringe of the civilized world. After the collapse of the Hittite Empire, Lycia emerged as a so-called Neo-Hittite kingdom. Though Indo-European in origin, like the Hittites, their culture was far from Hittite. They are thought to have spoken a form of Luwian, the same language spoken by a variety of Hittite vassals in Anatolia. Frequently mentioned by Homer as an ally of Troy, another probable Hittite vassal, often argued to have spoken Luwian. Their contingent to the Trojan War being led by the warriors Sarpedon and Glaucus, son of Zeus and the son of Hippocoulus, respectively. Lycians also appear elsewhere in Greek myth, such as in the story of Bellerophon, who eventually succeeded to the throne of the Lycian king. Long considered pirates by the great powers of the time, fleets of Lucca often launched seaborne raids on the Mycenaean world, as well as their own Hittite overlords. Sporadically forced into vassalage by the waxing and waning power of the Hittite king. We know that in the late 15th century, the Luca formed part of an anti-Hittite coalition alongside 22 other nations, known as the League of Assur, ultimately crushed by the Hittite king Tudaliah I. We know the Luca were a feared people. There is a Hittite prayer which talks of the Luca attacking Hittite lands along with other peoples, as well as denouncing Hittite sun goddess Arena. Perhaps most notable of their victims, however, was Alessia, the island of Cyprus, where they made near yearly attacks towards the end of the Bronze Age. Just maybe roaring the navy of Ugarit away to their doom. Earlier too, their piratical raids were feared. The Amarna letters included a plea from the king of Alessia against the Luca, to which the pharaoh Akhenaten assures Alessia he is not siding with the Luca. 14th century Hittite text talks of a petty king in western Anatolia named Madawata, ruling over an unknown nation, who attempted to expand his domains in Anatolia to rule over the sea in Alessia, much to the anger of his Hittite overlord. This would suggest Madawata had ships at his disposal. It's possible these in part or in whole included Luca, either hailing from or at least staging their piratical raids from Lycia. For the most part, the Egyptian records describe the Luca as allies of the Hittites. However, as we've seen, this was far from always being the case, probably only happening when Hatti was strong. When Hatti was weak, its western Anatolian vassals, forced into submission only by martial prowess, ran wild. In archaeology, depictions of hedgehog-helmed warriors, also depicted in Egyptian sources, found around this region are the earliest examples of such a type of outfit, seen 25 years earlier than their appearance in Egypt. So, there's a good argument that in the 12th century BC, spurred on either by catastrophe, simple opportunity, or a combination of both, these warriors spread out from southwestern Anatolia and the Dodecanese, westward to the Aegean, and then finally south and eastward to Cyprus and the Levant. Though it's unclear whether these were Luca, outside people from the Aegean coming into the area before moving on, or a combination of both. Political events at the time definitely made the situation viable for pirates. Now, let's take a closer look at the collapse of Hittites, the empire that defeated Ramses Kadesh. When a superpower dies, rarely goes down quiet. After his victory, Kadesh, Hattusili's son, Tudaliah IV, was the last strong Hittite king. It wasn't just the west and the south that he had to contend with, the east too. There, to the north of Babylon, existed one of the most powerful kingdoms in the world, Syria, late on the warpath. Though still a world power and able to keep the Assyrians out of its heartlands, over the course of the 13th century, Tudalia lost many border regions, notably being heavily defeated at the Battle of Nerea by the Assyrian king Tukulti-Ninurta. Tudalia conquered Cyprus briefly before it fell under Assyrian control. During the time of his successor, Suppiluliuma II, however, everything began to unravel. Though he reclaimed Cyprus in a naval battle against Alasea, the Assyrians under Ashur-resh-Ishi annexed much Hittite territory in Asia Minor, Syria, driving out and defeating the Babylonian king in the process, who also had eyes on Hittite land. The picture we get is a confused one, war after war, and increasingly societal breakdown, famine, disaster. Situation ripe outside invasion. As we have already seen, the Highland Hittite Empire was particularly susceptible to drought, surrounded on all sides by enemies. The location was great in good times, terrible in bad ones. Now vulnerable to attack from all directions, faced by a combined onslaught of new invaders from the north, traditionally named Cascas, Phrygians, and Berges. Around 1180 BC, the capital city, Katusha, was burned to the ground. Every other city in the empire would soon follow, kingdom vanishing from the historical record. Now we turn to the most elusive of all sea peoples, Karkisha. All we have is a name. A name mentioned as attacking Egypt in 1207 BC, but also Hittite vassal Kadesh, fighting alongside 18 other loyal nations. One other shred of information in the Hittite archives talks of Karkisha, specifically with King Muatali sending aid to this land, which spiraled temporarily into a small rebellion before they were brought back in line. The image we get, like the Luca, is one of a client state, loyal only when it suited them to be. Most often, Karkisha is equated with Caria, a neighbouring land to Luca on the southwestern tip of Anatolia. However, there is another argument too, that at least some of the sea peoples could well have been Hittites themselves, remnants of the destroyed world, kingdoms desperate, in search of a new home. Further west still, beyond the Hittite vassals of Anatolia, lay the outermost great powers of the Late Bronze Age. This is Mycenaean Greece, home to a palatial culture of chariot-riding warrior lords, served illiterate scribes, loyal retainers. Hilltop citadels overlooking a mass of peasantry in the plains below. This was a rich world of colossal masonry, hard-fought battles, sea-spanning commerce, gradually revealed over the last 200 years from archaeology and literary analysis of the epic poetry written about it in future generations. For the Late Bronze Age, the era of the Trojan War, long suspected to be a half-remembered recollection of real events. The city of Troy perhaps being recorded in the diplomatic archive of Hittites as Wilusa, sometimes rebellious battle in western Anatolia, with a history of animosity with the Greeks, and just maybe linked to the invasions of the Sea Peoples too. After all, Homer constantly refers to the Greeks as sackers of cities. In the 13th century BC, we can even see hints of individuals we know from Homer in the contemporary written record. During this age, a warlike Luwian leader named Piamaridu, whose career spanned some 35 years, launched attacks all over western Anatolia, including Wilusa. And he is sometimes associated with King Priam of Troy. Similarly, a certain prince of Wilusa named Alexander is also found in Hittite sources, just maybe contributing to the story of Paris of Troy, called Alexander in the Greek sources. So, if Troy was a vassal of the Hittites, it could explain the vast coalition raised by King Priam in the Iliad, drawing from lands all over the Hittite Empire. And similarly, the need for all the various Greek powers to combine their forces together. Just maybe then, the Trojan War could in fact be a memory of a conflict between Mycenaean Greece and the Hittite Empire, occurring sometime in the century just before the Bronze Age collapse. And there are many other hints of conflict too between the 16th and 13th centuries BC, perhaps the reality behind the Trojan War. Interestingly, despite their relatively close proximity to each other, Hittite and Mycenaean trade goods rarely show up at each other's sites, whereas hundreds of goods from nearly every other people in the region do. This has led some scholars to suggest there may have been a Cold War of sorts between the powers, trade embargo even. We know of a treaty between the king of Amurru and King Tudalia, which put a stop to Mycenaean goods reaching Assyria by sea. Historian Trevor Bryce suggests this might have actually been putting a stop to shiploads of freebooting Mycenaean mercenaries trawling the Mediterranean in search of either plunder or military service in the hire of a foreign king. Roles they'd fulfilled from the middle of the second millennium BC all the way up to the end of the Bronze Age. Unfortunately, Mycenaean writing is few and far between, usually amounting to little more than lists and figures, mere scraps of information, not stories and chronicles. Hittites, however, much more to say, very much writing in the same style as the Mesopotamian world, regaling the stories and deeds of its kings, and most importantly for us, those on its borders. One of these states, mentioned over and over again, is that of Ahiyawa, great power to their west, often involved in skirmishes and wars. We don't know for certain, but it's likely Ahiyawa describes the Achaeans of Homer. In other words, the Mycenaean world, or at least one of their kingdoms. By 1400 BC, we have the first named Ahiyawan warlord, a king named Artisawa, ruling in the city of Miletus in Anatolia, during an age when Mycenaean power arguably reached its very height, having developed very quickly only a century or two earlier, expanding to the east. Artaxawa was probably a local ruler in western Anatolia, rather than a high king of all the Greeks. We know of him from a tablet called the Indictment of Madewada, possibly a king of Arzawa, powerful Ruian realm, sometimes vassal to the Hittites. In the text, Madewada arrives at the court of the Hittite king Tudilada II, seeking refuge, forced out of his lands by the expansionist Artaxawa, driving 100 war chariots before him. Artaxawa again launches an attack on Madewada, along with other Hittite vassals, before the Hittite king finally involves himself, driving the Ahiyawans back. Finally, Artaxawa launches an attack on Cyprus with help from the Luca, a similar attack to the Sea Peoples some 200 years later, accompanied this time by Madewada. Interestingly, we can also see evidence of this expansion in the archaeological record. It was around this time that the once mighty city of Knossos on Crete was put to the torch. Formerly all-powerful Minoan world incorporated finally into that of mainland Greece. It had probably always been the case that whilst some Mycenaeans traded, being called great kings and regarded as equals by the other powers, others, impossible to control, went raiding. Possible the Hittite king could be at war with one Achaean power, and at peace with another. Just as the frescoes of the Mycenaean citadels suggest war was waged upon their neighbours much more than anyone else. Though lacking in any sort of literary flair, we do have some written record of the economic and military activities of the glacial elites. Mostly from the city of Pylos, where Linear B tablets were found in the early 20th century. The Pylian rower tablets in particular make reference to crews of sailors being called up in service to their lord. In myth, we have story after story of Greeks raiding around the known world. Homer constantly calls his protagonists sackers of cities. And in the Odyssey, he has Odysseus regularly reminiscing about past glories.
For before the sons of Achaeans set foot on the land of Troy, I had 9 times led warriors and swift-faring ships against foreign folk, and great spoil had ever fallen into my hands. Of this I would choose what pleased my mind, and much I afterwards obtained by lot.
In archaeology, too, we can clearly see the distances Mycenaean warriors traversed. Depictions of them clearly visible in Egypt centuries prior to the collapse, where they are thought to have served as mercenaries. They knew the place well. Now we reach speculation. Surely there should be mention of these travellers in the Egyptian sources. Well, if the Achaeans are indeed the Ahiyawans, the Hittite records, why not the Ekwesh from the Egyptian? The name Ekwesh is very similar to the Indo-European word for horse. The related Latin word equa is pronounced the same. In this period, Indo-Europeans were starting to lose their exclusivity when it came to using horses, but they still dominated the world's total number of horse users. And the Achaeans, right up until the end, heavily relied on chariots. Homer specifically mentions an Achaean attack on the Nile, and Menelaus of Sparta speaks of the same in Book 4 of the Odyssey, when he recounts his own return home from the Trojan War. Later Greek myths even argued that Helen had in fact spent the time of the Trojan War not at Troy, but in Egypt. After the war, the Greeks going there to recover her. However, the situation is further complicated by existing textual evidence of the Mycenaean world in the Egyptian sources, referred to not as Ekwesh, but the Tanahu. During the era of Tutmosis III, who initiated diplomatic relations between the two powers in 1437 BC. Later in the 14th century, a list of cities of the Tanahu mentioned in an inscription on the mortuary temple Amenhotep III. Their names given as Mycenae, Napoleon, Kythera, Messenia, and Thebes. But of course, these weren't the only Mycenaean cities. Perhaps separate factions.
What the fuck are y'all doing down here? Goddamn. Let me tell you a little bit about international shipping. Don't do it. Fuck. Woo, that was fun. Not really, but I'm back. I still ain't figured out what happened yet. I'm lost in the post office. I lost my postal worker too. Boy, she
very similar.
We thought we had it all down, then she blanked the screen out twice, about almost done with the damn thing.
Early example found in 15th century BC warrior burial, Knossos.
I looked at her, I said, you know, I bet you I'm not the only one I'd be doing a favor if I never fucking internationally shipped again, wouldn't I? She started laughing. You're welcome, thank you. Oh my God. They wouldn't give me a tracking number. I'm like, what do you mean you ain't give me a tracking number? She goes, I give you a customs number. I'm like, oh God, that sounds like a fucking Hollywood movie fucking plot waiting to happen there, buddy. Be careful. I saw it in a movie once. Oh my goodness.
Then, in 1207 BC, alongside a massive Meshwesh invasion.
Now, if she had been better at it, it might have been a little bit easier to do. I don't know. About 6 days. I'd look for it on Monday. And that was 6 days, kind of false. Monday or Tuesday, I guess.
But what happened to make the situation?
They got to put it on a boat. They probably put it on a plane, and they're going to sit there and they'll open it up and they'll check it out and be like, they're going to be highly disappointed. Because you know how custom agents are. They like the cavity searches. And they ain't going to find a butthole on the elephant. They're gonna be suspicious. This motherfucker ain't got no cavity to search. Oh God. Oh fuck, my belly hurts. Me and the postal lady had a good time with it. Anyway.
1230 BC, signs can be seen growing unease within the Mycenaean palaces.
I need to kick on my oxygen.
Wall extensions and additional buildings within cities.
It's just about hot. How's that work? I got to call up at old Shep's number though here.
All of a sudden, everything.
Oh, it's in my pocket.
Hittite and Mycenaean cities.
So I'm going to be
wiped off the map.
Calling him here about an hour.
But surely, all those people don't simply disappear. Just before the Hittite record goes blank, there is a tiny hint of events in around 1200 BC. An Ahiawan presence in Lucca being mentioned. Only archaeological evidence to go by remains unclear. Civil war, outside invasion, sounded the final death knell of the Mycenaean world, with all the major sites of the mainland meeting their end around the same time. Yet, Mycenaeans lived all over.
Dr. Urso.
It's been argued
I don't know
some
who
of the
that
older
is.
Greeks may have fled to the islands of the sea.
Oh, has he put up a notice?
Mysterious home civilization became before makers of these strangely modern looking figures.
I was looking earlier.
Later, said to have been
Aha.
the very first Zeus himself. Here, these early Greek lords may have fled. Followers, their descendants, who knows? Whether it was glacial elites going off on invasions, or their subjects now free from overlordship to do as they wished, remains unclear. Maybe it was both. Picture we get from archaeology is of massive fires, huge quantities of arrowheads and destruction. However, in some places, only the palace structures were burned, suggesting a popular uprising. We can follow not only the swathe of violence from Greece all the way across Anatolia, to Cyprus, into the Levant, and finally into Egypt, but Mycenaean-style pottery too. Cyprus, Rhodes, Greece, and finally the Levant. Evidence also exists of the refortification and construction boom of Cyprus. Our Paleocastro, Pala Sultan Tepe, and Milanica, especially in home. It's an argument for these having been built, ousted Mycenaeans, forced onto the high seas by societal and political turmoil. Perhaps dethroned Mycenaean Greeks and even Hittites amongst their ranks, victims of the Bronze Age collapse rather than instigators. But of course,
I see someone called Rizzle fucking 319. So what happened with the getting hit with an asteroid predictions? And I said, personally, I remember him saying continuity because of close pass of a few asteroids, but I never remember a prediction of impact. He must be thinking of another channel because I know Shepard never said that. And lately, it's been the trolls doing shit like that that really pisses me off. They're putting words in people's mouths. It's like what John, he was explaining how the fucking moon's doing cartwheels and shit, and all of a sudden this fucking truth by fucking death by truth fucking Loki guy pops out of nowhere talking about, oh, well, the sun doesn't line up with the moonlit shadow. What? You know. And he wants to start talking about Polaris. These motherfuckers, they want to put words in your mouth and then act like you said something stupid. And it's like, well, that was never came out of my mouth. I don't remember it coming out of Shep's mouth either. So, damn, people. That's what I just said. Yeah, I did. I made that comment, Kat. You know me. I'm going to type just what I say. And it was very factual. You know, I don't remember Shep ever saying that. You can't see it. It's in the live chat over here. Catfish Corner. just under Paula's comment. It should be there. I still see it, unless I'm blocked on y'all's page. In the live waiting in there, I just said something. You're at the top. Says whoop whoop. Oh shit! Now I don't know how to do that. Okay. I just sent emojis out there too. Can't see your own comment? I can. I can see you whoop whoop up there. You might need to refresh there, Cat. Refresh your page. Up to Paula. I start at you, whoop whoop. I don't see a Paula. Oh, Paula Yippee. I see Paula Yippee, but I'm right after her comment. Hmm. So I don't see you either then. If you commented after Paula with Yippee, all I see is mine, and then I don't see any more. I don't see anything after my comment after Paula. No, still don't see anything. I made a baby bottle comment. You just wrote nope. I see that. I just wrote I see you. I see you.
must move forward each century. Now,
Tell you what. At least get these in the kiln warming. Be right back.
30 years of time. By a generation having lived and died is society. Names of these beacons: Elis, Bajeka, Shekelesh, Benuna, Shesh. First of these names arrives seemingly out of nowhere. Elis. The Medinet Habu reliefs, some Elis depicted fighting alongside Sheridan, the Egyptian army. Most, however, fight alongside the Libyans against else tantalizingly little. Yet, Eliseth remains probably the most well-known for Egypt, not necessarily for their appearance in Egyptian sources, showing up only in reliefs of single pharaoh, a handful of other sources, but their possible appearances in the Holy Bible. Ultimately, no material has ever been excavated that can be definitively equated with sea beacons. For the most part, we simply don't know where they ended up, wouldn't know what to look for, even if we did. Newcomers very possibly emerging to whatever society came into contact with. Best case, however, there is a lot of evidence, must be Eliseth. Back in the early 19th century, Jean-Francois Champollion was the first scholar to equate the Eliseth with people already in the ground. But there's a good argument
Fuck that didn't feel good. It's better on my finger than my fucking lip, though. cutting shit out of my lip by doing that. That's why I tested with my thumb. That one just bit me. It's still bleeding. It went deep. It went deep.
Longest ever of all. Now, astonishing, water, genetic, blue, just origin, Greece.
Fucking getting blood everywhere.
Isn't quite simple. Mycenaean pottery made in mainland Greece.
Tell me I have to make a fucking band-aid for this shit.
14th century. Very end. 13th. Found 350 palaces all over the Mediterranean.
Give it a minute.
This then prompted
Squeeze it. Smoke a bowl. It should stop bleeding.
And late ladder instead. Style.
Fucking hate it when that happens. Oh, what a day it's been already. Oh shit. All right. Now I got like
However, there is more.
my bowl.
LSF, Jekka, and Danina for all the people wearing armor very similar.
Try not to catch my thumb on fire. Hi doll, hi polycentric, hi DK.
This Egyptian caricature doll, originating on Malta, is thought to represent Philistine leather top helmet. Similar.
You know, I do have to say that
In terms of archaeology,
I've noticed an uptick in comments in my older videos. People are actually fucking learning. I mean, I had somebody actually say something like, I'm a busy working parent and I don't have time to look back into your older ones, but I sit here and wait all day for one of your updates. What's stopping them from watching one of the fucking old ones? That's why I quit doing that shit. I was like, you know what I mean? Polly, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, right? I can't help but think that that's just the exact reason I fucking quit doing fucking updates on that channel. Well, thank you all. You should probably work with Homebrew's name a little more than mine. I'm a little rough around the edges, if you ain't noticed. I just cussed somebody out and shut down the fucking feed yesterday because they was talking about the Anunnaki burning Earth down. I'm like, yeah. I ain't got to say anything about that, right?
foundation of new identity, going some way to explaining mixed nature of
Yeah, well,
identity.
they fucking listened to Snowden.
Charismatic people.
I I still don't think he was an actual whistleblower at all. Just recovered shit that we knew 20 years ago.
We could see hints of new identity beginning.
About being listened to and all that monitoring shit.
Northeast side. Once this place probably served as Cypriot kingdom.
My son's grandmother and I, on his mom's side, used to sit and talk on the phone and laugh and say bomb to bomb, bomb, bomb just to get the trigger. And every time after that we'd call and then we'd hear the clickety, clickety, click. We'd laugh and say bomb, 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 you ass. Just to get them to listen to you. Fuck them, man.
Long, form, green, looking very similar to those found. Given close proximity to
So they help. Well, you don't see anything being done about anything. It gets worse and worse. Exactly, no. They give them stuff they've already accepted. Basically, yeah. Like, okay, you're confirm that we're fuckheads, and you knew it. Along those lines, you almost expect an expose on Jackie O to come out.
Nevertheless, late 12th, the 11th century.
In the next 20, maybe. They might run that one for a while. I don't know. It's been 50.
Dominant surrounding people. Today, people of Gaza may well be descended in part of these sea people. Unfortunately, Elisa, the only of the sea people, to be almost conclusively known in archaeology.
That's cool, though. What's up, Polly?
Many
How you doing?
of the people they settled. But we have some more.
I don't know. My kiln's gonna be hot enough before I gotta call in the Shep show.
Egyptian noblemen
I had to turn it off a little bit ago.
Seashore, 11th century. Much has changed since the days of Egyptian
Oh my god. Fucking grape pie is what I'm smoking on this morning. This afternoon.
Serving in the army. Great pharaoh.
Morning, Eric. Hi. Through some research. Quick question.
Now, twilight
When do you
years
dream?
imperial age.
Do you have any dreams? Do you remember your dreams?
Has
Nope.
departed local leaders.
No, I don't dream a lot. I don't remember my dreams when
No
I'm
guarantee.
so just interesting.
Such
You
is the
dream it all.
account.
Do you remember your dreams?
Rare literary
Nope.
work from the Dark Age.
On both counts.
On reaching the city of Dor and Canaan, when a move was forced to present the local king with complaints, gold stolen from his ships. Interestingly for us, Dor specifically named the town of Jeff,
Time
one of the names.
shows
Perhaps archaeologists
not.
too. Cow bones, Philistine style bichrome pottery, bone handles,
What?
iron knives similar to Philistine styles.
You've got me confused, Pollyanna.
Being excavated here during the 1980s.
Not sure what you're trying to say.
The evidence is far from conclusive. The rest of the finds with Dor being consistent with the rest of the region. What it might suggest, however, is an elite takeover,
I'm sure
a
the
small influx of Jekka placing those rules.
Oh, time slow. I got you. Got you. Got you. You're fighting with your phone. I understand. I got you. Yeah, be fucking. I'm like, what is she trying to say? Oh my god.
Could even be they were both arriving in Canaan.
His show's shadow banned too. It was, you know, it wouldn't fucking. Well, I see people talking now. I see Robert talking. The perfect opportunity for people to talk shit about me right here in chat.
Egyptian documents on a Mastercon and a notepad. Here's to confirm Elisa, Churda, and Tshaka still settled Philistia around 1100 BC.
Who's bringing me? I'm trying to be shitty over here. Damn it.
As we have seen, there is a great deal of evidence.
No, I'm not listening to any more. I'm trying to do a live show, Michael. I'm sure you're probably over here. If you're not, then can't help you.
Major groups with
God.
1177 BC. Also seen in Hittite, Egyptian, and later classical sources. In the works of Homer, all Greeks are known as Danoid or Danaan,
Oh, I haven't hit the go button yet. Hang on a second.
along with the Chaos and Argives, spoken of more than 500 and 100 times respectively. In other words, it seems that all groups were Danaans.
There you go.
Aiming for specific areas.
He says he made me a mod. He might have made the other Eric Briggs a mod. Oh, okay, I see. There I am. Hi, Brood.
In relation to Amenhotep IV's vassal, Abi Milku, king in fact, the death of the king of the Nunu mentioned, replaced by his brother. As a result, the land is now at peace. He proposed that while Ekwesh may relate to the Achaeans and Ahiyawans, Enyan and Anahu may relate to classical Greek Denoidi. Unfortunately, we can't be sure. And there are other theories too. Notably, based on an 8th century BC inscription, an Iron Age kingdom is named Zitawad, boasting of expansion into the plain of Adana to restore his people to Danina.
Why won't my chat allow me to do that? Oh, it did. You know, my other chat won't allow me to use those fucking characters for some reason. Because I always like throwing fish farts out
there. Once defeated and captured, like the Tshaka, Shurta, long coast of Palestine.
I'm fucking dangerous now. They released my fucking capital period commas.
And there's some evidence proof, like the Palestine.
Greater than, less than signs. Used to in live chat, it wouldn't let you use those symbols.
Perhaps afterwards being forced inland by the newly arrived Philistines, or merging Israel.
I see. Well,
most notable Israel, the tribe of Dan.
As long as it doesn't interfere with my sea peoples.
Just maybe, its origins.
They're fucking badass. It took Ramses to beat them down.
In light of this, we now must turn to the last.
Almost ready to go home. I need to probably make myself some coffee and go ahead and accept the fact that I should probably just get ready to make some coffee and sit and chat for a while. Because I'm doing Shep's show here in about half an hour. I'm going to turn off my oxygen too. But at least I'm ready to go tonight. And I'll be hopped up on coffee by the end of the show.
I think 200 years after the event, Homer too.
Oh, plus.
It's like empire. What other kingdoms we've forgotten too? Exile. Never.
Oh yeah. And I got old Eric, that motherfucking elephant, off into the international shipping of mails. So that was an accomplishment for that. I mean, look at my hair, dude. Me and the postal lady, we was wrestling. It's not an easy thing to do.
Others see their end in Canaan, and the Israelites triumph. Fortunately, there's little conflict. Seems like Homer's Troy, Trojan War, was in fact not a independent state, but subject kingdom to the Hittite Empire. Velusta even being mentioned in diplomatic archives agreed to do so. Like Hattie, Troy was destroyed around the same time, leading some scholars to suggest that Velusta came where Shep. Finally, writing many centuries later, the Roman writer Virgil, using sources we lost today, finishes Homer's story, adding on the tale of Aeneas, legendary founder of Rome. For according to Virgil, Rome founded exiled Trojans, forced onto the high seas, settled in Italy, founded the Italic race. Far-fetched this may seem, but if Sardinians, Sicilians, and Tyrrhenians showed up in the eastern Mediterranean at the time, not impossible to think mainland Italians involving themselves too. Which brings us to our very last theory, perhaps the most fascinating of all. In recent years, a number of scholars argue even more involvement in the Western Mediterranean. It's nearly impossible to prove. However, it's just as difficult to disprove entirely. In the West, events playing out too. Events remain almost entirely unrecorded. 1300 BC, Greece wasn't the only mainland European power that kitted out its warriors, body armor, helmets, shields, and swords of bronze. Mycenaean Greece had many neighbors. Though aspects of their culture were borrowed from the eastern native their lands.
Oh my god.
This is
That's some funny shit.
the
Gave my kid a hug in the other room and patches it. As soon as we, she didn't even see it. She just knew it was going on. She didn't like it.
English and human.
Oh, she's fucking neurotic. What's wrong with that animal? Oh, fuck. So how is everybody?
And the existence of settlements
Shit.
often leads to evidence of widespread warfare, even within time.
Have a good night, Polycentric.
Much more disunited people in Mycenaean Greece. Urnfield community, that racial complex of the East, or martial criminals, battlefield, force to be reckoned with. Bronze Age battle found in Germany's Leinster Valley more bones in it than any other found during the Bronze Age. Middle East included. Conflict involving thousands of battles.
Thousands of combatants. That's the way we like our conflicts.
Other evidence,
Conflictory. Yeah, I thought my kiln was on. It's just like
any written record, even
I'm sitting here like I thought I turned the fucking kiln off. I'm sitting here looking at the glow coming out of my kiln. It's red.
bronze jurors.
I was like, wait a minute, that's not the red glow of the kiln, that's my blood. That motherfucker. Fuck. I didn't know I got it on that fucking point like that. Shit. Seamus just asked me what happened to my fucking thumb too. I cut the shit out of it. That's what happened. Damn. Oh, Shep already started early? Well, shit.
One of the more curious phenomena of Bronze Age Europe, however, must be these ceremonial hats, several of which have been found in different locations, dating from around 1200 BC.
It says it's still got 14 minutes to me.
Elaborate
Mm.
gold. Thought these may have been worn ceremonial items during rituals, increased power.
It says it's still got a few minutes to wait.
Echoes, similar painted
14.
Yeah,
Yeah, it says it's got 14 minutes still. How are you doing? Somebody's talking to me again. I'm being beat. Lots of beeping going on. Fuck! I forgot to put on my coffee. I'll be right back.
Part of the reason could be technology. New sword technology now used for slashing instead of just stabbing. That and that, achieving 2 minutes. Originating in northern Italy around 1200 BC, weapon quickly spread all across the Bronze Age world. Found far away as before. Historian Robert Bruce further suggested that the new slashing now being 2 swords may have ushered in the time of new type of war. Never before seen. Mobile bands, sword wielding infantry, replacing chariots. Bruce even suggests political instability brought on centralized states in the decades leading up to 1200 BC may have been caused, at least in part, by new swords. Far from unified nations, today the Urnfield culture is further divided into a number of subgroups, one of which, Proto-Villanova, emerged in Italy in the first half of the 12th century BC, lasting until the 10th century. Maybe this was, at least in part, military invasion of Italy. One could have had knock-on effects far away. Just maybe, wide-ranging warriors of the Urnfield culture, on the search for plunder and glory, could have continued on into the eastern Mediterranean, joining up with seaborne Sheridan and Sheklesh, lands far away. And there may well have been pressing concerns, which, to a certain extent, forced them to do so. As we have already seen, science tells us this is an era of immense environmental turmoil. The earthquake storms of the east may not have affected Western Europe. Crop failures certainly did. Just a slight change in the climate can have a massive effect on societies. Pollen samples from northern Syria tell us definitively that the shift from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, climate did change, becoming drier, thus much more difficult to grow food. 300 years to come. What do martial cultures do when they can't grow their own food? They go looking for it elsewhere, creating a domino effect across the world. Far north of Britain, Bronze Age hill forts bear the marks of war around 1200 BC. But the knock-on effects of events here continued all the way to the south, then onwards to the glacial systems to the east. So far, we simply can't say for certain, but it's interesting to wonder nonetheless. You've been watching History. I've been your host, Pete Kelly. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share, let me know what you think in the comments. If you're interested in natural history, check out my latest channel, The Entire History of the Earth, for myself and David from Voices of the Past, telling the entire story of our planet from the very beginning. Also, check out Voices of the Past, active research, primary sources of history, and my other history channel, where I visit historical sites and take a closer look at archaeology. Thanks for watching. Many, many more documentaries like this one on the way. If you made it this far, why not leave a comment? Let us know what you think. Thanks again. I'll see you next one.
Hi, I'm Agent Mead, and I'm going to show you how to schedule your lights to turn on and off with C by GE Smart Home products. Today, I'm showing how to schedule your lights with Direct Connect full color bulbs, but the same process also works with all C by GE bulbs, switches, and plugs. This is helpful if you want your house to light up when you're on vacation, or maybe you just forget to turn them off when you go to bed. You can even set them to shift colors throughout the day to help you wake up in the morning or settle down in the evening. Now, in this video, I'm only going to focus on the scheduling function. So I'll assume you already have the C by GE smart bulbs installed and paired with
Marshmallows, baby.
Galaxy phone.
So I'm ready to drink coffee. What's up, babies? How you doing? What you jelly self?
First, make sure you're within 25 feet of a smart bulb. Next, it's also helpful to organize the lights by
I just threw my phone on the ground. I don't even know if I can call in now.
And touch the plus button. Then tap Add New Room. You can choose from a number of options, or you can create a
Looks like it might work.
These are for my living room, so I'm going to choose that one. Then I'll go ahead and add all of the lights that are in that room.
Where are we at here?
Now the app knows these are all of my living room lights, and I can program.
Oh, it's supposed to be about 6 minutes,
Next,
huh?
let's talk schedule. I typically get up at 7 a.m. and it takes me about a half an hour to get ready. Then I head to the living room. So I'm
Yeah,
going to
my
set
commercial area. Oh, my Lost Empires is already done. Wow, look at that instantaneous quake map. Chile volcano must be induced. Good Lord. Alright, enough with the things. And there she is, inducing with heavy field line closure. Integral. Beautiful stuff. Nothing new here. Check my compression. I mean my low shock. Oh, compression. Fucking flat. Looks like the day of quakes may have come. Or wait a minute, we've been having quakes every day. Never mind. Dun, 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 dun. Ta-da. Reminder set. Uh-oh. A thumbs down, not on the Shepherd and Bella show. Oh, somebody on my show. Really? I think that's the first thumbs down I've got on this channel. Let that be a record set. Woo woo. I have pineapple juice, so I really don't give a fuck. I got a new fan. Woo, woo. Can't please them all. I don't give a fuck if I do or not either. See, there. You should thumbs down me because I haven't gotten on my knees and tried to please. I need thumbs down. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Robert. Yes, the new normal. We are in the new normal. Absolutely. Hey, Bethany, how you doing? We just talked about the new normal. Waiting for Shep's show to come on. Am I supposed? You said about 15 after, right? Because you guys got another guest coming on before me, don't you? Okay, cool. Yeah, no to the new normal. It ain't fucking nothing normal. I'm looking at everybody going on lockdown again now. All right, we ain't even got over the first flu season yet. Well, you've had Dr. Urso on before. Is he the planet guy? Is he the other planet guy that I wanted to talk to? So I'm curious if he knows Shep enough that he's seen Raw and the Dingley Cobra or not. I can't. That usually wakes some people up, and especially if it's somebody in the know that knows anything about magnets and magnet signatures and how planets have the electron magnet, they can do these things. I think he'd be really highly interested in seeing what we got. Because once you see it, it's like, oh shit, that ain't no random pattern in space. That's a fucking dangly cobra. The conical hat. It boils almost instantly. Nothing to do with the barometric pressure at all or anything like that. No, that's fucking field rotation, probably, Valerie. Uh-oh. I hear shit going on over here. Now, you'll probably have to actually go to Shep's to listen to this because I can only imagine if I'm going to be on my phone, it's going to fucking do something that we won't like. If I can. So I'm going to have to probably turn down the sound or something. I don't know how it's going to work.
He is Shepherd and Bellis. And you are listening to the Shepherd and Bellis Show.
Yeah, he's going live now. It's 5 Eastern Standard. It's 3 o'clock. That's why I turned off my kiln.
Here is your host, Shepherd and Bellis.
I'm back. We're back, everyone. And Bethany and Donnie joining us for the duration of the broadcast. We're going to have a great show today. We got YouTuber Angry Catfish Briggs. He's going to be joining us after the first segment right here. We're going to be getting into all these nuances that are going on with the lockdowns, the 2020 BP4 asteroid that just swiped by Earth, and you did not notice it until one day after it
Had passed.
The closest documented pass of an asteroid in history. So we'll be talking about that. We're obviously in continuity of government still, and the lockdowns are ongoing. It looks like the saga continues. Bethany, how was your week? What do you do? I had. We can talk about it too here in a second, but I know you had some issues, and then I had all these technical problems. People, they literally, right when I was wrapping up the documentary film, they basically blew out both of my Mac computers somehow. I keep wanting to think that it seems like it could have been like partly my fault, but then there's this whole chain of events that occurred that I'm just I'm pretty blown away by. I expected it so I took extra measures and safeguarded the film and everything, but this took 12 days with Apple support with an executive from Apple until we could get the film files in my computers back on track. So I was dealing with that, and then of course I had to basically, so to make all that work, we had to wipe both of my systems entirely. Not just the systems like you think we would. We had to go in and actually strip out the entire containers on each computer and recreate new containers and the whole nine yards. So,
Wow.
that was a nightmare. So we got that handled, and then I had to reinstall all the stuff for the show audio and GRV from scratch. So here we are. Bethany, how was your week?
Well, my week's been pretty unplugged.
which I think is great for all of us to do from time to time. I mean, it's just so much to take in. And Jeff, you know the pressures that are on all of us really, because this is not going to become an old norm. It's going to be the new norm for, as far as I can tell, it's the new norm.
It's the new norm.
Right. Their new norm.
Well, that's what they want, you know. I was talking with my good friend Daniel Groth with the Box podcast, the WID podcast out of Germany, and we were talking about this whole COVID thing, the slave training that goes along with it, and how they've got this whole thing orchestrated. But yeah, he was nice enough to help me with some of those technical problems I was talking about. So I'd like to give him a big thanks. But
you know they don't want Raw in the public eye, don't you?
For about 20 or 30 minutes.
You hearing this?
A lot of it's what you and I talked about.
Thank God he was smart enough to protect that shit.
The slave training and everything. But he had a guest on the show the other day, and they basically came to the conclusion that we have on this show as well as like this COVID's just virtually non-existent. Started logging, flu deaths and coronavirus deaths as COVID and hiking the numbers and controlling it, and then, pumping up the fear. But now we're going to see wave 2 of these lockdowns, and that's what I want to talk with about all of this stuff with our guest, Henry Patrick Briggs. He's a YouTuber. You can check him out, his YouTube channel. But he's coming up after the first segment. But Batman, we've been talking about the lockdowns, the slave trading, but I briefly mentioned this asteroid. It scathed us. This is fascinating because before we talked about how the elections were going to be held up, we thought they might suspend them, or I did at least.
Yeah, now they're really fucked.
Kind of like held up. They're talking about tying things up in court. Then this asteroid literally is the 90th asteroid to save us this year that came between the Earth and the Moon. But this one only came within 4,000 miles of the planet's center, of the center of Earth, which is basically
well within lunar distance.
4,000 miles in diameter if you just take it, not its circumference, just the diameter, the side cut of it. So we're looking at this asteroid with basically only 2,000 miles out. So it seems like they were braced for impact. And I don't know if anyone's seen that movie Greenland yet or anything. And what movie were you talking about, Bethany, earlier?
My son was telling me about it. I'm not sure if it's a show. I just didn't get a straight answer from him. He said he was going to send me the material, which he didn't do yet. But it's called The Songbird. So I don't know if any of the listeners know if it's like, he just told me about it. So I haven't really looked into it just yet because although what am I doing procrastinating? There's nothing else to look into, is there?
Now you may have either listen to them or because I'm going to have to turn down the sound when I call in. How you doing, Jacqueline?
I might get to watch it tonight.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if
yeah. Mom's pushing.
With the asteroid.
Yeah.
It fascinates me. And I heard my friend Daniel tell me from Germany that it's literally the scariest movie
since I woke up.
So I'm curious to see it because it's like they've released it in certain parts of the world. Maybe in Espanol, they've released it maybe like in Spain or something. And then we've also maybe like in Germany or something. So it's bizarre. I don't think it comes out in the US until mid-December. Amazon.
Yeah, that's what they did. They pushed up the date of release, at least like you said in the States. And if I could just say a shout out to all our awesome and loyal listeners, chat, because I know to take care of your technical difficulty.
Oh, yeah,
what a nightmare, beyond a nightmare. I can't imagine.
Thank you for calling our guest call-in line.
Your stomach
Please
must
enter
just
the show
drop.
number and press pound.
I mean,
I almost had
Show
to-
number and press pound. 2919.
1283.
You did not enter a show number.
yeah, I
Goodbye.
mean, we worked so hard on that documentary.
The
but I
film's
can't
done,
wait to-
everyone, by the way.
Yay!
Thank you for calling our guest call-in
We're
line.
finalizing the
Please
details
enter the
right
show
now.
number and press pound.
We're going to get it on DVD, and we're also gonna release it on YouTube
Enter your 6-digit PIN number.
shortly after the DVDs come out, because we encourage everyone to get the DVDs just to support what I
We
did.
did not receive
and
a
what I wanted
response.
to do.
Goodbye.
But of course.
Oh, wow, these motherfuckers are hardcore. Maybe I should have started an hour ago. I gotta write this shit down.
Survive.com, survive.com, that helped get the film made, and were just great. And you know, I mean, that took a lot for
I'm awful glad he got that shit done.
to go travel around all these places.
And had it fucking
I mean,
saved and backed up.
that was just like grueling. And then
Thank you for calling our
I did
guest
like
call-in
a
line.
straight up
Please enter the show number and press
4-week
pound.
edit or something that was just, you know, full on 14, 16
Enter
hour
your
days of just
6-digit
straight
PIN
on
number.
therapy. And I got this thing done. And it's mind blowing. Really, I mean, you guys are gonna
Your
have to
call
see
has
it.
been
It's a
muted
different
and you
type
have been
of thing. It's not
connected to
like
the show host.
cookie-cutter
You will hear a beep when you have been unmuted.
So yeah, was asking anything?
This basically reaffirms all along what I've been saying with these close calls. Now we're also going to have John calling on Wednesday to talk about this because he's
Object and all the details on it. So we're gonna find out every single thing about the asteroid, why they didn't notice it, what's going on with all the continuity of government. And
I don't know if he's gonna be able to hear me or not.
So in the end, coming up after the first break, Angry Catfish Briggs, Bethany,
With this
I'm
thing
just
plugged in.
I'm going crazy today. Where I just basically got everything set up right before the show. So everything tested out and it's all working. So I guess that's good, huh?
We're going with the flow today. Because I don't know about you, Chef, but I feel like I haven't been speaking into this microphone in ages because it seems like the time is so weird to me. And maybe Angry Catfish can, you know, maybe have something to say about that, because I don't know about you, but we talk about this all the time. The days are just going so fast. I mean,
You
I'm
can't get
trying.
anything done or anything, it seems like.
Yeah, it just seems like everything is.
I mean, I know I do so much in a day, but it feels like,
Yellowstone just jolted.
I don't know, to me it just feels like time.
Utah 3.1.
That's funny you've done that. We'll talk with that with Catfish. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if
can
there's
relate
any.
to that myself.
Yeah, but in one sense, but in another sense, it just seems like, you know, last week it's like, oh my gosh, it's already, like, it seems longer ago than it was. And I guess that has to do with the time speeding up. I have to find out where it is, but there's something biblical where it talks about that a little bit. There's, I think, one obscure verse that talks about, like, the time to some extent.
That's fascinating.
You know, Benito, like.
Really, you know, that really is fascinating. Wow. I wonder what were you saying about the quickening too? Remember we were talking about that. I wonder if that has plays into it. But Dr. Jason Ram, and you guys are going to see this in the documentary film, he was talking about the acceleration and deacceleration of the potential brown dwarf star system and what that might do. You'll be able to hear more about that. But I mean, this is it's wild times. Did you know that weather's just going off the charts right now too? I mean, it's just different for people in different areas, but it's not typical weather. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, I mean, even like the sky looks different. Even my kids notice it. And my daughter, of course, she's really into the planets. My son, he's more into like, hoping, Trump's going to come through for us. And all I see around me,
I don't know if
is,
I'm
like,
going to be
so
able to keep it
important.
hooked up
Thank you
like
very
this.
much,
I don't know
Tom.
if he'll be able to hear me or not.
Being loyal to us and
Yeah.
patient. And
I've got it
thank you for
hooked
the
up to my
prayers.
phone.
We're all back
It's not
here.
playing the
We're
radio.
all Band-Aid up. Needed a
I
couple
got
Band-Aids.
so many messages, and I just was like focused on getting everything going. I was hoping every day. I was hoping it would just be like the next day, but it just kept going and going.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you come into these little like rough patches and whatnot, and so, but I appreciate the prayers and the good thoughts, and same here, Chef. You get messages, you want to get back to everybody individually, but it gets to a point where, and I say this so humbly because our listeners.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if he can or not. I'm going to see. If he can't, I'll just unplug the speaker and it'll be back to normal.
There's so much more to learn.
It's just,
even a planetary stuff.
that's how I got it right now. I don't know if my microphone's working or
Oh
not.
my gosh, like how
We'll find out. As soon as he picks up the phone, won't we?
Catfish brig with a after the break, so stay tuned. You're not going to miss it.
I hope he gives it a pickup test run.
Nothing in this world works the way.
Hopefully he'll be able to hear me. We'll see.
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do. The police department is not there for what you think it is. Nothing in your world works the way you think it does.
Like I said, if not, I'll just yank the plug and it'll be back to normal.
And look at how the streets into the United States looking on time. Once again.
All right, we're at the Bilderberg conference, and the police are getting kind of weird.
Police are always weird, Chef.
Knowledge is power.
I love how he says that. The police are getting kind of weird. Yeah, they'll do that on you. They'll fucking get real weird with you real quick.
The answer is not to produce more hacks, but to cut off heads. They understand the why, and they understand how everything works. All we know is what we live with today. We can change our own reality by changing the way that we think.
Oh, shit. Be right back. I need my coffee.
Don't forget, go to telehub.com. Another damn Bella's here. I bet you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats. All exclusive, original beats that you can have for your very own musical project. Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day.
I need beats for my trolls.
The original beat Judgment Day by Shepherd Bella. Remember, if you need an all original beat, contact Shepherd Bella. Copyright 2020.
He's forgotten more than most people know. If he thought about it, he'd done it. He once failed a high school course with an A+. He's Shepherd and Bellis, and you are listening to his show.
Well. Right now we got a very special guest with us. He appears in my new documentary film, Shackled to Silence. And you know, he's a good friend, man. It was kind of cool. Angry Briggs is joining us right now. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, good. I was just wondering, I've got you plugged into my speakers so everybody can hear you. We're playing you live on my show here. How are you doing, man? I didn't want to bother you. I knew you was busy.
Yeah, it was like a combo of me being extremely busy and then some technical issues and stuff like that. But I got it all worked out. And, you know, I'm excited to get the show going again full time, and we're gonna have a lot of good content coming up. You know, but this documentary film came out great. Your parts in the film came out extremely well, and people are gonna actually, it's gonna just pop their mind. Really,
I am glad you got it done. I'm glad you were smart enough to figure out that you needed to protect that material. That was a smart move on your part, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a lot of work. You went all around the.
Some extreme, yeah, well, they went to some extreme lengths. I think. I mean, I don't know. It was like the weirdest chain of events. Maybe I'll tell the whole story one day. But none of it was normal, and it went on and on and on. But yeah, it's just it's all good now, and I feel a lot better. You know, especially with the show going. But let's start talking about, and Bethany Adoni's with us.
Hi, Bethany.
So we're all back. Let's talk about these lockdowns, man.
Well,
what do you think's going on? Because, dude, in Canada, they're talking about concentration camps.
Yeah.
They got it in their legislation. They're being all weird about it. It's kind of like the old Oliver North thing you can see on the team and all that. But when they were building the Rex 84 and they were questioning them in the
this is all about this coming event. I mean, we live in a three-sun system. That's, you know, that I'm fully convinced that you got attacked because they want you to keep that dingly cobra in your pants. That you know, once they see that and the distinct signature of this sun coming in, it starts waking folks up. I've been noticing that, just pointing out the fact that it's not normal field rotation to have Tycho Crater at 3 o'clock to 11 o'clock and in between all over the moon. I just
now what how's the moon normally supposed to act?
Tycho Crater,
how did it always act?
Tycho Crater in the northern hemisphere, roughly where I'm at in Colorado here, should be about 6:30 position on the moon face. It'll rotate up to around 8 in the winter because they call that a wet moon. Well, that's a seasonal tilt, and it's only a few degrees. We're seeing about 180-degree roll of the moon each night now, and that should never happen unless, of course, you jump in a Concorde in New York and fly to Sydney real fast, and then you should be able to see the moon upside down. They have the moon very distinguished by hemisphere views, North Hemisphere and South Hemisphere. The man in the moon is supposed to look one way in the North Hemisphere and one way in the South Hemisphere, never mix. And they talk about that in Isaiah as confused, confounded, and it doesn't know if it's a North or South Hemisphere view. That is also known as a wax and a wane because it's rolling the divider shadow from one side of the moon to the other with the crater. It's actually us. We tilted on our axis. That began sometime October-ish 2010. I have found thus in my researches that begins the tribulations on Earth, and that lasts about 10 years to 10 years, 5 months. And then tribulations is over, and you're in the basically what they call the quickening. That's when all these huge magnets are converging on each other, and I have proven that actually black holes are the convergence of magnetic fields. You can see it in real time in a ferrol cell. It is very clear that you can actually make one with a handheld magnet. So that's
now, Catfish, for the listeners now, explain these ferrol cells because now isn't this like where there's like a special fluid and the fluid is magnetic, right?
Yeah.
Somehow it reacts with the magnets and forms patterns. But can you kind of explain that in detail?
You can buy one. It's a ferro cell, or you can make them with 2 pieces of glass. And like I guess they use like mink oil and ferro fluid, which is microscopic metal shavings in the fluid, and they put kind of like an oil and mix it up and squish the things together, get all the air out of it, and then put LED lights around it. And it will enable you to get a perfect hologram visual of the full magnetic field in action. In such detail, we've found out that magnets do not have 2 poles, just as they depict them on the walls in ancient Egypt. Each magnet has 4 poles, and they do not reciprocate. They come in and out of the accretion disk, and that explains why we have energy coming in at the equator of Earth, because that's your accretion disk. And that's why the equator is warmer. And then you have the energy coming out the poles and out the back in field lines and your aurora borealis. It totally explains everything from the atomic to the galactic. We accidentally figured out the unified field and omnipresence while you was gone. It's been
now this is fascinating too.
Oh yeah, huge.
All of this frequency, magnetics, the patterns, though. I mean, you know, these crop circles almost remind me of that in a weird way.
They do.
But I mean, these are really geometrically perfect patterns that they can form, right?
Well, the laws of physics would be universal throughout the universe. And that's what our language was. We've actually found 3D statues in Maya territory in Peru of Ra with the dingly cobra wearing his tunic and everything. It was just last week we found a friend of mine, on Facebook says, "Look at this." I was like, "Oh my goodness, that's Ra." And it's in Peru. We were writing the same story globally And these so-called Anunnaki said they didn't know exactly what we were writing, but they took on the personifications of our so-called deities and tried to basically hide us from ourselves. They were trying to cover our own tracks. And they started taking on these pantheons. Like that's when Marduk became Marduk Ra. And he also, his brother went over there. He was the winged serpent, known in Peru, in the land of the lake between the two peaks. You know, where's that? Titicaca, that's where that is. And the sons of Cain, or the descendants of Cain, the bearing mark on their face is the lack of a beard. They can't grow facial hair. You know, all of these things have been given to us just recently. And I can't look at it as like at all to do with my brilliance. This is divine intervention, the way it's come to us. I have never looked at Egypt before, and all of a sudden I can read this language. It's pretty weird. And now, not only me, I'm teaching. I've taught thousands of people how to do this now at a glance and read these hieroglyphs. It's just basic physics and the way energy moves through matter and magnets and frequency. That's all it is. There wasn't any linguistics involved in our original writings.
You know, Catfish and Bethany too have, and the listeners we have open line 260-217-7437. The Coral Castle in Florida. Have you heard of this place?
I've been there.
What do you make of it? Tell us about it.
Well, I believe he used the same technique the Sumerians and the Egyptians were using to move these blocks with magnetism and frequency.
Now, the Coral Castle, I don't know everything about it, but it's like this guy built his own structure that kind of looks like a castle, and it has these really big blocks, and there's tales of this guy like walking down the street with blocks floating above his head with ropes tied to him. He's flying these blocks like kites.
Yeah. If we are using the right frequency with our electron magnet, we can. I have a working model on my in my videos that shows a central magnet with overlapping. It has holes in it, and you put this little bracket in there, and then you put little tiny magnets around the central magnet. And then you roll a bunch of steel balls at it, and it catches these steel balls in pairs where they're floating in space. It traps them in a void. And that's how planets operate. They have to be in two. That's why it says very distinctly, once they trapped Earth in the void that created, they had to bring that moon onto us to lock us and complete the circuit. That I actually have a working model for on my page. And that's how planets actually orbit. It's not gravity at all. It's magnetism. We have a huge magnet in the center of our solar system, and it is nothing more than an induction furnace. And it's not billions of explosions every second. It's literally an induction furnace. It's a huge magnet that is driven by our Creator's eternal voice at 1748 hertz on the electromagnetic field.
Now, have you, Catfish, have you noticed that there's been these double rainbows lately?
Yes.
There's a secondary source of light or something.
Yes.
They're showing up all over Facebook, all over social media. I was talking about this with Bethany.
That's defined scientific proof that there's two light sources right there. Number one, you can't get two rainbows out of one prism with one light source. And two, look at the spectrum. The light spectrums are different on each rainbow. I mean, what is a light rainbow? It's a light spectrum. We got the full spectrum on the bottom rainbow, and then a really red, deep red, purple, and slim yellow on up to the other reds. It's a different spectrum on that top rainbow. That's double definitive proof that that is two distinct light sources and of two different light spectrums. It would be a lot harder to explain if it was another sun, the same spectrum as our original red, orange, yellow, blue, indigo, and violet sun.
Right.
But it's
Right.
not. So there's a double
Yeah,
right there.
I noticed that too. The colors were different. Bethany,
Yes.
have you seen this? These double rainbows showing up lately?
Well, that's a light spectrum.
I've been hearing about them. It's wow. I'm just taking this all in. It's just fascinating. And your words have fascinating material. I just
Well, yeah. Whoever imagined?
Also, the weather pattern. What about weather?
Well,
I mean,
weather's been erratic. I've been noticing
everywhere I've been. Like,
there's an awful lot of clockwise rotation storms going on in the North Hemisphere. That should be an alert. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you look at the weather map, they're actually half of them are moving clockwise, and there's a couple right now down by Africa that are going counterclockwise. So those are influences on these planets. I've been sending people out at night, outside of your light dome. Look to the north, northwest, northeast, depending on what time of night you're at, and the west. There are planets within lunar distance. The moon has actually disappeared
now,
behind one of them in the west 2 months in a row now, 2 nights after full. Right about 40 degrees off the horizon, it'll just kind of start looking like it's fully eclipsed, and then it goes away.
no, I've also been noticing all this rhetoric in the news about space. Still, they're saying like all the planets are visible. They're saying a rogue planet flying through our system right now, and they like openly admit it. I don't know if it's like a cover story or the truth.
Well, they can't deny it anymore because amateur astronomers are actually getting great pictures of this stuff. Myself, I've always stuck with the magnet spectrum because it's admissible in court. It doesn't lens flare. None of those excuses apply. So everything I've got, like that Dingley Cobra, the Staff of Ra, what is that lady cat goddess name? I've got her magnet signature too. And that's supposed to be a legendary mother's sister. Well, it's funny. We've got body parts that look like the magnet signature of Ra. That is like what the pineal gland, the third eye. That is shaped in the exact magnet signature. Well, that's distinctly telling us that we were actually designed and created while Earth was on her first father sun, Ra. Our body parts coincide with that magnet signature for a reason. And when we get back onto that sun, because as I understand that is the plan here, we're going to be basically a moon to Thoth for a while, because we won't have a moon to lock us in to the void if we skip suns and leave our moon behind, will we need to complete a circuit around her big brother, Thoth. He's a huge planet. He is the Staff of Ra. That's his magnet signature. See, I've already correlated who's who now. We've got all these magnet signatures that correlate with what the Egyptians were drawing. Because they'll tell you the Sumerians were first, and I'll tell you what, bullshit. Egypt was first. We were way first. Pre-dynastic, in all those temples, we were drawing 3 suns and their magnet signatures, the magnet signatures of their planet, because those will never change in time. As long as those planets are living, And the suns, as long as those have living and are working on the 1748 hertz, getting their eternal energy from that feed, they will never change that magnet signature. It's determined at the atomic level of that magnet. So we were writing in a brilliant fashion where Ra is like the guy, he's holding the staff because that staff is the planet. He's got onks and stuff and a horsehair brush around his waist because those are moons. He's not holding them.
Right.
It's really technical the way they drew it, but we didn't have the key to understand what the hell they were talking about until Ra showed up with his tunic and magnetosphere matching and all.
Essentially is what you're talking about is hidden into ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, their artwork, their stonework. They've incorporated actual empirical
scientific
magnetic signatures.
Yes.
That are very specific.
Very.
And these are magnetic waves.
That's the beautiful thing about
the artwork.
A magnet signature is much like your fingerprint. It's unique in all of creation. Your fingerprint is unique because at the center of our chest, we actually possess an electron magnet with a very powerful field.
Hey there, Catfish. We got to take a break. Hold on. 260-217-7437 is the call-in number. I see we got a caller in queue. We're going to go to you on the other side. Stay tuned. We want to hear what everyone has to say today. We'll be back. Tired of reading the same old boring mainstream news website? Try IntelliHub.com. Jam-packed with news, views, and other information you won't find anywhere else on the web. IntelliHub.com is your go-to news source. IntelliHub is an independent news outlet which covers a variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, liberal corporate media bias, and much more. IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, power-packed, and to-the-point news and information to the daily readers worldwide, making it content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com. That's IntelliHub.com. Shepherd and Bellis here. I bet you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats, all exclusive, original beats that you can have for your very own musical project. Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day. The original beat Judgment Day by Shepherd and Bellis. Remember, if you need an all original beat, contact Shepherd and Bellis. Copyright 2020. Nothing in this world works the way you think it does.
I happen to love marijuana.
Do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do. The police department is not here for what you think it is.
Hey,
Nothing
Thomas.
in your world
How you
works
doing?
the way
I'm on Shepherd and Bellis' show. They're calling. Hi, Chrissy.
You have to stand up, speak out. But let's get actually specific and look at how this creeps into the United States in our time. Once again.
All right, we're
Bilderberg conference, and the police are getting interfered. Knowledge is power. This is why so many people in America, especially, feel powerless because they have no knowledge. There is an invisible government whose visible head is the Council on Foreign Relations in Manhattan. The oligarch said, if there are not enough hats, the answer is not to produce more hats.
Awesome.
But to cut off heads.
I just turned off my kiln for the interview because they said he's coming back. They ain't been back in 3 weeks. They got the film made. It's getting put on DVD, and they're going to put it on YouTube soon. Fucking woot.
Shade, the motion picture, in embellishing Berman film, available for.
I would ask if you can, please purchase the DVD, even though it's a free YouTube thing, just to help him out. If you could, that's up to you.
He once attended a Bilderberg meeting with a camera. His 2 cents are worth millions.
But then you can play it on the big screen.
And you are listening to the show.
Oh, fuck. Got my coffee hot. Hot coffee.
All right, we're back. We got Catfish Briggs with us. Bethany Adani is sitting shotgun as usual. And we got an open line show, and we want to hear what the listeners going to say. So we're going to go to caller 817. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Wayne Alexander, Fort Worth, Texas.
Hey, Wayne, how's it going, man? What do you want to talk about?
I actually had a question for Catfish. He came and watched something on my channel in regards to a solar minimum company, and he left me a comment. And after that comment, I've watched every video he has. I've watched the move, and pretty much understand what's going on and what's coming. And I kind of had a direct question. I heard you said you live in Colorado, and that's an elevation factor that I kind of took from some of the videos of yours I watched. And being in Fort Worth, Texas, I'm not high in elevation, and I understand what can happen with our oceans, and I'm questioning on really what elevation do you feel is a safe elevation?
Yeah, I do live in Colorado. I live almost in Kansas in Colorado, though. I'm not really a lot higher in elevation than you. I've been telling people honestly.
I just wanted your feedback on that.
Yeah, elevation. I'm not even so sure elevation is as important as a lot of people put on it this time. Last time, as I understand, what happened was we got trapped in a void, and Earth was kind of knocked out, lost consciousness. She is a conscious being, and we reversed our spin at about 1,000 miles an hour, and everything kind of slid sideways, and water went everywhere. I'm being told this is going to be a little bit more gentle than a Hollywood version. But we've got a planet that actually operates on our Schumann frequency. It's our alpha wave. It's 7.83 hertz. And we have an electron magnet in our chest that she knows our old language of the heart. It's instantaneous at a distance, which you're not at a distance. You're right here on Earth. She's going to be able to tell you better than I what you need to know. And that entails pretty much quieting your head and getting to know your heart. That is something we have been trained out of. And we've actually got more neuroganglia in our torso than we do in our brain can. And we have an electron magnet in our chest that is Well, it's basically our spark of life. It is a very powerful magnet, and electron magnets, when brought to the resonant frequency of a larger magnet, can inherit the entire strength of the larger magnet while adding their strength to the larger magnet. It's exponential growth. That is something that we lost. All these yogis and everything try to teach you self improvement, and it's not about self, it's about all life and you being a part of creation and understanding where you are in creation. There isn't anything you couldn't literally physically rise above. Being in harness and control of your own magnet, we are very able to levitate.
Well, before I even started watching your videos, my wife and I both had these inclinations about getting out of the city.
Okay.
And heading for the hills. And then, I watched that video where he shows what's basically going to go on in California and any kind of a West Coast on any land. And, that really resonated with me. And I started looking at that. And, being in biblical times, it's like, to me, it's like the elevation was the one factor that I really haven't gotten, I guess, a direct answer on. I have a feeling, and I've been thinking about going to Colorado.
Well, if you're thinking about moving, I would have to suggest, personally, we have a Creton here in North America. It's I would start looking there. I'd imagine rent's cheap. I know Colorado also, but Colorado, a lot of it, I wouldn't suggest living near the big cities in Colorado.
No,
if you're self-sufficient, rural would be a good idea. Out here where I'm at, that's why I'm out where I'm at. It's one of the safest places I've been able to locate, because I also looked at I looked at the nuke maps. I also did a video on that. Where all these models are coming up where everything's going to get nuked if it ever happens. And on all the models, Pueblo gets it once, and it's like the last city in America to get one. And I'm like hour and a half, full 70-mile-an-hour drive east of fucking Pueblo. So, oh shoot, I just dropped it. Oh. Anyways, sorry, Shep. I am well east of Pueblo. I try not to do that.
There's a lot of nowhere land in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at heading out to West Texas, but after watching your video, I questioned what's really going to go on with
that Gulf and the oceans.
And I'm just going to, if I needed to head for high ground as well as for
You might want to take that up with your Mother Earth and see what she's got planned. And it's human to do so. It's just the programming makes it so hard. The best practice to begin with would be to calm your head and quiet it, and just start feeling your calm in your chest, and that brings. If you're experiencing any of those symptoms, like Dr. Schumann says, the dizziness, seasickness, and all that stuff, that is the first step to making that go away to begin with. Now, if you've already gone past that, I would suggest trying anything you can think of that would apply with a magnet, and figure out how to charge yours up. Because it's something that I'm having fun with mine. I've always been a physics geek, and then I found out last year I've actually got one of my favorite toys in my chest. I was like, oh my god, no wonder everything's the way it is.
Explain that a little more, Catfish, because we got listeners that don't know what you're talking about. So medically, if you go into like medical journals, it basically talks about that, right?
Yes, absolutely. I just discovered it last year that in medical journals, we actually have two magnet fields. The one around our brain pan is very small, but we have a pretty powerful one in our chest. And they can actually read our magnet field to 8 feet because that's as far as their field will read, their instruments will read. So they suspect that it reaches further than that, which would make sense. But regardless, we have one that is at least 8 feet wide on either side of us. That's an electron magnet, and
This could essentially be maybe possibly this could essentially be defined as like your aura.
well,
or something like
no, it's a magnetic field. I don't do auras.
Do you think that the legend of an aura, or I mean, not legend,
Maybe
but
the
do you think
legend.
that's an entirely different thing?
I've never. Yeah, Shep, I'm very pragmatic. I've never really. I've looked into the aura thing.
Well, you know how there's people that say they could like feel your aura or see your aura. I'm just wondering, like maybe if you come in, like two people come in proximity.
Well,
with
that's
each
what
other,
I'm thinking.
their magnets will interact.
Exactly. Exactly. It very well may be why that came about, why people started talking about auras. Because we can feel each other's magnet. That's scalar physics. It's instantaneous reaction at a distance. Also, the 1748 hertz we found in that hieroglyph on a metal plate, it looks the same way today. And when you get goosebumps, when you get excited, scared or excited, whatever, your hair follicles and your hair oscillate at 1748 hertz. This is all biological information.
Yeah.
And it's also found through one of my listeners, which I love because I'm pretty hard on my channel. I require people to go learn, research themselves. I'm not going to teaspoon people. Well, that in benefit of a guy named Hermetic brings back that people that get goosebumps a lot produce stem cells. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's the one thing that your body needs to repair each and every system in your body.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's like the fountain of youth, too. And the secret is to live life and get excited.
We still got Wayne on the line. Wayne, do you have anything else?
You know what? I just want to say something about what you just talked about real quick. There's a machine, I can't remember the name of it, but people in Mexico use it to heal the body with magnetic waves. And people are getting cancers and all kinds of things with that. And I know that that's real because of that. It happened to me like 10 years ago. So I understand about the magnet inside of me, my heart, and everything. And I definitely, I'm following God and I'm following my magnet. That's what led me to catfish to begin with. But the last thing is, I met a woman at a grocery store.
Stay there. We got to take a break. Be back on the other side. We got a few callers in queue. Everyone sit tight. Couple commercials and we'll be right back. Hour number 2 coming up. Rubber Dam Bellis here. I bet you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats, all exclusive, original beats that you can have for your very own musical project. Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day. The original beat Judgment Day by Shepherd Ambella. Remember, if you need an all original beat, contact Shepherd Ambella. Copyright 2020. IntelliHub.com is an independent news outlet covering a variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, the liberal corporate media bias, and much more. IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, power-packed, and to-the-point information to daily readers worldwide, making content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Please visit IntelliHub.com for your daily news and views. That's IntelliHub.com. You can follow us on Twitter at IntelliHubMe. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com.
Who wears glasses to see what others don't? In past lives, he was always himself. He doesn't wear Nike, yet he still does it. He's Shepherd Ambella, and you are listening to his show. You are listening to Hour 2 of the Shepherd Ambella Show. Without further ado, here is your host, Shepherd Ambella.
All right, we're back. We got Angry Catfish Briggs, Bethany Adani with, and we have a caller 540 on the line. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Tabitha. I'm like 45 minutes. We just had that whole parade thing recently.
What's going on, Tabitha?
I'm in Virginia, and I'm like 45 minutes from DC. And I was actually surprised that it went over kind of smoothly. I thought it was
really? What?
Yeah.
You attended?
No, I didn't. No, I did not. I didn't know. You know, I couldn't do it. There's no way. I went to a gas station to buy filled with people where you go vote at. I was like, no, I can't. It made me too nervous already. So there's people hanging off the bridge when you go up 95 to DC.
Wow. Almost like they did back when OJ was on the run.
Well, this is like more like greeting people, but for the amount of people, it really didn't have a lot of issues. I was really surprised. In DC, and you know, a lot of people aren't working, a lot of people don't have anything to do. I was just very surprised. It was like minimal, but there's planes like going around all the time. But it was like people all from every bridge, all the way from Richmond up. There's people hanging off the bridge with like Trump signs and crazy. But I'm surprised there's no issues. You know, I went to the gun rally, the one in Richmond, like last year, and you know, there's people selling like, you know, hand warmers, like water while you're fine. So like they profit off it. It probably brings in more business than anything else, you know.
Oh yeah, everything.
Might as well go sell some water, you know.
Well, they're gonna have to do
everything about business.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do some real crazy stuff to make us mad enough to fight each other, I think. It's
Oh, yeah,
they
that's
have hyped it up a lot more. I appreciate that, though. You telling us what you saw, because that's
Yeah,
what I
it was a
imagine.
big deal.
People are people. Um,
Yeah, it
I
was.
think most of us realize that this is a rigged system, regardless of who's in there. Some of us forget about it sometimes. But I mean, look,
Well,
look at these.
I was hoping Trump would show people that was the office had
Mm.
like, hey, yes, this is kind of silly, but you're putting all this energy and like dividing your family and hating each other for something that you really don't have any control over anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping that overall we would do.
They tell us right there, and they've told us all this year too, that the Electoral College doesn't vote the same way we do. They don't have to. They're not obligated to. So we really, honestly, by contract, have zero say in who's in the White House.
Sounds like that changed when Clinton was in office.
No,
about
it stayed the same.
The Electoral College stuff, yeah, but they need like different rules about it.
They
not like what you can do to get
to get in.
When it comes in and does the thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To get into to get a delegate, they changed the rules. Well, they also changed the voting machines right about then too. And if you remember, it was because of a bent Chad in Florida.
Have you seen the Germany thing? The Germany link yet?
The German.
No, what was
the Germany connection in I don't know, they placed a bunch of like voting machines over in Germany.
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah. I actually got it off the Facebook.
Yeah, these
Sidle servers, U.S. military seizes Sidle servers tied to the election fraud. I did an article on this. And it's the Texas Representative Louis Gohmert told broadcaster Chris Toledo on Friday during a segment on Newsmax that the U.S. Army forces raided the Spanish-based election data firm Sidle and retrieved company servers in Germany that are possibly connected to recent U.S. election fraud.
U.S. election.
The Barcelona-based company also has ties to billionaire George Soros and Bill Gates, who repeatedly who reportedly own stock in the company. And I guess this
the thing people forget, Trump took in the last 8 years, 10, 11, 12 now that he's been president for. So prior to him being president, he took about $400 million off of Soros for the very same towers, 100 and some million dollars in 01, and then 300 and some million dollars in 08. Then he stuffed his cabinet with Soros CEOs like Munch, the 08 Goldman Sachs guy that everybody wanted in prison for the crash, actually as the Treasury as Secretary of Treasury. Now they've married the Treasury to the Fed. Trump has been in Yemen since week 2 of his tenure, committing genocide against Congress 3 times. And I have people actually saying, we haven't been in an armed conflict since Trump got into office. Well, actually, technically that is true, because genocides are not armed conflicts. They are exactly that. They are genocide. And we are committing one in Yemen side by side with the Saudis, the very same enemies that Obama and Biden gave $100 billion to. Trump gave $400 billion in weapons, $400 billion, and trumped it up as he's saving the economy by doing so. And to date, we've only been paid $22 million for that $400 billion in weapons. The mother is still paying for the bullets bringing their children home in boxes. And I'm wondering, when is the lesser of two evils going to be just too much to vote for at all? Because this is just getting crazy. Yeah, I didn't vote myself, and I was a Republican senator's investigator. I stepped down. I saw these people. We don't have a voice in the presidential at all. In the other ones we do, but the problem is they go cross lines to help each other look popular in certain gerrymandered districts so they keep getting reelected. They actually cooperate with each other.
Their people are going to be in no matter what, whether they're overfunded or just selected or they're going to work in those positions. 98% of these people they're all worked into the position and blackmailed up.
It's political stuff. And I was like, a year later, I was like, oh, how's it was like, I don't know. I was like, what do you mean? Like, it was just don't talk about subject. I was like, that was weird. But I don't know what to say about that.
I like talking about any subject. Usually.
No, but it was like,
yeah, that's how I am.
Instead of being like, oh yeah, because I remember talking to him about it. He was like, I just like I was out of it. And I was like,
yeah,
all right, I guess I'll stop talking about that. I won't ask about the stuff or what he's doing. So just leave that alone.
So Tabitha, you've been noticing anything else in your area? What about your weather patterns? Anything suspicious? Any UFO activity? You got anything else?
A lot of storms. I think the stars look weird. I think they look like they're moving. It looks like different colors. And sometimes they look like a piece of pollen, not like a round. There's just one girl that has like starfishes in the round, but I think it looks like a piece of pollen. But there was a really high altitude planes just going around, but that's probably from the season,
Yeah.
Probably like still checking stuff out. People are traveling,
Well, thanks for the call, Tabitha. I appreciate calling.
Thanks. We're glad to have you guys back. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to be back.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, man, all this stuff. Have you heard about this movie Greenland, Catfish?
No, I not other than what you said.
So
earlier.
later on, check out the trailer for the film Greenland. But when I came out and I was talking about these asteroids and Planet X back in, like earlier this year, and I was figuring out there was this convergence of asteroids and I was kind of worried about this stuff. There was this movie Greenland, and they kept stalling bringing it out. And now it hasn't even come out on Amazon yet. It's not going to come out until mid-December, but you can get it maybe in a Spanish version or maybe like in Germany or something. But my friend was telling me, several people told me it's really good. But my friend Daniel today was telling me it's like literally the scariest thing he's ever seen. And it basically has to do with an asteroid scenario, but it's not your typical doomsday scenario, and it's really fitting to what's going on right now. I really want to check it out.
Yeah, people are always saying, we've got asteroids coming in real close. Like, they're not going to tell you about the one that hits, right? And from what I read, we have rains of them sometimes, where it's just going to rain asteroids at certain points. And it goes to figure, these are two actual solar systems coming into convergence with ours. As I understand, sometimes just the blue one comes in. Sometimes just the red one comes in and brings in their family. Well, this time, both of them are here. And these times we see special happenings. Like I said earlier, you can go outside your light dome and look behind us at night and see very clearly there's some very large objects behind us, blocking out the star field in the north sky and back behind us in the west. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about the moon doing cartwheels, but you and a couple people are starting to now notice that the moon is actually doing a cartwheel at night. And that is helping people wake up to the fact that, holy crap, there is something bigger than our governments going on collectively. And nobody on that podium is talking about it.
That's right. It's almost like there's a total information block on it. But, this does really actually get biblical too, right? This whole period,
it is.
I know we've talked about this before, but this is I wonder, Marshall Masters was talking about when the Blood Moon Triad came out, and everyone was Googling Planet X, and it was the most searched term for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying how he related all this to Christians because of how they were Googling the Blood Moon Triad. And then he was basically putting two and two together that Christians will mobilize in an event like this. And I found that comment fascinating in a way, because, and then I started thinking about like militia groups and other groups. And so as this thing ramps up, I mean, like, what do you think we're looking at military wise? I know they talked about the 30,000 trauma surgeons, they have these field hospitals.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you think we're talking like UN troops roving the United States if one of these calderas goes, or are we talking about just having our own troops here and every country fends for themselves? How do you think they got this thing designed? If the Earth changes get bad,
UN troops are already in place around the United States. They're just not in uniform. They're here. We're set up already for this. All this wind communications systems, everybody's calling it 5G. It's not 5G. It's military hardened communication systems called GWEN communication systems, all capital. And I trained on that in the Navy. That's how I recognized the components are the same components. They're setting up their infrastructure already. That's what the field hospitals are for, the communication systems, all this stuff. And the troops, they began this when Clinton was shutting down the military bases. Bush remodeled the military bases and was renting them out to China and Russia. Well, that's because we can't house foreign troops here. But they can if we rent out to them.
Now, I've also heard I heard there's troops up on the Canadian border now.
Yes, and below.
Possibly even like Russian troops.
Russian in Canada and in China and Mexico, as I understand.
Well, we have these Chinese foreign trade zones inside the U.S. I mean, all this is really bizarre, but it all seems like they knew what was coming. They planned well for this.
Absolutely.
They have the camps. They have. I was thinking too, Catfish, and Bethany, you can jump in on this, but the Antifa, the Black Lives Matter, the burning of Seattle and Portland and all this stuff. This quite possibly could have been triggered by say like the CIA or something, or FBI in a lot of cases, so that they could run a test ground on how to secure these cities during unrest. It seems like they ran a live action test, and now they're ready for the real deal.
Antifa is definitely CIA, and so is BLM. If you look at the basic propulsion of BLM, Black Lives Matter, all you have to do is Google citizens murdered by cop by race and find out that actually Caucasians are murdered more than all minorities combined. It reflects population. It's not a racist problem. The problem began in 1999 when they changed the policy nationwide for hiring police officers to low IQ only, under the guise that high IQ people get bored with the job. And the Supreme Court upheld this decision strongly. And they've been working at this a long time. Look at 9/11. That was 11 years after they changed the police force. Then they started doing what? Militarily training these people that are low IQ and teaching them to shoot first and go home later. All of a sudden, the dog starts getting shot, and so does everybody else that might be moving a little too fast. for them to figure out what's going on, and them being a little bit slow-witted, go for their gun first, just like they're trained to do. And we have allowed this to happen incrementally. I personally started fighting that back in '99 because I was trying to be a cop. And I scored a 98 on the ASVAB and was denied because I'm in the top 2%. So I was.
So you dealt with it. You realized
I dealt with it
doing.
personally.
Now this is
Yes, sir.
similar to what they've done this to the education system.
Oh,
too,
absolutely.
right? Because
Well,
you basically uncovered
with the core.
how they went into the education system and just dumbed it down. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, the core curriculum actually is what catalyzed me becoming a senator's investigator. I was an angry parent and had written a poorly punctuated paragraph to the management there in North Carolina, and with a side-by-side comparison of their current curriculum and the core curriculum, and proven a wide scope from K to 12, science to English to math, dumbing down of the children by a factor of 1,000, and intentionally to improve the scores on a global basis. And I was like, oh, that's unacceptable. You don't lower the standards to raise the scores. And I got yeah, well, the unanimous decision of the legislature.
Numbers. They did this the COVID maps. We got to go to another break. Yeah. We'll be back. Angry Catfish Briggs on YouTube is our guest. We'll be right back. Shepherd Bellis here. I bet you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats, all exclusive original beats that you can have for your very own music.
What's up, Real Good?
Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day.
Are they coming for you? They're going to come for me, and they're going to hate it if they do.
The all-original beat Judgment Day by Shepherd Bellis. Remember,
how you been doing, Real Good?
Original beat contact Shepherd Bellis.
We beating out with Champ.
Copyright 2020. IntelliHub.com.
Watching on one, listening to the other.
Okay. Such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state.
I got my phone hooked up into the speaker, so this one's probably lagging or something, or that one's probably lagging to this one.
Information to daily readers worldwide, making content secure, free, and readily.
I didn't vote this time either.
User-friendly.
Good deal.
Website theme. Please visit IntelliHub.com for your daily news and views. That's IntelliHub.com. You can follow us on Twitter at IntelliHub.
Y'all got some high-tech shit going on. I guess I'm kind of listening to one and watching on the other two. I'm watching 2 or 3 channels all at once. And monitoring my fucking earthquake map. Just had a 5.4 in Papua New Guinea. Matter of fact, we might be
nothing in this world works
ringing some bells here.
Nothing.
Oh,
governments do not operate the way you
not
think
yet.
They do. Banks do not do what you think they do. The police department
hasn't re-upped yet.
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does.
Mama's heating up to a lot of push. Fucking push from behind, not her. She's pushing, but from behind. Behind, she getting pushed.
Let's get actually specific.
Big
Look at how
time.
this creeps into the United States in our time. once again.
All right, we're at the Bilderberg conference, and the police are getting kind of weird.
Knowledge is power. And this is why so many people in America especially feel powerless, because they have no knowledge.
They have no knowledge. I love that.
Visible head is the Council on Foreign Relations in Manhattan.
The other God says, if there are not enough hats, the answer is not to produce more hats, but to cut off heads. They understand the law, and they understand how everything works. All we know is what we live with today.
We could change our own reality by changing the way that we think. Once we change the way we think, then we change our perspective on the world, then things around us start to change.
Shade, the motion picture, in embellishment purpose film, available for
He said he finished the movie, by the way.
search Shade, the motion picture, Unbound Productions, U.S.
My weather has been beautiful.
Sit back, strap in, and
Finally.
enjoy the ride. You're listening to the Shepherd and Bella Show.
Oh, the wind was crazy. I gotta give you that. It's been beautiful, but the wind was fucking crazy here. We had some branches down too. That was...
Wow. Wow, this show's been a wild ride so far. We got Jeff. Oh no, we got Rob. I read it wrong. Rob, you're on the air with Shepherd, Bethany, and
Hey, welcome back, guys. You read it wrong. Jeff and Rob don't sound nothing alike.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen some crazy stuff for weeks. One night I was just out here, stargazing, smoking a cigarette, and apparently I guess they said they launched a rocket, SpaceX rocket from Florida, and I have pictures of that, but it doesn't look like a rocket. It looks like a triangle to me. And then, so I usually get up around 3 a.m. I like to stargaze, so I just come to my window and hang out the window for the most part, and stare at certain stars. And when you do that, you'll start seeing, stuff move and stuff like that sometimes. But I guess this bright light just appeared, like a star or a portal opening or some sort of explosion in space, and it got really bright, really kind of like orange or red, and then faded out. Lasted about three seconds.
Well, that's really interesting. I go out and check the stars out myself. I know Catfish does. Have you ever seen anything like that, Catfish? I don't think I've ever seen anything.
No,
like that.
I haven't got to see one of the SpaceX's displays. I understand they're quite spectacular, though.
Oh, that was a trip. It reminded me of a boat moving through water, creating a wake.
Nice.
That's just what my mind was telling me. So I just grabbed my phone and double clicked and started taking pictures.
I would love
and then later,
to see
everybody
it.
was telling me it's a SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, I'd love to see it firsthand.
I'll try to send you guys pics. The pics are on my Instagram. Well, I took them down on my Instagram because that's mostly for cannabis. My buddy yells at me when I go off cannabis. Well, thanks for letting me call in. Yeah. I'll keep my eyes on the sky. If I see anything move down here in Virginia Beach or, anything like that, I'll notify y'all and let y'all know. But I love y'all, and thanks for having my call, and y'all have a blessed night.
You too.
If you need anything,
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it.
let me know. Yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous, that's all.
Oh, no. Nothing to be nervous about, man. We appreciate the call, man. Call in anytime. So, that's interesting. It looks like you saw a star exploding. I go out and I check out these stars, and they I don't know, things just appear a little different to me than normal. It's I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like my directions are turned around with the stars just slightly. The moon's definitely rolling and moving. I've witnessed that. I see a lot of like what people would say are satellites traveling through the sky. I guess they're satellites.
Yeah.
They're going all different directions.
If you have binoculars, you can actually, once you see one, you can start tracking it with binoculars. You don't need telescope to see them. Some of them are big enough you can actually identify what they are. You can see the space station distinctly. It's up there. I'm not saying the footage we get from the space station is actually space station footage, but they've actually got one up there.
Right. Yeah, this is interesting. And they all fly in this low Earth orbit and go in all these different directions. Now, recently, I know they talked about the moon. I heard something where they said they found that the moon had a big patch of density in it, like a bunch of metal grouped together or something, or some solid core part of it, but it's like offset. It's not really in the center of the moon or anything. And they also know the moon's hollow. Have you heard about this?
Yeah. They've it rang like a bell back when they were orbiting it, and they shot the orbiter down onto it in the 60s there. They also announced that they found water recently on the moon, as if it was a new discovery. They had discovered that, I think, 11 years ago. So they're just,
I saw that.
Yeah, they're repeating things now. Like I said, but in 2018, they also said that the Earth's spin is slowing down, and they theoretically blamed the moon, although the moon's been there forever. They said 2018, beginning in 2018, is going to be known as the year of the big quakes because Earth's rotation has begun to slow, and they made it a big mystery as to why, nobody really looked at it. Just like the whole wall of glowing hydrogen on the edge of the solar system announcement last year. And what the hell is a glowing wall of hydrogen?
Now that's weird. It's like what? Okay, a big sun's moving in there.
Yeah, well, you looked at that, I'm sure, because I've mentioned that before. But NASA literally exactly said there's a glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system. We theorized that it might be solar exhaust. We're not sure exactly what it is. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what it is. What else is a glowing wall of hydrogen? I mean, come on, it's a sun at the edge of the solar system. And they announced it last year about the time we started watching these things moving in on GOES and spitting out magnet signatures that we recognize written all over Giza. Not a coincidence, and I'm glad I was watching to see all this stuff.
Here's what an article out of the Next Web. A dark and mysterious rogue planet has been discovered, and it looks a lot like Earth. It says most known planets orbit a star. These planets, including Earth, benefit from the star's warmth and light and all this stuff. But it basically says you got this planet just flying through the system. This rogue. I don't know if it's like a cover story or if it's, or if they're talking about this, this is like an actual, object. I mean, this is getting so bizarre, but they're making a lot of admissions lately.
Well, they don't have much of a choice. We've got planets bigger than Jupiter slapped right outside of lunar orbit that you can see at night with your naked eye. We've got planets bigger than Jupiter rounding the sun that people are seeing. But I keep telling people, honestly, if you want to see them, look at the ones in the dark. You don't have to stare into the sun. And all you got to do is look. They're there. And they're huge in our sky. It's going to get you ready for the day the sky rolls back like a scroll. Because what it is right now, we've got what you call a Cherenkov radiation buildup. It's where radiation builds up in a magnet field, and it glows blue. It's like it's blue like the sky. It's thick like terrestrial fog around us, to the point that it's showing up as a charge in this wall all around the planet. And when one of these magnets that's behind us shifts a little bit, it's going to release that Cherenkov, and Ra, the blue Kachina, is going to reveal himself, because we have already been dancing with him in the plaza in tribulations for 10 years, since the moon started being confounded. See, we were writing about this globally, just we didn't have the context for it until now, of course, because now we're seeing the same things that the ancients were seeing, from technical to legend. And that's why all these people of legend had to go into all these apprenticeships for years before they could even tell the tale. Because if they changed the legend, we wouldn't understand it when we started seeing it again. Now I understand everything I've been reading my whole life.
It all comes together. They hopefully, but now all of a sudden this week they say you can see every planet in our solar system this week. And it says this on the CNN, it might be time to break out the telescope. This week there will be some not so familiar sights in the sky. 7 planets will be visible at various points in the day. It makes you wonder: are these our actual planets, or are some of these other planets others like a cover story?
Yeah. Well, it makes you wonder. It does. I don't know for sure, because I haven't broke out my telescope and looked at these planets that they're pointing at, because the ones that they're not pointing at are a lot closer in our night sky, and they don't show up as points of light. They show up as big shadows.
The article starts out: this week there will be some not so familiar sights in the sky. 7 planets will be visible at various points in the day. It's getting weird.
Yeah, everybody I send out at night comes back, oh my God, because they didn't expect them to be so large. Well, we've got one actually our size within lunar distance. It barely fits. And it's right above where the ecliptic is. It's in the north of us. It's one of these ones that's making swirls go clockwise in the northern hemisphere. Its pole is influencing our weather. It's so close. And you can go outside and see, basically, first thing you're going to notice is there's no stars up there in my northern sky. Well, stare at that a little bit longer. You're going to see the circumference of why. It's huge. And it's a planet. It's a big shadow. And it's like, oh, wow. Well, understand we're actually surrounded right at the moment, and it shows up very well on the ISWA goes ISWA in NASA every day, where Earth is closing field lines. And in nature, there's only one reason for a field line to close, and that's another field line is interacting with it like a magnet, and they're pushing each other away. They're closing like fists and pushing each other away. Well, our electron magnet is actually drawing energy from the bow shock, intensely heating up Earth and causing all of these volcanic regions to start going crazy, where the tectonic plates have calmed down a little bit, in the fact that she's actually heated up and made the joints a little more juicy than they have been. The mantle's a little warmer, so it's moving easier. It's not quaking as much. But on the other hand, all this induction heating does what? And they use it as furnaces for kilns to melt metal really fast. And it's making this magma hot. And all these volcanoes are starting to go off. So we're taking one with the other. And that's why I believe Yeah, and you can see it in the heloplots where all the heloplots are vibrating now all day, pretty much, and it's showing up as magnetic braking, which is slowing the spin of the Earth. Which, like I said, it's nothing NASA hasn't said. It's just I've got the proof as to why, and it sure as heck is not the moon. that's that's one thing I can prove because I stick to the magnet spectrum, which, as you had mentioned earlier, is empirical evidence in court. It's not a lens flare. It doesn't lens flare. It's IR spectrum, infrared. It doesn't do any of those camera tricks that funky clouds do, or other effects of cameras. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff when you're messing in the magnet spectrum. And that's why almost everything magnet that I can point at, except for ISPA, has been shut down recently, I think, because they don't want us
along
getting
with some of these Earth-based telescopes. I
Mhm.
mean, it's just what the things they're setting down are good signs that to let you know like what's really going on here because
yeah.
they went in and they're basically trying to put a block on all this information. Is that right?
yeah.
I mean, they don't want any
Well,
of this out.
look, the Crown Vatican DC Corporation literally rules over by proxy of printing 180 nations money out of the UK central bank. It's not a coincidence.
And they're all tied together. One more
Yeah.
break. We got one last thing coming up with Avery, Catfish, Briggs, our guest. Stay tuned, everyone. We got open line 260-217-7437. Get in on that. Are you tired of reading the same old boring name?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of light now.
Try intelhub.com.
We're getting a lot of light on the planet now. I'm seeing it in the east and the northeast a lot. I don't know if it's reflected or if it's raw direct sometimes because it's so bright. It's like, we're getting to an exciting point in time. Look at Iswa right now, and then later, and then before, and then 100 frames later, earlier. It ain't stopped fucking escalating for months and years.
Don't forget, go to
if you've been watching it, it's just been a slow train wreck. Now it's almost physically notable every day, the progression of this situation we're in.
Nothing in this world works the way you think it does. Nothing.
Awesome. Hi, John.
Governments
Welcome
do
back.
not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do. The police department is not here for what you think it is. Nothing in your world works the way you think it does.
Oh, it is for you, Kat. It is for you, isn't it? It's been 3 weeks since he had a show. I'm excited. I'm glad he's back. It's been a good show so far.
The United States, but in our time, once again.
All right, we're at the Bilderberg conference, and these police are getting kind of weird.
Cat sitting, fun times, John.
Knowledge is power. And this is why so many people in America especially feel powerless because they have no knowledge.
I love doing this with Shep. I didn't know if doing a radio show would go over well or not, but it seems to.
The other God says, if there are not enough hats, the answer is not to produce more hats.
Next phase, huh?
They understand the law.
Well, at least you know Pittsburgh better now.
All we know is what we live with today.
That's some consolation, right? Should I send your wife the John's Away from Home pack? Cincy cheap.
The motion picture. In embellishment from the film.
I love you, John.
Free on YouTube. Just search Shade, the motion picture. Unbound Productions UA.
All right, I gotta get off this chat.
Shepherd Ambella.
I'll talk at the wrong
I bet
time.
you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats. All exclusive, original beats that you can have for your very own musical project. Just contact me
Homebrewed.
on Facebook, Twitter, or via
Homebrewed
email
call.
and set something up. Let me know what you need.
Chef
for your
said
project.
homebrewed
Here's
call.
my latest beat. I call Judgment Day.
You on break, bitch? He did too. He said homebrewed call. He did. You the man, motherfucker. I already dropped an F-bomb on him.
Judgment Day by Shepherd Ambella.
He's like, get this old man off of here. Let's talk to homebrew. You gonna motherfucker and get you my channel.
Shepherd Ambella. Copyright 2020. He prefers drawing man over Bigfoot and
He did. He said homebrew call in.
once got in a fight with a
I said homebrew call in too.
His passion for the truth is infinite. He is Shepherd Ambella, and you are listening to the show.
Jamming.
Angry Catfish Briggs is our guest. Bethany Adani is joining us as usual. Bethany, what have you thought about the show so far today? I know you just been kind of kicking back, listening to all this. What have you gathered out of this? And this whole magnetic signature thing, Bethany, going back to Egypt, and how they met and how they buried it into their artwork, and Catfish has uncovered the shape of these signatures in the modern era.
Well, what it makes me realize is I still have a whole lot to learn. And as far as the planets are going, I don't ever remember a ton. Not that I was always into astronomy, but I don't ever remember. I always liked looking up and looking at the sky, and the sky does definitely look. What I noticed is a female, because it's all about like who cares if it's a nice car, just worry about the color kind of thing. But it seems like it's just the sky, and it's different.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's funny that you earlier mentioned shadows. Angry Catfish, that my daughter noticed like the clouds. She said the clouds look like they have shadows. I don't know if that's significant or not, but just remember her noticing that and her telling me that. She's been really into Spanish, you know that.
Yeah,
right. And then you mentioned this thing about the goosebumps, which kind of rang true to me because I've just been, Chef, I don't know if I told you about like the goosebumps, how I said, just remember like the goosebumps being like the sign that you're with the right person. Do you remember me saying that to you, Chef?
Yeah. I mean, this is all coming together. Now we got a caller, Homebrewed. He's on the line or here. How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm just chilling out, relaxing.
Yeah, man. What do you think of the show so far today?
I'm enjoying it.
This man.
Catfish.
Yeah. What do you think about all the magnetic signatures? How they are buried into this artwork in Egypt, and he's noticing this. I mean, he showed me this stuff, and how it's looking very similar.
Well, I always wanted to read hieroglyphs myself as a kid, or be an astronaut. Those were like my two favorite things, and it's worked out really great in that I actually get to understand a lot of things that are said in hieroglyphs now. It's absolutely exciting to me
Understanding the magnetic signatures and understanding, being able to translate what I'm seeing, on Islam, for example, and then seeing it carved in stone, and then turn around and get to look at it in a barrel cell, that I can hold in my hand too. So it's kind of an overwhelming experience for a lot of people, and even myself. And there's always those new aha moments as you continue to learn.
Now, homebrewed, since we're talking about magnetics, people like Bob Lazar have often talked about these UFOs and how they can, I guess, somehow bend space-time or something. They're called anti-gravity. It seems like they operate on magnetics as well. Do you think this is somewhat of the same principle that goes along with what is being discovered here with these, going back to Egypt, the actual signatures? Do you think this is some of the secrets of this space travel?
Well, absolutely, and they wrote about it in stone. So, like, you can see the magnetic signature, the accretion disk, the two inertial planes, and understand how you read the gold plane from Peru, the schematic that it shows. You can see the exact same thing in a barrel cell. Sure, absolutely. I think it has to do with magnetics because energy and electromagnetics governs the universe. So I think if you want to travel at whether it's through a Lazarus seat or in a craft, the magnetic has to evolve.
Now, Catfish was talking about this magnetic slowdown of the Earth, magnetic braking, and Dr. Jason Rand, when I interviewed him for the documentary, he's the author of Return of Planet X, was talking about de-acceleration. Do you think any of that could be somehow changing the time of our current day right now? Because me and Bethany are thinking like, man, we're doing all this stuff, but the days don't seem like they used to. I hear a lot of this. Do you think that it's possible that time could be changing with this de-acceleration or this magnetic braking of the planet?
Sure, and you guys were talking about this earlier in the first segment, and personally, I was thinking more in a logical reason for that is the time, our days are getting shorter, so we're having less than a daylight in our day. So we still have the same amount of tasks to accomplish. So that's where I kind of thought with that. But in the sense of what your question with time is, yes, the time is shortening in the sense where how I track it is like a couple battery operated clocks that are not tied to electricity or internet, and I just watch to see how they vary with like your cell phones and your computers that are on the internet can be altered. And I've noticed over time, I've noticed 35 minutes difference. Whoa! So
this is fascinating.
Yeah, we've been keeping track of that for a while.
They've supposedly put atomic clocks together to where they took one atomic clock and put it in an airplane and flew it thousands of miles, and they left one on the ground, and the times were different. Now, this is weird. Dude, I want to start running these tests.
Yes.
I mean, so you're saying you noticed like over a 30-minute difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 35 minutes now. It's slowly accumulating more time difference. It's just a kind of battery operated clock, it's a AA, two AA's that'll last, a year or two. And that's all it does is just keep that little digital LCD going. So that'll last forever, years probably. And that's all I do. And I just compare it to my cell phones or my computers that have internet access and could be changed remotely.
I've got one on my stove that's digital that I've been monitoring also. That is correlating right along with John's.
If it's electric, electric will be.
Oh, right. I see. Yeah. Right. So it's only good for a shorter period of time. So yours is good to go for a while.
Yeah. And mine, I have to reset if I lose power. So, yeah. And I
wanna-
reset
I wanna
mine when I
comment-
read the difference too, just to reset it, because I'll get it, I'll let it go a couple of
Yeah.
weeks. It'll get like 6 or 8 minutes, and I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna reset it because I'm not gonna be able to keep track of it if I keep letting it go. How much per day, and it's starting to pick up a little bit when they
Now,
changed over
if
the
you,
time.
if you guys think about it, what we're really talking here is about to top it off. There's another layer to this, which is what Homebrew touched on. They've got us all hooked to these devices now that automatically update.
Yes.
So they can essentially change all record of everything. They can change. I mean, let's get into websites that control the moon cycle, the tide chart, the
Sunrise, sunset time.
Yes,
sunrise,
all of
and
that.
sunset time.
We
I mean,
talked
we
about
are
that.
talking.
Yeah. We've been
So-
doing by actual handheld compass and documenting sunrise bouncing around the sky. John's doing a really good job of that. A lot of people are.
If I could interject, I know another commenter was talking about the shadow. His child was talking about shadow in the clouds, and I have an explanation for that.
Definitely, yeah.
What if Eric touched upon the Cherenkov radiation? You know, he talked about it a couple times. We see that inside of our atmosphere as well as like a blanket haze. And I call it the electric haze because that's where I was learning about electric for the first time. But I have noticed that as well. I've been trying to get good pictures and even do my own video. And as you know, with a shadow, you can't see its shadow trail, so you only see it when it hits an object, right? You hold your hand out and suddenly you can see your shadow on the ground. You don't see the trail between your hand and the ground. Well, to do that, you have to have something there. So we know this electric haze or Cherenkov radiation is there and it's completely covering us, but that's the way that it's showing us that it's there is by seeing the shadow. And by seeing light. Because light behaves the same as the shadow. It's just whether there's light or not. They both behave the same way. They travel until they hit something. So that's the explanation for the shadows. There's actually something there.
Yeah. Now I've seen where it looks like there's a big V cut out of the sky or something, like a big planet in the way of the sun all of a sudden or something, or massive object.
Yeah. And with a
that's the thought. Yeah, well, that too, but like more like when the sun's below the horizon. I've seen it to where it shoots like a beam out, like a whole cut out of the sky, almost like something in front of the sun.
A big shadow in the middle of nowhere.
That's a shadow. There's something in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you live in like in the plain space, where you have no obstruction on your horizon, how are you still seeing that? Well, something has to be in between casting a shadow, in between us and the sun.
Right.
But it has to be close so the shadow will cast on us, small area.
And that's what I mean by we're surrounded by these things in the sun side.
And you'll see
too.
in the opposite direction too. That's where we think we're seeing wrong.
Really?
Yes.
So it's sunset
and sunset.
I'm sorry, in the west, and then you turn and look, you've got the exact thing.
And catfish, so you're saying they're all over?
Oh yeah, all over around us. Absolutely. And we can see that in Iswa by the impact on the maps that we're looking at. I'm able to produce quake predictions up to the minute magnitude region going on Iswa on the quake map pattern that I found years ago when I was teaching Dutch how to predict quakes before I got good at it. But I've been doing that live on my other channel. By the way, I stopped making videos on the angry catfish because, like I said, we have discovered the unified field, omnipresence, 1748 hertz, and translating hieroglyphs. I think that's enough for one YouTube channel. So I require folks to look at all the videos on that one, about 400 of them before they're allowed on my other channel, which I blow glass live nightly and we sit around and chat. So it just now homebrewed here. I gotta tell you, when I read my first hieroglyph, I had no idea how I was doing it because it was so off the chart crazy that I was doing it in the first place. Homebrewed was a very key player in figuring out how I was doing it with those planes from Peru, those golden planes, and showing schematics.
It's amazing how this all comes together and how certain people are all tied into this and people are really untwining stuff. We're out of time for today, everyone. I really appreciate everyone who called in, and go check out what's your channel that you want them to check out right now. Mostly Angry Catfish Briggs, and then if they make it through all those videos, they can join your other channel. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Great show.
Thank you, Chef. I'm glad you're back. Glad you too, Bethany.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Bethany. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Well, that was a fucking awesome show. Ugh. Yay! Thank you, John. That was awesome hearing your voice, man. Hearing you talk. That was awesome. That was awesome. I always like listening to John. Thank you, Seven. That was a good show. I really had a good time. I'm glad Bethany got a hold of me and asked me to do that. That was good stuff. See, I didn't get the rain, but I got that high wind shit going on, DK. Real odd. Beautiful skies, but really high winds for the last few days. It calmed down today, though. It's really nice weather here. Thank you, Dana. Thank you. God, that's some really good weed, too, by the way. It's grape pie. that went really well. Like I said, I didn't know. When Shepard first approached me, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. And on top of it, I didn't know if this topic would go well on radio because you just got to see the fucking magnet signatures to believe what we've uncovered. And it sounds crazy, but I'm glad. I mean, Shepard's been really open about it and telling people where they can go to see the fucking magnet signature. So it hopefully, I mean, it's waking people up. It obviously is. My comments have been going crazy on my older videos since I stopped doing videos over there, which is all I wanted was because some of them older ones are really way more important than my newer videos. I'm just repeating shit there. Hey, Carol, how are you? Thank you. I'm glad John got on there, got to chat the last bit, man. That was awesome. Listening to his input on this. I thought, personally, I thought that was the best part of the show because I got to listen. Thanks for calling in, John. That was awesome, man. Was glad to hear you over there and hear your input on this interesting developments. I'm glad you did. I'm glad. Really happy you called in. Yeah, the skies have been really freaking beautiful, haven't they? And in the morning, it's like, what the fuck am I really looking at? It woke me up early this morning, about at least a half an hour earlier than it usually does. Nice, Heather. Yeah, it's still, well, oh, the sun's setting right about now. Oh, I need to turn back on my kiln. The show's over. I can blow some glass now. Oh, ow, shit. If I can move. Oh. Okay, we got some pot to smoke. I think this chair is what's hurting my back. Part of it, anyway. Oh. Maybe I'm just sitting wrong. Ah, it's better than sitting on the concrete. Oh, that's for sure. No, and then picked up your phone. See, it wasn't that hard, John. All you know this subject by heart, bro. You're a natural. You know it enough to just go with it and tell them what you know, man. It's beautiful. I thought it was awesome. I really liked hearing your take on this. You did a really good job, John. Seriously. It does. That's how it happens. If you're very knowledgeable on the subject, you're going to be very strong in your knowledge, and it's going to show. The little mini tornadoes, yeah, they little dervishes going on high valley. Yeah, very unscripted, huh? I I love that about John. He's gone out and I mean he came to me with just as many questions as everybody else, and John decided real quick like that he wanted to go find out, and he is really he brought 1700. He brought that fucking metal plate to us. I was off looking in other directions, and he comes off with the frequency plate in the center of that hieroglyph. You know, I mean, he's been integral in this whole process, uh, helping me realize how and what was actually going on and why I was able to read these things. He was integral in helping me decipher that so we could start teaching other people how to do it. And that he also helped me pretty much concrete that I should very much not spoon feed any fucking body or give any fucking body any leeway, any shape or form, because you have to go out and learn this by yourself. You can't just watch my videos and get by and know what John does. It's just that's my videos are just I'm a map drawer. I'm gonna show you where to find this information, and it's up to you to do it. I know I get a lot of people mad at me, and I don't care. I hope everybody comes out as strong as John, and quite a few people have, of course. Uh, a lot of you are right here. um, but yeah, I really appreciate your effort in this. For I have somebody to send people to. You don't fucking like my cussing? I got the solution for you. And John's always there. No internet connections. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Heather. It's crazy in a lot of aspects. Number one, it's been right in front of our fucking face for eons, and all of a sudden, okay, here's another crazy thing. We're the ones deciphering this shit. I, it ain't Graham Hancock. It ain't the great minds of fucking YouTube or fucking conventional wisdom. It's us sitting here in the dungeon talking about fucking unified field and omnipresence of the creator and all this fantastical shit. It's fucking nuts. You can say that again. Several different layers of it, actually. Walnuts, pecans, peanuts, the whole fucking deal of nuts. We got the whole mixed can of party fucking nuts right here figuring this shit out from atom to galactic. So yeah, nuts. That's a good word for it. You probably didn't cuss once. I dropped an F bomb like a motherfucker, man. I know I did. I caught myself too. I was like, oh, I apologize instantly. I was like, oh, fuck, I just dropped a fucking F fucking bomb. Fucking sorry. Oh, shit. Well, it's been a pleasure. I mean, I'll tell you what, it's given me goosebumps more than once. I'm sure it has John too. It's what better duty than to learn and share what we learn. You know what I mean? It's been a pleasure, actually. Fuck, I got so many answers. I didn't even know there was questions too. We got them now. And to boot, I got cats, elephant off in the mail today. It's been a grand day. Just one F bomb. I know. It ain't too bad, but I was feeling too relaxed. I try very hard not to cuss on his show. Hopefully, he'll just be able to bleep that out or something. It was a real quick one. And it was in a caller too. I dropped an F bomb on a caller. I'm like, oh, See, he wouldn't have had to worry about that if he'd have called Homebrewed first. Homebrewed wouldn't have cussed you out your caller. Oh my god. Oh, he isn't monetized? I thought he might be. I didn't know. Shit. I'd be up here all fucking it up. No, I try to stay respectful. It's not my channel. I don't wanna get all excited. I do that over here enough. Yesterday, I'm glad I got the green butter in before everybody started talking about the Anunnaki burning Earth down and sucking us into black holes and all these things I've covered extensively. Previous videos. That's why I like people only over here that have watched all those, because I don't want to have to feel that kind of shit over here. I'm trying to get something done in my dungeon. We're gonna make beautiful things like this, except shaped a little bit differently. They're gonna have the hole here and the hole here instead of the hole here and the hole here. It's gonna be inverted. And the California chillum, you hit it like that and you light it like this. It's a COVID thing to do. It's a popular thing right now because of COVID. Because you're not exchanging spit, your lips are not actually touching the piece. You're sucking right here. It's a California style chillum. So we're gonna make a few of them tonight. Now you drop an F bomb every other word. Nice, Heather. I do too. Then I got on my kid yesterday for doing it. The belly button fiasco. Yeah, John, I'd had enough of all that. I'm like, all right, you guys know how to make green butter. Have a good night. Fucking out. I passed out too, man. I drank a whole fucking milkshake of green milk. I made green milk with my green butter yesterday. I gotta tell you a little something about green milk and mint chocolate chip ice cream. Have a pillow prepared because you're gonna need one. Make sure you got a drool nap because you're gonna need one, or you're gonna wake up with a sticky pillow. Because I'll tell you what, I slept like I was doing push-ups. I was like, fucking slept hard. I slept good. And I slept long. I was like, oh yeah, this. Maybe that's why I woke up to the first crack of dawn this morning. I don't know. It's fucking delicious. Delicious. Green milk with mint chocolate chip ice cream in a freaking milkshake. Delicious. Yeah, my kid's got a crazy mouth on him too. I've tried to curb that a little bit. Good night, DK. Sleep well. I'm gonna creep back out here and turn on my oxygen here in a little bit. I'm up to about 800 on the kiln. I want it to be a couple hundred more before I turn it on. That was awesome doing a fucking homebrewed live fucking on Shepherd's show, man. That was pretty fucking cool. I know, John. You thought I was going to lose all my videos again? Yeah. Well, at least I didn't fucking take it down and fucking make another channel. I was just like, fuck it. I'm out of here. I thought I laid down the rules for this channel. You ain't allowed over here unless you know what the hell you're talking about. This is my work channel. I don't want to get all worked up. This is my dungeon. This is where we make stuff. Pretty things. Come in here talking about hellfire on the planet. I have to punch you in the eye, turn off the video, get to work. No video. Yeah. No videos were harmed in the recording of this video. Yep. It's always the green butter. It starts trouble, isn't it, John? Fuck. No more green butter shows. I'm gonna leave this one up. Shit. It was a good show. And it's short like it needed to be. Like an hour and a half or some shit, you know? Right after I cut the feed, I'm sorry, Thomas. I was halfway to the pillow. I just hadn't figured it out yet. I don't even think I let the damn thing close fully down before I was out of the chair onto the bed. Actually, it was one of those situations. I drank too much milkshake. Oh shit. Well, thank you, Heather. And then today I woke up, there was like probably 30, 40 comments on some of my older videos. And I was like, oh, nice. So I think people finally got the picture that they should probably look at this information because it's fucking mind boggling. And that's basically the comments I'm getting too. It's like, oh my God, I had never imagined fucking, shit like that. So I'm glad I retired that channel. I really think that's the best move. Just the way people over there, they either like it or not, and they're gonna see it because I'm not gonna be making new updates. Oh, I'd love to myself if John's willing to. I mean, he's got to put up with my ass. be like, God, just don't pay attention to him. He's going to drop F-bombs. And to do another show like that with you, with Shep, I was fucking really glad to do the last segment and just sit back and be like, all right, let John talk. Because fucking, I don't get to hear your take on all this all the time. I mean, I know you understand it, you got it, but I was happy to hear this. Shep asks the right questions. He has a knack for it. And that's why I said I wasn't sure if this topic would even go well. Remember, I was talking, I don't think it'd go well on radio. Well, what goes over pretty good on radio, doesn't it? He does. He asks really good questions. You can tell he's done his homework too on a lot of this stuff. By the wording he uses, you can tell he's even, empirical evidence, kind of stuff. And, I'm really impressed with him in particular too. As far as you've seen what I've been through with other channels and why I kind of hang out over here in my corner. And it's exactly not because of what Shepard does, because he's good at what he does. And he's very transparent. He's fucking very transparent. He really just, unlike anybody else, he wants people to understand what he's presenting and what's being presented. And you can tell by his questioning. I really, really do. I like that a lot about him. That he looked into this. I respect the, me, that's all I want out of anybody. And here he is. He's Mr. Big Time producer and shit. He worked with Alex Jones. This man's actually, he talks to people I've been trying to talk to, David Icke and what's his name? Fucking Mr. Planet X. That guy, that guy that keeps using that volcano cam. Him, I've tried to talk to these guys for years and give them the moon and help them out with their research. Moore, yeah, John Moore, I think. I've tried to talk to all of these cats, and he talks to them, and here he is. Shepard's actually doing the homework and looking at the moon and looking up. I'm sure he looked up lunar phase because he's looked up magnet. He understands he understands. You can tell he gets it. So, yeah, I'm just impressed with that he actually took the time to, because it sounds fucking crazy, doesn't it? What we talk about, it sounds crazy, and he's looked. I'm excited to see what he's done with this film. I am so happy he backed it up and protected it, because apparently I would like to hear the whole story one day, because he gave a pretty good story in the opening of it about what happened to his computer and how they attacked it and shit, trying to get the information out of it. John, that's the beautiful thing about it. I couldn't have done this alone. I needed you to go out and learn and bring back to me, and like Hermetic, like I said, with the stem cell, everything, all of this. That's the fucking beautiful thing about it. We put it together. Ah, yes. Yeah, he does. Exactly, Valerie. He does. He does a lot of homework. I'm really impressed with Shepard. Um, again, I have to say, I was under the wrong impression about his show. Uh, I'm happy that I agreed to him coming here and talking to me about this. And I'm glad that I went on his show the first time and again today. It it goes better on radio than I had imagined. I mean, especially listening to John, because you can tell that it's not scripted. It's something that's been researched and gone over to the point that it rolls right out off of John's tongue without hesitation after questioning. And it just every word he spoke struck me as a fact, and it would be something enticing enough for me to go as a person hearing it for the first time to look it up and see what everyone's talking about. So I think it goes over pretty well on radio. If guided by the right questions, I mean, like I said, Shepard, it requires the radio host to be a little bit up on what's going on, at least, too, and the technicalities of and specifics about what we're talking about, which I don't see anybody else even trying. So I'm going to stick with Shepard. I really, really like his show. I like his line of questioning. I'm really impressed with his actual research and looking at the medical journals. He's like, man, these are facts. These are medical facts, and he understands that too. And trying to tie it into the auras. That probably is what the original or origins of auras. People getting the feeling, of course, when you interact with your magnet fields and stuff, and all that. I feel energies and auras and all that stuff. The esoterics stuff that I've always rejected is very easily explained with a magnet field, of course. So I'm sure the roots in esotericism began with that, like he was getting into today. So like I said, I could agree with that. He's 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 done some work to get himself to where he is. Understand, you know. Yeah, Heather. I think that they're just like the Kachina in native is Ra in Giza. It's just different names for the same thing, basically. But I would rather look at it in a Pharaoh cell than in a God. I hate to even be like this. In a fucking bunhead's fucking video with pretty colors and flashy things and his words going on telling you how about about how your third eye is gonna enlighten you with magical unicorn farts. I'd much rather look at it in a Pharaoh cell so I understand it rather than believe something somebody said. Uh, that's just always been me. I'd rather see how it works before I believe it. Flashy production doesn't do it. It's the difference. I know. I hate to be like that, but that's just the way I am. Take it or leave it. Well, our third eye is the pineal gland. And that is, if you cross section that shit, it's the magnet signature of Ra. That's that goes right down to the fucking formation of the human being as a biological entity being connected to this magnetic signature. That's definitive proof that, as far as I am concerned, we started on that sun. All right, John, drive careful and don't text. So, yeah, our third eye is definitely connected to the magnet. It's connected to the blue magnet over here, not this one. And that's why we don't have it working. It's an ultraviolet. It's connected to these eyes. It perceives ultraviolet. These ones don't. And we need the full boop to get it. Yeah, it's the third eye. It literally helps you see in UV. And it's in line with his exact magnet signature. We belong on Ra. Mom started on Ra. That's why all the legends go with him as her father, all that stuff. For sure. What's up, Freeman? How you doing? And that's why our DNA is inactive. We don't have, we're on a very low energy sun compared to the energy output of Ra. When we're in, you'll see a difference. Good. That's why we're given it. Yeah. Well, we're able to disassemble guillotines at a rapid pace. So I suggest getting used to your magnet and learning how to relax that thing, because Mama's gonna protect you and Daddy's got her back. Scott Walter. Okay, I was gonna say that guy sounds familiar. Um, and they did start here about the same time the Sumerians did, and we were already going in Egypt as far as the temples go. The pyramids were built after the Anunnaki had already succumbed us, and they built them in the middle of all these temples that we had been scribing on, and they had no idea what our writings were about. And they told us this, and they said that they tried to cover our own tracks using the same pantheon. And then they built these pyramids. They only speak of building the two, but there's three. The third was built after we got trapped over and everything went sideways. And they buried the pyramids and all our temples, and they came back and undid them. And they were talking about the inundations and all that shit in the cuneiforms. They pretty much tell you what happened, how they did it, everything. We just didn't have a reference for what they were telling, understanding of like what the hell is a void? How does a planet get trapped in a void? Well, now we know. We know why they had to bring the moon in to complete the circuit, and all that stuff. And everything now makes sense because we've got the key to understanding what they were talking about, which is physics, basically, which brings me full circle to why the fuck didn't Albert figure this out? Or did he? And was that manipulated? Because he didn't go to the public. He didn't have an avenue to do what we're doing today and giving it to everybody freely. You bet. You bet, Valerie. Yeah, I've looked into a lot of this. And the cuneiform tells of like the descendants of Cain, for example. They can't grow hair on their face, and they took up base in the tall peaks across the sea with the lake between the two peaks. Well, that's Lake Titicaca in Peru. um, and they can't grow hair on their face. That is the descendant marker of the descendants of Cain, which is still prevalent in the Native Americans today. So they began pretty early on over here in the Americas, where they hunt animals with horns, great animals with horns. That was definitely up here in the Northern America that they were talking about down there with the Great Wall in Texas and shit. These are all Anunnaki bases that they had, and they blew up. They also talk about how the earth is scorched from here to there. And they're like, well, we don't know. It must have been like a war, and then the fire spread out over the landscape. And it's like, suck a bag of dicks. The fucking cuneiform says very distinctly they set off fucking nukes all over the fucking place and had fallout and killed everybody 3 or 4 fucking times. That's why the rocks are scorched from here to there. you know, and the survivors, of course, of the deluge and all that stuff, they said very clearly they survived at the tallest peaks in the Andes and stuff. They told where they survived this shit from in the cuneiform, which we've been listening to a lot on this channel, especially. So yeah, hopefully they'll go and check out the ACFB because I covered a lot of that in the Anunnaki Lies Exposed, the Red and Blue Division, etc., etc. A few of those videos over there. I don't go into the guy Scott Wolfer's confessions or anything. I'm not actually familiar with him, but I have heard through like Hancock maybe that it's theorized that the Grand Canyon was originally the some of the original settlements and shit like that, Isis temple and all that stuff. Through just documentaries recently, maybe Viper TV or something. I don't remember where, but I do know that if that's his theory that's being bounced around, I've heard it. It may have, huh? Yeah, I really have. I've done my homework. Well, I've begun to. Like I said, I only read my first hieroglyph 2 years ago. I took a year to have it verified because I didn't want to give out the wrong information if I was just crazy. and I had it cross-checked by a bunch of different people in a bunch of different ways, and everything kept coming back 100%. So then I started looking at other ones, and then that bled into Peruvian ones, and I was realizing slowly that this is, look at the plane, look at the labyrinth wall in Peru, all these things, and then all of a sudden Ra pops up in a totem form, in a totem pole out of stone with his magnets interloping and plumes, and I'm all like, oh my god, look at that! It's the same guy, same clothes, same dingly cobra, but it's showing the technicality of how he's holding the planets, and then here's the moons over here, just like they're showing in Egypt, except a little fancier. And that was one of my last ones. I don't even remember which one it was that I put that in, but it was an amazing, like, oh wow. So I mean, we were literally globally. There isn't anywhere on the globe that doesn't have these marks that denote, right down to the scrawlings of Native Americans here on the walls 10 miles from my house, with Birkeland current clefs and positive and negative denotations to suns and their planets and the interactions they have. We were literally doing this globally at one point or another. And the proof's in. The proof is in. It's no longer speculation. I wish this could get to Graham Hancock and all those people that are so-called trying to prove a global civilization. We've got the language. Done. It's solved. We were global. And we have been overtaken by hostiles. And we were also drawing that globally about how we were being taken over. And it wasn't pretty. So, and that was global. And it's been twisted and construed to absolute utter bullshit. And when you look at it in the light of like what it really is, it becomes very fucking evident that what we've been taught is bullshit. And that's kind of what John was hinting at tonight with the whole, fuck, dude, I've always wanted to, and now I'm understanding, and it's that easy. It's that easy. That's why this has to go out to everybody, because this is something everybody can perceive with their own noggin once they start looking. It's that simple. I can't take credit for it. This is divine intervention. This is stuff we were writing ourselves in absolute unliable fashion. It wouldn't make sense if it didn't make sense. Yeah, it's about 150 from optimal temp at the moment. It's getting fired back up, you bet. The best tool to waking them up, I find, is catching that moon doing cartwheels. Give them that video I posted up of Daza there explaining Tycho Crater very clearly. And that can usually wake somebody up. It's been working. Funky clouds, political shit, that can come after their eyes are open to, holy shit, look, my sky's doing cartwheels. Because that usually, that'll set them on their butt. Once they realize that shouldn't be happening, but it is, they don't even have to understand the mechanics of why yet. It's not that hard, light, shadow, ball, flashlight, circles. end over. Problem solved. So, once people start seeing the flippity flop of the moon, though, and with the shadow, of course, they'll understand a lot better. Unfortunately, the moon won't be really visible and useful as a tool for another week or two because it's got a crescent out, new moon, and then move a little bit away from the sun in our perspective, so it gets some good motion going on. The closer to full moon, the more it fucking really rocks and rolls because it's got more time in the sky, of course. It's almost supper time. It is. Damn. See, for y'all mere mortals, I bought pizza. Well, good, Heather. Hopefully, hopefully it helps. It's helped with a lot of people's family members. Just giving them the moon and stop trying to give them everything else and back off. Don't be pressured about it. Just point out. Hey, look, fucking moon's confounded. Isaiah 24:23. Have a nice day. I'll see you tomorrow. You know what I mean? Well, have a good night, Freeman. Always a pleasure. He may go off the deep end. Well, you don't want to have people going off the deep end. Have their heart and their magnet in hand, a little bit of scalar physics, calm them down, because that's the whole point about waking them up. We've actually got the answer to not being afraid here. And that's why we're given these tools to, calming his magnet in his heart and getting out of here might help your brother a lot. Really. That's it probably would. That doesn't mean you got to give him the moon. Just teach him about his magnet. I don't know. Teach him how to calm it. Feel calm. Shut this one down. Just shut it down. Stop thinking for a minute and start feeling calm. Just calm down. It helps sort this one out. It's raising your frequency, protecting your alpha wave. It's literally physics. It's biology, and it's going to help his brain waves settle down. Give him Greg Braden Heart Brain Institute. Simple as that. Not even got anything to do with me. And then talk to him about it. Tell him you found something that helps you. And it's medical. It's medically based without pharmaceuticals. That might spike his interest. I don't know. It might. Yeah, it's John's got some good videos. Keep pointing over to his channel. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. And he's probably on some sort of farming, and he probably doesn't like it. And just tell him, look, I discovered something that we actually have a magnet in our chest, a really powerful magnet. And this guy here, this is a medical study, and they're doing these things, and I've found that it helps me. So I thought it might help you. I thought of you and thought you might want to listen to what this guy says. Cherry pick something good about your heart and brain coming out of the Heart Brain Institute there. It's not hard to do. Gray Braden gets excited about it, and he'll probably listen to a couple of them. I know they're very interesting. They're short. They're 25 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that on his channel. And they're very informative. And he'll probably want to talk to you about it after that. And tell him you've learned how to do this a little bit if you have, and if not, I suggest you practice it. Shutting this one down, feeling your calm, and it'll help you clear your head. THC CBD is also a good medicine. A lot better than the farmers. But I found that just talking to everybody about, and then down here, it seems to be working with an awful lot of different medical conditions and helping folks. So just passing that along is beneficial to humanity. THC, CBD, you can take that in moderation in your food. Hemp seed, really good for that. Uh, um, some of the over-the-counter CBDs have all the THC removed, which isn't really good. Uh, Although it's good, CBD, raw CBD is good for all kinds of stuff. Some of the more important things, you need a small amount of THC to catalyze the CBD into different medicines for different parts of your body. And regardless of that, the oils and the amino acids and stuff in the hemp seeds are really good brain food. Hey there, Pollyanna, how you doing? Did you get to catch Shepherd and Bella's show with John Homebrewed? Fucking welcome to his channel, starring. It was exciting. It was a good show. We're gonna listen to it again. One blown glass. You having a good day? Good. Good. About time, sweetheart. I had a good day. We had a 2 or 3 hour, I don't know. It was a while. Couple hour anyway. Interview with Shepard. He got the movie done. All kinds of good shit going on. I'm excited. We got to hear John on the radio. We got to have interviews on the Shepherd and Bella show with Homebrew. It was fucking awesome. That was a highlight of my day. It really was. You got the beginning? Okay. Yeah, you were having dinner. Oh yeah, Valerie. It's that's what lit my fire. years and years and years and years ago. I had to go out and make sure everybody had access to this shit. And that was my goal, trying to fix things. I had a clear goal in mind. I haven't quite fucking accomplished it yet, but we're getting there. Hemp's legal now. It just isn't in every tank. And come to find out, we really don't even need hemp fuel. To be honest, we just need some magnet propulsion. Simple as that. Fucking open halo wave transport. Off you go. As far as the human biology goes, it should be our food. It should be our food. It should be our food. And it was. It was our food forever. Porridge, gruel, all that stuff. It was made out of hemp seed, crushed hemp seed, because we was growing hemp for everything, for oil, for ropes, for fucking everything. Guess what hemp got? It got seed. It got a lot of seed, and we were feeding motherfuckers. It ain't no coincidence that that little tiny seed has every nutrient and then some that the human body requires for thriving, not for surviving, thriving. It has every nutrient, every vitamin, every amino acid, every oil your body needs. Not a coincidence. It's good food. You bet. That's been my whole drive for my adult life right there. Jack Harris saved my life. I was on pharmaceuticals. I was in the hospital sick as fuck and ran into marijuana as a medicine. Yeah, they have stolen humanity from humanity, probably on it. Guess what? We giving it back. We stole it back. We stole it back to the point that we stole back more information than they ever had. And they're like, damn. And they sitting back talking about, shut up, Einstein. Look at this fucking crazy fool. Well, yeah, see now, because of Senator Davis's hemp bill in North Carolina, I don't know who got that passed or whose work that was. Maybe I do. I was trying to get medical and I got fucking industrial hemp legalized and sanctioned by a state. Oops. Honestly, I looked at it as a personal failure until a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago now, maybe three, at the most three. Because I was reading again all these damn prophecies, and they kept talking about how it's going to shake the whole world. I was like, damn, you know, CBD is pretty gentle. You know, shaking of the world with the gentle means. I was like, holy fuck. Oh yeah, frying your egg. Come to find out, it's actually the required element for proper human brain synapse operation. Nice. Awesome, Thomas. It increases the field. Yes. Isn't it beautiful? And we got one in our chest. It's fucking amazing. I didn't know it till last year. I'd have been stacking that motherfucker for a while. I had no idea I had one. Yeah, Pollyanna, hemp should very well save the world. Jack Hare wrote Emperor Wears No Clothes. That's a fucking beautiful book. I would suggest, if you haven't, reading. The light bulb lit up. You saw it. Good. See, that's what happens when you go out and you start looking at your own research. Because I'm not going to bring the thing that you need to see. I'm just going to bring proof, and you should go look it up. And you're going to run into exactly what you just said, your light bulb moment. And I'm glad you brought that back, because I haven't seen that video. I think that's pretty cool that you got your light bulb moment out looking at magnets and magnet motors and how that works. It's the fucking only way you should learn this with yourself. And that way you can tell people, and you don't have to believe anything you're talking. You don't have to believe me. You don't need me, because this is going to go off one day, or who knows, I might get pissed off and just erase all my shit. Then where are you going to be if you don't know that? That's why you got a wrench, Tom. And that's awesome. And you too, Pollyanna, knowing about your hemps. That's very important. We can't be letting society get back to this fucking control bullshit. We've got plenty for everybody globally. We don't need to be fighting. And it's important we have all this information, not just me. We. If it was just me, then we'd be back to that control situation where I would be able to patent this shit and control your lives. That is not the way we're going to be moving forward. Period. Just by the sheer fact that I discovered this and disclosed it before any fucking body else means I already fucking own it. Nobody can fucking copyright it. The public has it now. You can stop typing, John. We love you. Get home safe. Yeah, anti-seizure drugs don't do very good, do they, Pollyanna? Some of the side effects are seizures. Well, I've seen it done a few different ways, Thomas, with the opposing magnets, and you got to position your copper wire properly to catch it. I've seen it done in a Hallback array and a neodymium magnet base. Boom, bring them down with the copper wire in the field. That does it, but you got to hold it there. You got to figure out exactly where to hold it, because you bring it up and down until it lights your light, and all you do is put your magnet and then up to your LED. Bam. When you light it, you figure out how to fix that, and that'll perpetually make energy forever. At 1748 fucking hertz. I also have a working model where they have a ring set up and they set up the magnets equidistant and catch that field in the middle, and it produces enough to light a bulb. Also, they're all little bulbs, not real high energy bulbs, just, Yeah, hemp it grows like a weed. It is a super crop, absolutely. And it's been stifled and kept from us. They had to legalize it in World War One or two because the jets, the viscosity of the oils, from petrol oil, were not good enough to lubricate the jet parts, the jet engine parts. So they needed to reproduce hemp oil because the viscosity in it is amazing. It also burns in your tank better than gasoline. It lubricates your engine. It does not eat your rubber parts like ethanol does, like corn fuel. It's nothing like corn fuel. And that said, I knew when they introduced ethanol that they would soon be legalizing medical, at least, because the main reason they wanted pot and hemp illegal and demonized is because of the fact that it burns better than any other fuel that we know. The actual plant growing it takes out 4 times more carbon per square foot than any other plant on the planet. Therefore, it would remove more carbon than it could have ever produced burning in any tank, because you're still left over with a massive amount of carbon fibers after producing your fuels, food, and clothing, and everything else with this plant. You would actually be cleaning the air, burning it in your car. They knew these things when they made it illegal for us for alcohol. Prohibition is when this began, because the Crown Vatican needed a reason for the DC part of the corporation to be the strong arm and to go enforce 180 nations worth of UK central banks established in blood and lies over the globe. And that reason would be oil dependency. And it worked, didn't it? Because if they had told us that we needed to give our sons and daughters to go establish 180 UK central fucking banks, I don't think there would have been the first person that thought that democracy would be worth giving up your firstborn child. But here we are today after millions and millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of people have died over this lie. So that was some of my motivation for legalizing marijuana, knowing all of that, and being a vet and watching the game be played with all these presidents changing names of our enemies just so it makes it okay for them to give them billions of dollars in weapons. And here we are today. So, yeah, it all ties in very well with your fuel tank and our electric generating, our food, everything else. It seems like every lie I look at is just pretty all encompassing. And that's why I attack it, because it's got to get the fuck out of the way. Excuse my frankness, but that's just the fucking way I feel. Yeah, cotton. Cotton. Again, all these other industries flourished because of it and benefited. All these side industries that were really out of. They had just made the harvesting thing that would separate hemp really well, like the year before they fucking made it illegal. They had made cotton and all these paper mills, tree cutting obsolete in one fell swoop. We were also pouring gasoline at the time, literally, as waste into the ocean because the hemp alcohol was running our cars and everything else. That changed in Prohibition. All of it. The petrochemicals became a thing. And like I said, in World War II, they had to re-legalize it because the viscosity in their synthetic oils was not good enough for the jet engines. And the only thing feasible was hemp oil. And they used the excuse for rope. They needed to produce rope. Well, it was a byproduct. They needed the viscosity of hemp oil to lubricate their jet engines. Is the truth. That's why I say grassy knolls, you can't look at them. As soon as they throw out a grassy knoll, you got to look away and start looking exactly in a 180-degree direction from that grassy fucking knoll, because that's usually probably the truth of the matter. It's like they ain't going to point out the meteorite they know is going to slap us right in the ass. They're going to point you out over here to look. They're going to point you at a bright, shiny star so you're not looking at the fucking dark shadow over here. That's how they do it. That's how they hide things, by pointing out what to look at. And people listen. Not this fucker. I've been smacked in the side of the head for looking before. I learned that lesson. What? Bob! Oh, don't look that way again. You get fucking sideswiped. It's the way they work. So, I mean, you know, you can call me paranoid. Go ahead. Go ahead. It works for me. I'm not going to deny it. You bet. I get paranoid, and it helps with life. It ain't paranoid if it's real. You know, I mean, being paranoid over Palladian messages, you know, that's a different story. Being paranoid of your government, it's probably based on some pretty good foundations. Period. Every time they open their mouth, you know trouble's coming. It's like, fuck, there he is, back on the podium again. Oh man, I told y'all this fucking election was gonna be fucked up more than any other election, didn't I? Didn't I? I said they're gonna outdo the last one. They're gonna outdo it. They're probably gonna give it right back to Trump. They're gonna give it to Biden and take it away, give it right back to Trump. It's gonna be the biggest fuckery you ever seen in your life. That's about all the detail I gave you. That's about all the detail I had. I ain't no idea what the fuck they gonna pull out of their hat this time. I just knew it was gonna be the highest fuckery we ever seen in our lives. And I'll tell you what, I am not disappointed. I am completely not disappointed in what I'm looking at. I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of what I expected. Dude, when they implemented them fucking machines after that bent Chad shit, everybody knew that all you had to do was slide a fucking certain piece of paper into them and they fucking counted 100,000 votes. This was documented. They had done it for Argentina, specifically made those things for Argentinian votes to be fucking rigged. That was why those machines were made. They fucking found it out in public 30, well, I don't know about 30, fucking at least 20 years ago, for fuck's sake. And then they come out with this year. This year, they're talking about fucking what I just told you about. Argentina, they fucking originated and fucking, I read the fucking thing today. I was like, oh, because I read it. I was like, oh shit, look, they're pulling the Snowden and a fucking moon has water. They're bringing out something fucking 20 years old, acting like it's new. All of a sudden, oh, these things are set up and they're rigged. No shit, fucking Sherlock. We've known this definitively for since before they were implemented the first time. And now they're calling the election on it. That's not fucking coincidence. Come on, America, wake up. We're being fucked with, just like I said we was going to. And hearing on the radio that caller in talking about everybody all hanging out and fucking woo woo and shit like that, that's good, man. They ain't out in the fucking street fighting like the government wants us to be. That's every day we ain't doing that, it's a good day. And fuck the government and fuck fighting over them. This is fucking a whole bunch of fuckery, and it's about time people start waking up to the fact that this is a whole bunch of fuckery, and it's way more than we should tolerate. We should just, I mean, seriously, look, we don't have to fucking stand up or anything. All we got to do is sit down at our dinner table and tell the cops that we're sitting across from in our family and the CIA agents and the fucking county clerks had enough of your system. Stop patting them on the back for their government jobs and give them some real fucking like life in their face. Be like, look, man, this is enough. This is enough. Would you just fucking stop being who you are? How about you look at yourself in the mirror? I stepped down as a sitting senator's top investigator because I saw this fucking system is literally designed for one purpose: dividing us. Period. And it's time to stop. It's time to stop. And that's just the only stance I can see working. And if it takes pointing out the moon is doing cartwheels to start waking them up to the fact that something bigger than their boss is going on, and their boss hasn't told them a fucking word about this, that they need to fucking pull their head out of their ass, maybe. Stop taking orders from this fucktard, because you're going to get everybody killed. Yeah, well, we're the ones that perpetuate that good old boys club. Our family members, little Joey down the street. We know these people. It's and they're our relatives. They're the ones that vote. They're us. Us. This is the first year I've never voted. I didn't vote at all. I usually, if I felt disgusted, I'd vote for Yosemite Sam, but I would vote. But this year, I didn't vote at all. I'm like, I abstained. I'm like, fuck this whole fucking system. I'm fucking fed up with it. And look at it. Look at where we're at today. Nobody even knows who the fucking president is. Now we're talking about fucking lawsuits and shit. What do you mean lawsuits? We were talking about lawsuits before. Hillary's still walking out there alive and fucking well and free as a fucking jaybird. And Trump literally just quadrupled Obama, Biden's, and Hillary's high treason combined. So, I mean, who's going to get arrested here? Nobody. It's all hype. It's all grassy knolls. It's exactly what I said it would be. Of course, it's the highest fuckery we've ever seen in our lives. To me, this beats Bent Chad. Because I mean, look at the history of these machines, and we've known this. This is like a Snowden event. Like I said, it's insane that they're even popping it out like this. Yeah, some poor patsy, maybe. Yep, exactly, and that's about it. I'm gonna hop on the Shepherd show. Go turn on my oxygen. Need to make sure it's playing. It's not. Oh, there it goes. Now it's playing.
And without further ado, here is your host.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm back. We're back, everyone. And Bethany Adani is joining us for the duration of the broadcast. We're going to have a great show today. We got YouTuber Angry Catfish Briggs. He's going to be joining us after the first segment right here. And we're going to be getting into all these nuances that are going on with the lockdowns, the 2020 VP4 asteroid that just swiped by Earth, and they did not notice it until one day after it had grazed us, it scathed us. The closest documented pass of an asteroid in history. So we'll be talking about that. We're obviously in continuity of government still, and the lockdowns are ongoing. It looks like the saga continues. Bethany, how was your week? What have you been up to? I had we can talk about it too here in a second, but I know you had some issues, and then I had all these technical problems. They literally, right when I was wrapping up the documentary film, they basically blew out both of my Mac computers somehow. You know, I keep wanting to think that I mean, it seems like it could have been like partly my fault, but then there's this whole chain of events that occurred that I'm just I'm pretty blown away by. I expected it, so I took extra measures and safeguarded the film and everything. But this took 12 days with Apple support with an executive from Apple until we could get the film files in my computers back on track. So I was dealing with that, and then of course I had to basically. So to make all that work, we had to wipe both of my systems entirely. Not just the systems like you think you would. We had to go in and actually strip out the entire containers on each computer and recreate new containers and the whole 9 yards. So that was a nightmare. So we got that handled, and then I had to reinstall all the stuff for the show audio, and do everything from scratch. So here we are. Bethany, how was your week?
Well, my week's been pretty unplugged, which I think is great for all of us to do from time to time. I mean, it's just so much to take in, and Shep, you know the pressures that are on all of us, really, because this new norm is not going to become an old norm. It's going to be the new norm for, as far as I can tell, it's the new norm.
Right.
Their new norm.
Well, that's what they want, you know. I was talking with my good friend Daniel Groth with the Vasistas podcast, the WID podcast out of Germany, and we were talking about this whole COVID thing, but
Shit,
the
fire.
slave training that goes along with it, and how
I don't think I've
they got
smoked
this
enough
whole
pot.
thing orchestrated. But yeah,
Or
he
even
was
enough
nice
green
enough to help
butter
me with
yet.
some of the technical problems I was talking about. So you know, I'd like to give him a big thanks. But man, we were just having this good back and forth conversation for about 20 or 30 minutes. And it's a lot of it's what you and I talk about, Bethany. Just the whole conditioning, the slave training and everything. But he had a guest on the show the other day, and they basically came to the conclusion that we have on this show, as well as like this COVID's just virtually non-existent. They started logging, you know, flu deaths and coronavirus deaths as COVID and hyping the numbers, controlling it, and then, you know, pumping out the fear. And but now we're going to see wave 2 of these lockdowns, and that's what I want to talk with about all of this stuff with our guest, Angry Catfish Briggs. He's a YouTuber. You can check him out.
YouTubers! Like no other YouTuber. The fuck off my channel.
You know, the slave training, but I briefly mentioned this asteroid. It scathed us. I mean, this is fascinating because before we talked about how the elections were going to be held up, we thought they might suspend them, or I did at least. And now they're kind of like held up. They're talking about tying things up in court. Then this asteroid literally is the 90th asteroid to scathe us this year that came between the Earth and the Moon.
In the Moon.
But this one only came within 4,000 miles of the planet's center of the center of Earth, which is basically, I think the Earth is like something like 4,000 miles in diameter.
Yeah.
You just take it, not its circumference, just the diameter, the side cut.
It only misses by a couple thousand
So
miles.
we're looking at this asteroid was basically only 2,000 miles out. So it seems like they were braced for impact.
Just about.
And I don't know if anyone's seen that movie Greenland yet or anything. And what movie were you talking about, Bethany, earlier?
My son was telling me about it. I'm not sure if it's a show. I just didn't get a straight answer from him. He said he was going to send me the material, which he didn't do yet. But it's called The Songbird. So I don't know if any of the listeners know if it's like, he just told me about it. So I haven't really looked into it just yet because there's, I mean, although what am I doing procrastinating? There's nothing else to look into, is there?
Well, you know, this is this Greenland movie. It's like they keep pushing it back, but I think I've got a way to watch it. I might get to watch it tonight, and I don't know if anyone's seen it. Maybe they can call in later and talk about this movie Greenland with the asteroids. This fascinates me, and I heard my friend Daniel tell me from Germany that it's literally the scariest movie he's seen in his life. So I'm curious to see it because it's like they've released it in certain parts of the world, like maybe in Espanol. They've released it maybe like in Spain or something, and then they've also maybe like in Germany or something. So it's bizarre. I don't think it comes out in the U.S. until December, mid-December, like that, on Amazon.
Yeah, that's what they did. They pushed up the date of release, at least like you said in the state, Shep. And if I could just say a shout out to all our awesome and loyal listeners, Shep, because I know you need to take care of your technical difficulty.
Oh yeah,
and what a nightmare, beyond a nightmare. I can't imagine like how, oh my gosh, your stomach must have just dropped.
Yeah.
I mean,
I almost had like 40 heart attacks a day for.
Why am I leaking water?
Yeah, I mean, and you've worked so hard on that documentary.
The film's done, everyone, by the way. So we're finalizing the details right now. We're going to get it on DVD, and we're also gonna release it on YouTube shortly after the DVDs come out, because we encourage everyone to get the DVDs just to support what I did and went around to do. But of course, you know, if you can't afford the DVDs or whatever, you can still watch it on YouTube. And you can support our sponsor, persurvive.com, PER survive.com. That
I
helped
don't
with the
have
film.
anything above that.
Yeah,
Why in the fuck?
We're just great. And you know,
Where
I mean,
is
that
that?
took a lot
Gotta be in the kitchen.
for myself and Aaron Cole to go travel around to all these places. I mean, we were, I mean, that was just like grueling. And then I did like a straight up 4-week edit or something that was just, you know, full on 14, 16-hour days of just straight on editing. And I got this thing done. And it's mind blowing. Really. I mean, you guys are going to have to see it. It's a different type of film. It's not your cookie cutter documentary. So get ready for something different. So yeah, this asteroid though, Bethany, 4,192 miles from the planet's center it passed. And this basically reaffirms all along what I've been saying with these close calls. Now we're also going to have John calling on Wednesday to talk about this because he's been tracking this object and all the details on it. So we're going to find out every single thing about this asteroid, why they didn't notice it, what's going on with all this continuity of government. And that's going to be a great show on Wednesday. So, and coming up after the first break, Angry Catfish Dregs. Bethany, I'm just like, I'm going crazy today. Where I just basically got everything set up right before the show. So everything tested out and it's all working. So I guess that's good, huh?
We're going with the flow today because I don't know about you, Chef, but I feel like I haven't been speaking into this microphone in ages because it seems like the time is so weird to me. And maybe Angry Catfish can, you know, maybe have something to say about that because I don't know about you, but we talk about this all the time. The days are just going so fast.
Yeah, you can't get anything done or anything, it seems like.
Yeah, it just seems like everything is.
I mean, I know I do so much in a day, but it feels like, I don't know, to me, it just feels like time's different or something too. That's funny you said that. We'll talk with that with Catfish. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been
I wonder if
noticing
there's
it
any.
myself.
Yeah, but in one sense, but in another sense, it just seems like, you know, last week it's like, oh my gosh, it's already like it seems longer ago than it was. And I guess that has to do with the time speeding up. I have to find out where it is, but there's something biblical where it talks about that a little bit. There's, I think, one obscure verse that talks about like the time to some extent.
That's fascinating.
You know,
no, really, you know, that really is fascinating. Wow. I wonder what were you saying about the quickening too? Remember we were talking about that. I wanted that all into it. But Dr. Jason Ram, and you guys are going to see this in a documentary film. He was talking about the acceleration and deacceleration of this potential brown dwarf star system and what that might do. You'll be able to hear more about that. I mean, it's wild times. Did you know that weather's just going off the charts right now too? I mean, it's just different for people in different areas, but it's not typical weather.
I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, but Dad, I was like, you know.
I mean, even like this guy.
Clean it up, please.
Even my kids notice it. And my daughter, of course, you know, she's really into the planets. My son, he's more
just
into
water.
Like, you know, hoping.
But it started raining over here, and I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I had a leak in my pipe. I'm ready to just freak out and turn off my water and shit. It's just it's a wet floor upstairs.
I got so many messages, you know,
I went into panic mode quick. Oh.
Absolutely. I mean, you come into these little like rough patches and whatnot, and so, but I appreciate the prayers.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank God. That's why I'm laughing. I'm like, all right, panic time's over. Nothing big, just a wet floor, bleeding through. I'm like, I can deal with that. I said, all right, I'm not mad. I said, I would appreciate it if you could clean it up. He's like, I was like,
We're gonna have Indian catfish.
no need to be defensive here. I'm laughing. Oh, now Patches is gonna drive nuts. Oh, this is what I love about pre-recorded. Yeah, baby.
Contact Jeopardy Amber with us. He appears in the documentary film.
Here's the good part.
To silence. And
No, that's the third section when John comes in.
He's a good friend, man. This guy's cool. Angry Catfish Briggs is joining us right now. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, good, good. I was just wondering, I've got you plugged into my speakers so everybody can hear you playing the live on my show too. How are you doing, man? I didn't want to bother you. I'm usually busy.
Yeah, it was like a combo of me being extremely busy and then some technical issues and stuff like that. But I got it all worked out. I'm excited to get the show going again full time, and we're gonna have a lot of good content coming up. But this documentary film came out great. Your parts in the film came out extremely well, and people are gonna it's gonna just pop their mind.
You know what's funny? I'm gonna have to rewind this because I keep missing the part where he's talking about when he's gonna release the film and shit. Or did he say?
That was a smart move on your part.
Yeah, I mean, just be like the next day, but it just kept going and going.
Oh, absolutely.
The U.S. until mid-December.
Yeah, I'll listen to it again before I go to bed.
Convinced that you got attacked because they want you to keep that English over it in your pants.
Right.
Once they see that.
Soon? Okay, thank you, John. Thank you.
I'm
glad you got it finished.
I've been
fucking
noticing that just pointing out the fact that it's not normal field rotation to have Tycho Crater at 3 o'clock to 11 o'clock in between all over the moon.
Right. Now, how's the moon normally supposed to act? Like, how did it always act?
Tycho Crater in the northern hemisphere, roughly where I'm at, Colorado, there should be about 6:30 position on the moon phase. It'll rotate up to around 8 in the winter because they call that a wet moon. Well, that's a seasonal tilt. It's only a few degrees. We're seeing about 180-degree roll of the moon each night now. And that should never happen unless, of course, you jump in a Concorde in New York and fly to Sydney real fast. And then you should be able to see the moon upside down. They have the moon very distinguished by hemisphere view, North Hemisphere and South Hemisphere. The man in the moon is supposed to look one way in the North Hemisphere and one way in the South Hemisphere, never miss. And they talk about that in Isaiah, confused, confounded. And it doesn't know if it's a North or South Hemisphere view. That is also known as a wax and a wane because it's rolling the divider shadow from one side of the moon to the other with the crater. It's actually up. We built it on our axis,
That began sometime October-ish 2010. I have found thus in my researches that begins the tribulations on Earth, and that lasts about 10 years, for 10 years, 5 months, and then tribulations is over, and you're into basically what they call the quickening. That's when all these huge magnets are converging on each other, and I have proven that actually black holes are the convergence of magnetic fields. You can see it in real time in a ferrol cell. It is very clear that you can actually make them magic.
Now, Catfish, for the listeners now, explain these ferrol cells, because isn't this like where there's like a special fluid, and this fluid is magnetic, right? And it somehow reacts with the magnets and forms patterns. But can you kind of explain that in detail?
Yep. You can buy one. It's a ferrol cell, or you can make them with pieces of glass. And like I guess they use like mink oil and ferrofluid, which is microscopic metal shavings in the fluid, and they put kind of like an oil and mix it up and push the things together, get all the air out of it, and put LED lights around it. And it will enable you to get a perfect hologram visual of the full magnetic field in action. In such detail, we found out that magnets do not have two poles. Just as they depict them on the walls in ancient Egypt, each magnet has 4 poles. They do not reciprocate. They come in and out of the accretion disk. And that explains why we have energy coming in at the equator of Earth, because that's your accretion disk. And that's why the equator is warmer. And then you have the energy coming out the poles and out the back in field lines and your aurora borealis. It totally explains everything from the atomic to the galactic. We accidentally figured out the unified field and omnipresence while you were gone.
Now this is fascinating too. All of this frequency, magnetics, the patterns, though. I mean, these crop circles almost remind me of that in a weird way. But I mean, these are really geometrically perfect patterns that these things form, right?
Well, the laws of physics would be universal throughout the universe. And that's what our language was. We've actually found 3D statues in Maya territory in Peru of Ra. This is England Cobra wearing his tunic and everything. It was just last week. A friend of mine, on Facebook, said, look at this. I was like, oh, that's Ra.
Yeah.
And it's in Peru. We were writing the same story globally. And so-called Anunnaki said they didn't know exactly what we were writing. That they took on the personification of our so-called deity and tried to basically hide us from ourselves. They were trying to cover our own tracks. And they started taking on these pantheons, like that's when Marduk became Marduk Ra. And he also, his brother went over there. He was the winged serpent, known in Peru, in the land of the lake between the two peaks. Where's that city top? Oh, that's what that is. And the sons of Cain, or the descendants of Cain, the bearing marks on their face, the lack of beard, they can't grow faces. All of these things have been given to us just recently, and I can't look at it like at all to be in my world. This is divine intervention away from to us. I have never looked at Egypt before, and all of a sudden I can read this ending. It's pretty weird. And now not only me, I've taught thousands of people how to do this now at a glance. They're using hieroglyphs. It's just basic physics and the way anything moves through matter and magnet and frequency. That's all it is. There wasn't any linguistics involved
Now,
in our original right.
Catfish and Bethany too have in the listeners. We have open lines 260-217-7437. The Coral Castle in Florida. Have you heard of this place?
I've been there.
What do you make of it? Tell us about it. Like, describe it.
Well, I believe he used the same technique the Sumerians and the Egyptians were using to move these blocks with magnetism and frequency.
Now, the Coral Castle, I don't know everything about it, but it's like this guy built his own structure that kind of looks like a castle, and it has these really big blocks, and there's tales of this guy like walking down the street with blocks floating above his head with ropes tied to him. He's flying these blocks like kites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you are using the right frequency with our electron magnet, we can. I have a working model on my in my videos that shows a central magnet with overlapping. It has holes in it. You put this little bracket in it. You put little tiny magnets around the central magnet. Then you roll a bunch of steel balls at it, and it catches these steel balls in pairs where they're floating in space. It traps them in a void, and that's how planets operate. They have to be in two. That's why there's simply once they trapped Earth in the void that created, they had to bring that moon onto us to lock us and complete the surface. Mm-hmm. That I actually have a working model for on stage, and that's how planets actually orbit. It's not gravity at all. Magnetism. We have a huge magnet at the center of our solar system, and it is nothing more than an induction furnace. And it's not billions of explosions every second. It's literally an induction furnace. It's a huge magnet that is driven by our Creator's eternal voice at 1748 hertz on the electromagnetic field.
Now, have you, Catfish, have you noticed that there's been these double rainbows lately? Like there's a secondary source of light or something. They're showing up all over Facebook, all over social media. I was talking about this with Bethany.
That defines scientific proof that there's two light sources right there. Number one, you can't get two rainbows out of one prism with one light source. And two, look at the spectrum. The light spectrums are different on each rainbow. I mean, what is a light rainbow? It's a light spectrum. We got the full spectrum on the bottom rainbow, really red, deep red, purple, and slim yellow on up to the other red. It's a different spectrum on that top rainbow. That's double definitive proof that is two distinct light sources and of two different light spectra. It would be a lot harder to explain if it was another sun, the same spectrum as our original red, orange, yellow,
right,
right, but it's not.
I noticed that too. The colors were different. Bethany, have you seen this? These double rainbows showing up lately?
I've been hearing it out on my. Yeah, it's wow. I'm just taking this all in. It's just fascinating. And your words, that's fascinating material. I just.
Yeah, well, also the weather pattern. What about weather? I mean, not only is the weather everywhere I've been lately.
There's an awful lot of clockwise rotation going on in Washington.
Really?
that to be. Oh, absolutely. If you look at the other hand, we actually have to be moving spots up. And there's a couple right now that are not active. So those are the influences. I've been seeing people out at night, outside of your license, look to the north, northwest, northeast, depending on what time of year, and the west. There are plans you're going to do this. Now, the moon is actually just huge. Behind one of them is west. 2 months in a row, 2 nights after 4. Right about 40 degrees off the horizon, and it just kind of start looking like it's fully eclipsed. And then it goes away.
Now, I've also been noticing all this rhetoric in the news about space, still they're saying like all the planets are visible. They're saying a rogue planet flying through our system right now. And it's like hoping to admit it. I don't know if it's a cover story or the truth.
Deny it, or to damage his genres are actually getting great pictures of this stuff. Myself, I've always stuck with the magnet spectrum because it's visible in court. It doesn't really say none of those excuses are false. So everything I've got, like that Bingo Cobra, the Sapphira, what is that lady, Cat Goddess?
Yeah.
I've got hers now, too. And that's supposed to be legendary mother sister. Well, it's funny, we've got body parts that look like the magnet signature of Ra. That is like what the T-Mountain has, the third eye, right? Face is that magnet signature. Well, that's just simply telling us that we were actually designed and created while Earth was on her first father's sun. Oh, Ra. Our body parts coincide with that magnet signature for a reason. And when we get back onto that fucking cramp, I understand that is the plan here. We're going to be basically a moon to talk for a while because we won't have a moon to lock us in to the void if we skip suns and leave our moon behind. Well, we need to complete a circuit and her big brother talk. He's a huge planet. He is the staff of Ra. That's his magnet signature. We have already correlated who's who. We've got all these.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
With what the Egyptians were drawing. Because they'll tell you the Sumerians were first, and I'll tell you what, bullshit. Egypt was first.
Oh, I said bullshit. That's another bad word.
Pre-dynastic, and all those temples we were drawing 3 suns. And their magnet signatures, the magnet signatures.
I'm going to be shooting y'all shot on my ass. I'm just trying to stretch out my backyard.
As long as those planets are living, they will, and the suns, as long as
this has got to be the most exciting
YouTube going on. Their eternal energy for that, they will never change that magnet signature determined at the atomic level of that magnet. So we were writing in a brilliant fashion where Ra is like the guy who's holding the staff because that staff is the planet. He's got aunts and stuff and a horsehair brush around his waist because those are moons.
Right.
He's not holding. It's really technical the way they drew it, but we didn't have the key to understand what the hell they were talking about until Ra showed up.
So is
dropping all kinds of hell bombs and fuck bombs.
Essentially, what I'm talking too comfortable tonight.
Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, their art.
I'm talking to Chef and excited.
Their stonework. They've incorporated.
I'm glad he's back. I'm over here fucking in hell, fucking hellfire.
Magnetic signatures.
that
Bad
that are
fish.
very specific. And these are
What's up, Glenn? How you doing, man?
signatures and incorporated this into the artwork.
I just couldn't help myself.
A magnet signature is much
Obviously.
like your fingerprint.
I gotta call my
It's
magnet.
unique in all of its creation. Your fingerprint is unique
Oh my
because
God.
your center of our chest.
No wonder he wanted Homebrew to call in. He's on,
Stay there,
he's
Catfish.
on
We
I
gotta take a
did
break.
some gentle,
We gotta take a
gentle
break. Hold
calming
on.
tones. Let's get Homebrew to call in.
260-217-7437.
This guy's hell fucking
We got a
special
call
all
in
over
too.
the
We're gonna go to you on the other side. Stay tuned. We want to hear what everyone has to say today. We'll be back.
Oh God. That's some
Are you
good shit.
tired of reading the same boring mainstream news websites?
God.
Try IntelliHub.com.
Give me some Homebrew, he
Check out
said.
the news, views, and other information you won't find anywhere else on the web.
Oh God.
IntelliHub.com is your go-to news source. IntelliHub is
This
an
is-
independent news outlet
it's way
which
better
covers a
TV.
variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, liberal corporate media bias, and much more.
That's good stuff.
IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, and power-packed and to-the-point news and information to daily readers worldwide, making its content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com. That's IntelliHub.com. Shepherd and Bellis here. I bet you didn't know I make beats.
I need
That's
some
right, I
beats.
make beats, all exclusive, original beats that you
Somebody
can
to
have
beat on my
for your
back.
very
Just-
own musical
Oh
projects.
God, you know how
Just
much that
contact
would
me on
fucking feel good
Facebook, Twitter,
right now.
or via email
Fucking
and set something up.
right in
Let
that
me
sore
know what
spot.
you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day.
I used to have this little vibrator that had little nubs on it. It used to go like this. Bop, 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 bop. Man, that's the only thing that used to be able to make my back feel better. And I broke it. I ain't found another one just like it since.
Judgment Day
Oh.
by Shepherd and Bellis. Remember,
But I could just
if you need
fucking
an all original
grind that motherfucker. And it goes,
contact
hit me
Shepherd and Bellis.
real fast in that fucking muscle, and I could work it up and back, and it would just go.
Copyright.
You can feel my back going pop, 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 relaxing in real time with that thing, man. It was so fucking awesome.
Nothing in this world
I got one
works
of
the
them
way
cramps
you think it does.
catching my breath
Nothing.
right now.
Governments do not operate the way you think they do.
Making me walk
Banks
funny.
do not do what you think they do.
I told you
The
I don't
police
do well in the
department is
winter
not
time.
here for what you think
I
they
don't do well in the winter time.
You
Need to smoke some more
You
marijuana.
think it does.
I ain't had no green butter today either. Ow.
You have to stand up, speak out.
But let's get actually specific and look at how this creeps into the United States, but in our time. Once again.
All right, we're at the Bilderberg conference, and the police are getting kind of weird.
They're getting kind of weird.
Knowledge is power. And this is why so many people in America especially feel powerless, because they have no knowledge.
There is an invisible government whose visible head is the Council on Foreign Relations in Manhattan.
The oligarch says, if there are not enough hats, the answer is not to produce more hats, but to cut off heads.
They understand the laws and they understand how everything works. All we know is what we live with today.
We can change our own reality by changing the way that we think. Once we change the way we think, then we change our perspective on the world. Then things around us start to change.
Shade, the motion picture, in Ambellis and Burma's film, available for free on YouTube. Just search Shade, the motion picture, on Down Productions US.
He always skips the first date simply because he can.
He once attended a Bilderberg meeting with a camera. His 2 cents are worth millions. He is Shepard and Ballas, and you are listening to his show.
All right, we're back. We got Angry Catfish Briggs with us. Bethany Dying is sitting shotgun as usual. And we got an open line show, and we want to hear what the listeners got to say. So we're going to go to caller 817. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Wayne Alexander, Fort Worth, Texas.
Hey, Wayne, how's it going, man? What do you want to talk about?
This guy was a good.
I
he had
actually
good callers.
had a question for Catfish. He came and watched something on my channel in regards to a solar minimum coming, and he left me a comment. And after that comment, I've watched every video he has. I've watched the moon.
I do that.
And I pretty much understand what's going on and what's coming. And I kind of had a direct question. I heard you said you live in Colorado, and that's an elevation factor that I kind of took from some of the videos of yours I watched. And being in Fort Worth, Texas, I'm not high in elevation, and I understand what can happen with our oceans, and I'm questioning on really what elevation do you feel is a safe elevation? Yeah, I do live in Colorado. I live almost in Kansas in Colorado, though. Okay. I'm not really a lot higher in elevation than you. I've been telling people. Yeah, I just wanted your feedback on that. Yeah, elevation. I'm not even so sure elevation is as important as a lot of people put on it this time. Last time, as I understand, what happened was we got trapped in a void, and Earth was kind of knocked out, lost consciousness. She is a conscious being. And we reversed our spin at about 1,000 miles an hour. And everything kind of flew sideways, and water everywhere. I'm being told it's going to be a little bit more gentle than the Hollywood version. But we've got a planet that actually operates on our human frequency. Our alpha wave is 7.83 hertz. And we have an electron magnet in our chest that she knows our old language of the heart. It's instantaneous at a distance, which you're not at a distance. You're right here on Earth. She's going to be able to tell you better than I what you need to know. And that entails pretty much quieting your head and getting to know your heart. That is something we have been trained out of, and we've actually got more neuro ganglia in our torso than we do in our brain can. And we have an electron magnet in our chest that is, it's basically our spark of life. It is a very powerful magnet, and electron magnets, when brought to the resonant frequency of a larger magnet, can inherit the entire strength of the larger magnet, while adding their strength to the larger magnet. It's exponential growth. That is something that we lost. All these yogis and everything try to teach you self-improvement, and it's not about self, it's about all life, and you being a part of creation and understanding where you are in creation. There isn't anything you couldn't literally physically rise above. Being in harness and control of your own magnet, we are very able to levitate. Well, before I even started watching your videos, my wife and I both had these inclinations about getting out of the city. And heading for the hill. And then, I watched that video where he showed what's basically going to go on in California and any kind of a West Coast on any land. And, that it really resonated with me. And I started looking at that. And, being in biblical times, it's like, to me, it's like the elevation was the one factor that I really haven't gotten, I guess, a direct answer on. I have a feeling, and I've been thinking about going to Colorado.
I would have to suggest, personally, we have a Creton here in North America. That I would start looking there. I imagine it's cheap. I know Colorado also. Colorado, a lot of it, I wouldn't suggest living near the big cities in Colorado.
No, I was thinking
If you're self-sufficient, rural would be a good idea. Yes, sir. I'm at. That's why I'm out where I'm at. It's one of the safest places I've been able to look at. Because I also looked at I looked at the nuke maps. I also did a video on that. Where all these models are coming up where everything's going to get nuked if it ever happens. And on all the models, Pueblo gets it once, and it's like the last city in America to get one. And I'm like hour and a half, full 70-mile-an-hour drive east of fucking Pueblo. Oh, shoot, I just dropped. Anyway, sorry. No, east is Pueblo.
Yeah, there's a lot of nowhere land in Texas, and I was looking at Texas. But after watching, your video, I questioned what's really going to go on with our ocean. And I'm just going to, if I needed to head for high ground as well. So
you might want to take that up with your Mother Earth and see what she's got planned. And it's human to do so. It's just the programming makes it so hard. The best practice to begin with would be to calm your head and quiet it and just start feeling your calm in your chest, and that brings. If you're experiencing any of those symptoms, like Dr. Schumann says, dizziness, seasickness, and all that stuff, that is the first step to making that go away, just to begin with. Now, if you've already gone past that, I would suggest trying anything you can think of that would apply with a magnet and figure out how to charge yours up. Because it's something that I'm having fun with mine. I've always been a physics geek, and then I found out last year I've actually got one of my favorite toys in my chest. I was like, oh my God, no.
Now, explain that a little more, Catfish, because we got listeners that don't know what you're talking about. So, medically, if you go into like medical journals, it basically talks about this, right?
Yes, absolutely. I just discovered it last year that in medical journals, we actually have two magnet fields. The one around our brain can is very small, but we have a pretty powerful one in our chest. And they can actually read our magnet field to 8 feet because that's as far as their field will read, their instrument will read. So they suspect that it reaches farther than that, which would make sense. But regardless, we have one that is at least 8 feet wide on either side of it.
This could essentially be maybe possibly this could essentially be defined as like your aura or something like that.
What? No. It's a magnetic field.
No, fucking
do you think that the legend of an aura, or I mean not legend, but do you think that that's an entirely different thing?
Put your bug in.
I've never Yeah, Chef, I'm very pragmatic.
Poor Chef.
I never really, I've looked into the aura thing.
Well, you know how there's people that say they can like feel your aura or see your aura. I'm just wondering, like, maybe if you come in, like, two people come in proximity with each other, their magnets are interacting. Is that their aura?
Exactly. It very well may be why that came about, why people started talking about auras. Because we can feel each other's magnets. That's scalar physics. It's instantaneous reaction at a distance. Also, the 1748 Hertz we found in that hieroglyph on a metal plate, it looks the same way today. And when you get goosebumps, when you get excited, scared or excited, whatever, your hair follicles and your hair oscillate at 1748 Hertz.
Wow,
It's all biological hair. And it's also found through one of my listeners, which I love because I'm pretty hard on myself. I require people to learn and research themselves. So I'm not going to teach people. Well, that in benefit of a guy named Hermetic brings back that people that get goosebumps a lot produce stem cells.
Wow, this is fascinating.
One thing your body needs to prepare every system in your body.
Wayne, we still got Wayne on the line. Wayne, do you have anything else?
You know what? I just want to say something about what he just talked about real quick. There's a machine, I can't remember the name of it, but people in Mexico use it to heal the body with magnetic waves. And people are getting cured of cancers and all kinds of things with that. Right. And I know that that's real because of that. It happened to me like 10 years ago. So I understand about the magnet inside of me, my heart, everything. And I definitely, I'm following God and I'm following my magnet. And that's what led me to Texas to begin with. But the last thing is, I met a woman at a grocery store.
Stay there. We got to take a break. We'll be back on the other side. We got a few callers in queue. Everyone sit tight. Couple commercials and we'll be right back. Hour number 2 coming up. Shepherd Ambella here. I bet you didn't know I make beats. That's right, I make beats. All exclusive original beats that you can have for your very own musical project. Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day. Judgment Day by Shepherd Ambella. Remember, if you need an original beat, contact Shepherd Ambella.
Nothing like a touching a live wire to wake a motherfucker up.
Copyright 2020.
What?
Intelligence.com is an independent news outlet covering a variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, the liberal corporate media bias, and much more.
IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, power-packed, and to-the-point information to daily readers worldwide, making content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Please visit IntelliHub.com for your daily news and views. That's IntelliHub.com. You can follow us on Twitter at IntelliHub News. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com.
He sometimes wears glasses to see what others don't. In past lives, he was always himself. He doesn't wear Nike, yet he still does it. He's Shepard Ambellis, and you are listening to his show. You are listening to Hour 2 of the Shepard Ambellis Show. And without further ado, here is your host, Shepard Ambellis.
All right, we're back. We got Angry Catfish Briggs, Bethany and Donnie with us, and we have a caller 540 on the line. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Tabitha. I'm like 45 minutes. We just had that whole parade thing recently.
What's going on, Tabitha?
I'm in Virginia.
Yeah.
And I'm like 45 minutes from DC.
Okay.
I was actually pretty surprised that it went over kind of smoothly.
Oh, really? What?
I thought it was really bad.
You attended?
Like on 95?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I did not attend. I didn't even vote. You know, I couldn't do it. There's no way. I went to a gas station nearby, filled with people where you go vote at. I was like, no, I can't. It made me too nervous already. But there's people hanging off the bridge. When you go 95 to go to DC.
My fucking head.
Wow. Almost like they did back when
it's the
when OJ was on the run.
It's really fucking with me tonight.
Well, this is like more like greedy people, you know, but for the amount of people, it really didn't have a lot of
I don't want to
issues.
sit down.
I was really surprised. In DC, and no, you know, a lot of people are working, a lot of people have everything to do.
Yeah.
I was just very surprised. It was like minimal, but there's planes like, going around all the time.
Oh.
But it was like people off of every bridge, all the way through Virginia, from Richmond up. There's people hanging off the bridge with like Trump signs, and it's kind of crazy. But I'm surprised there's no issues, you know. I went to the gun rally in the one in Richmond like last year, and
I love the winter.
you know, there's people selling like, you know, hand warmers and like water while you're in line. So like they profit off it. It probably brings in more business.
Yeah, believe it or not, it helps.
Oh yeah, everything.
Nobody can work. They might as well go sell some water, you know.
Everything's.
I love the abuse. Look, all y'all ladies are excited. Look, he's beating on himself. He took that woman.
Oh yeah, there's like people.
They hyped it up a lot more. I appreciate that, though. You telling us what you saw.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
People are people.
Yeah, they are.
I think most of us realize that it's a rigged system, regardless of who's in there. Some of us forget about it sometimes.
I was hoping that Trump.
I guess it ain't every day you see somebody pleasuring beating themselves with a pipe wrench.
Yes, this is kind of silly, but you know, you're putting all this energy and like dividing your family and hating each other for something that.
And y'all wonder why I'm so rough on you.
You know, that's what I was that overall we would do.
They tell us right there, and they told us.
Don't make me break out my fucking pipe wrench.
That the electoral college doesn't vote.
All over then.
They don't have it. They're not obligated to. So we really, honestly, by contract, have zero say in who's in the White House.
Those were that changed when Clinton was in office
No.
about the electoral college stuff. Yeah, but they needed a different rules about it. About like, you know, what you can do to get, you know, somebody that comes in and does the thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. To get a delegate, they changed the rules. Well, they also changed the voting machines right about then too. And if you remember, it was because of the big Chad in Florida.
Have you seen the Germany thing? The Germany link yet?
No, what was it?
The Germany connection in I don't know, they traced a bunch of like voting machines.
Oh yeah.
In Germany. Oh. You see that? Yeah. I actually got it off the page.
Skittle, Seidel servers. U.S. military seizes Seidel servers tied to election fraud. I did an article on this. And it's the Texas representative Louis Gohmert told broadcaster Chris Salito on Friday during a segment on Newsmax that the U.S. Army forces raided the Spanish-based election data firm Seidel and retrieved company servers in Germany that are possibly connected to recent U.S. election fraud. The Barcelona-based company also has ties to billionaire George Soros and Bill Gates, who reportedly owns stock in the company. And I guess this is causing a.
People forget. Trump took in the last 8 years, 10, 11, 12 now that he's been president for. So prior to him being president, he took about $400 million off of Soros for the very same towers, 100 and some million dollars in 01, and then 300 and some million dollars in 08. Then he stuffed his cabinet with Soros CEOs like Munch, the 08 Goldman Sachs guy that everybody wanted in prison for the crash, actually as the Treasury Secretary of Treasury. Now they've married the Treasury to the Fed. Trump has been in Yemen since week 2 of his tenure, committing genocide against Congress 3 times. And I have people actually saying, we haven't been in an armed conflict since Trump got into office. Well, actually, technically that is true because genocides are not armed conflict. They are exactly that. They're genocide. And we are committing one side by side with the Saudis. The very same enemies that Obama and Biden gave $100 billion to. Trump gave $400 billion in weapons, $400 billion, and trumped it up as he's saving the economy by doing so. And to date, we've only been paid $22 million for that $400 billion in weapons. Her mother is still paying for the bullets bringing their children home in boxes. And I'm wondering, when is the lesser of 2 evils going to be just too much to vote for at all?
Yeah.
Because
it's not this one. I guess not this one.
Yeah, I didn't vote myself, and I was a Republican senator's investigator. I stepped down. I saw these people. We don't have a voice in the presidential at all. In the other ones we do, but the problem is they go cross lines to help each other look popular in certain gerrymandered districts so they keep getting reelected.
Yeah, their people are going to be in no matter what, whether they're overfunded or just selected, or they're going to work them into position. 98% of these people are all worked into the position and blackmailed up.
Yep. Blackmailed up. I like how he puts that.
Political stuff. And I was like, a year later, I was like, oh, how's like, I don't even talk about. I was like, what do you mean? Like, it was just a don't talk about subjects. I was like, that was weird. But I don't know what to say about that.
I like talking about any subject.
Yeah, that's how I am.
cut me off. Like, instead of being like, you know, oh yeah, because I remember talking to him about it, and he was just like acting like I was you know, out of it, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll stop talking about that. I'll ask about your son for what he's doing. We'll just leave that alone.
So, Tabitha, you've been noticing anything else in your area? What about your weather patterns? Anything suspicious? Any UFO activity? You got anything else for us?
A lot of storms. A lot of storms. I think the stars look weird. I think they look like they're moving. You know, it looks like different colors. And sometimes they look like a piece of pollen, not like a round. There's this one girl that has like starfishes in the round, but I think it looks more like a piece of pollen. But there was a really high altitude planes just going around. But that's probably from this weekend. You know.
Yeah.
Right. Probably like still checking stuff out. People are traveling. You know.
Well, thanks for the call, Tabitha. I appreciate calling anytime.
All right, thanks. I'm glad to have you guys back.
Thank you. We're glad to be back.
Have a good night.
All right. Yeah, so, man, all this stuff. Have you heard about this movie Greenland, Catfish?
No.
So you know, later on, check out the trailer for this film Greenland. But when I came out and I was talking about these asteroids and Planet X back in, you know, like earlier this year, and I was figuring out there was this convergence of asteroids, and they were kind of worried about this stuff. There was this movie Greenland, and they kept stalling bringing it out. And now it hasn't even come out on Amazon yet. It's not going to come out till mid-December, but you can get it like maybe in like a Spanish version, or maybe like in Germany or something. But my friend was telling me, well, several people have told me it's really good, but my friend Daniel today was telling me it's like literally like the scariest thing he's ever seen. And it basically has to do with an asteroid scenario, but it's not your typical doomsday scenario, and it's really fitting to what's going on right now. I really want to check it out.
Yeah, people are always saying, well, we've got asteroids coming in real close. Like, you know, they're not going to tell you about the one that hits, right?
Right.
And, from what I read, we have rains of them sometimes.
Yeah.
Where it's just going to rain asteroids at certain things. And it goes to figure, I mean, these are two actual solar systems coming into convergence with ours. As I understand, sometimes just the blue one comes in. Sometimes just the red one comes in and brings in their family. Well, this time, both of them are here. And these times, we see special happening. Like I said earlier, I mean, you can go outside your light dome and look behind us at night and see very clearly there's some very large objects behind us, blocking out the star field in the north sky and back behind us in the west. Nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about the moon doing cartwheels. You and a couple people are starting to now notice that the moon is actually doing a cartwheel at night. And that is helping people wake up to the fact that, holy crap, there is something bigger than our government going on collectively. And nobody on that podium is talking about it.
That's right. It's almost like there's a total information block on this. But I mean, this does really actually get biblical too, right? I mean, this whole period, I know we've talked about this before, but I mean, this is you know, I wonder, Marshall Masters was talking about when the blood moon triad came out, and everyone was Googling Planet X, and it was the most searched term for a while. And he was saying how he related all this to Christians because of how they were Googling the blood moon triad. And then he was basically putting two and two together that Christians will mobilize in an event like this. And I found that comment fascinating in a way, because, and then I started thinking about like militia groups and other groups. And so if this thing ramps up, I mean, like, what do you think we're looking at military wise? I know they talked about the 30,000 trauma surgeons. They have these field hospitals. But I mean, you think we're talking like UN troops roving the United States if one of these calderas goes, or are we talking about just having our own troops here and every country fends for themselves? How do you think they got this thing designed? If the Earth changes get bad.
UN troops are already in place around the United States. They're just not in uniform. They're here. We're set up already for this. All this wind communication systems, everybody's calling it 5G. It's not 5G. It's military hardened communication system called DWEN communication systems, all capital. And I trained on that in the Navy. That's how I recognized the components are the same component. They're setting up their infrastructure already. That's what the field hospitals are for, the communication systems, all this stuff. And the troops, they began this when Clinton was shutting down the military bases. Bush remodeled the military bases and was renting them out to China and Russia. Well, that's because we can't house foreign troops here. But they can.
Right. Now, I've also heard I heard there's troops up on the Canadian border now, possibly even like Russian troops. I mean, it's
Russian and in China and Mexico, as I understand.
Well, we have these Chinese foreign trade zones inside the U.S. I mean, all this is really bizarre, but it all seems like they knew what was coming. They planned well for this. They have the camps. They have, I was thinking too, Catfish, and Bethany, you can jump in on this, but the Antifa, the Black Lives Matter, the burning of Seattle and Portland and all this stuff. This quite possibly could have been triggered by say like the CIA or something or FBI in a lot of cases, so that they could run a test ground on how to secure these cities during unrest, and it seems like they ran a live action test, and now they're ready for the real deal.
Antifa is definitely CIA, and so is BLM. If you look at the basic propulsion of BLM, Black Lives Matter, all you have to do is Google citizens murdered by a cop by race and find out that actually Caucasians are murdered more than all minorities combined. It reflects population. It's not a racist problem. The problem began in 1999 when they changed the policy nationwide for hiring police officers to low IQ only, under the guise that high IQ people get bored with the job. And the Supreme Court upheld this decision strongly. And they've been working at this a long time. Look at 9/11. That was 11 years after they changed the police force. Then they started doing what? Militarily training these people that are low IQ and teaching them to shoot first and go home later. All of a sudden, the dog starts getting shot, and so does everybody else that might be moving a little too fast for them to figure out what's going on. Mm-hmm. And being a little bit slow-witted, go for the gun first, just like they're trained to do. And we have allowed this to happen incrementally. I personally started fighting back in 99 because I was trying to be a cop. And I scored a 98 on the ASVAB and was denied because I'm in the top 2%.
So you dealt with this and you realized what they were doing. Now this is similar to what they've done this to the education system though too, right? Because you basically uncovered this, how they've went into the education system and just dumbed it down. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, the core curriculum actually is what catalyzed me becoming a senator's investigator. I was angry parent and had written a poorly punctuated paragraph to the management there in North Carolina, and with a side-by-side comparison of the current curriculum and the core curriculum, and proven a wide scope from K to 12, science to English to math, dumbing down of the children by a factor of 1,000. And intentional. To improve the scores on a global basis. And I was like, oh, that's acceptable. You don't lower the standards to raise the scores.
Yeah,
and, I got,
this is crazy how they manipulate numbers. They did this with the COVID maps. We got to go to another break. We'll be back. Angry Catfish Briggs on YouTube is our guest. We'll be right back. Shepherd Ambellis here. I bet you didn't know I make beats.
I do
That's
now,
right,
shit.
I
I
make
need
beats,
some beats
all
for my
exclusive,
troll.
original beats that you can have for your very own musical projects. Just contact me on Facebook, Twitter, or via email and set something up. Let me know what you need for your project. Here's my latest beat I call Judgment Day. The all-original beat Judgment Day by Shepherd Ambellis. Remember, if you need an all-original beat, contact Shepherd Ambellis. Copyright 2020. IntelliHub.com is an independent news outlet covering a variety of topics such as politics, the economy, the surveillance state, the liberal corporate media bias, and much more. IntelliHub delivers up-to-date, groundbreaking, power-packed, and to-the-point information to daily readers worldwide, making content secure, free, and readily available via a user-friendly and streamlined website theme. Please visit IntelliHub.com for your daily news and views. That's IntelliHub.com. You can follow us on Twitter at IntelliHub News. Remember, don't forget, go to IntelliHub.com.
Nothing in this world works the way you think it does. Nothing. Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do. The police department is not here for what you think it is. Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. You have to stand up. Speak up. Speak out.
But let's get actually specific and look at how this creeps into the United States in our time. Once again.
All right, we're at the Bilderberg conference, and the police are getting kind of weird.
Knowledge is power. And this is why so many people in America especially feel powerless, because they have no knowledge.
There is an invisible government whose visible head is the Council on Foreign Relations in Manhattan.
The other God says, if there are not enough hats, the answer is not to produce more hats, but to cut off heads.
They understand the laws, and they understand how everything works.
All we know is what we live with today.
We can change our own reality by changing the way that we think. Once we change the way we think, then we change our perspective on the world. Then things around us start to change.
Shade, the motion picture, in embellishing Vermixville. Available for free on YouTube. Just search Shade, the motion picture. Adele Productions, U.S.
Art Mathis.
Stop biting your nails. Sit back, strap in, and enjoy the ride. You're listening to the Shepherd and Bella Show. Wow, this show's been a wild ride so far. We got Jeff. Oh no, we got Rob. I read it wrong. Rob, you're on the air with Shepherd, Bethany, and Capsule. What's
Hey,
up,
welcome
man?
back, guys. You read it wrong, Jeff and Rob don't sound nothing like.
Yeah, how you been?
Yeah, no, I've seen some crazy stuff past couple weeks. One night I was just out here, stargazing, smoking a cigarette, and apparently I guess they said they launched a rocket, SpaceX rocket from Florida, and I have pictures of that, but it doesn't look like a rocket, it looks like a triangle to me. And then I usually get up around 3 a.m. I like to stargaze, so I come to my window and hang out the window for the most part, and stare at certain stars, and when you do that, you'll start seeing, stuff move and stuff like that sometimes. But I guess this bright light just appeared, like a star or a portal opening or some sort of explosion in space, and it got really bright, really kind of like orange or red, and then just faded out. Lasted about three seconds.
Well, that's really interesting. I go out and check the stars out myself. I know Catfish does. Have you ever seen anything like that, Catfish? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
I haven't got to see one of the SpaceX's displays. I understand there's quite spectacular. Oh, that was a trip. Yeah, like that. It reminds me of a boat moving through water, creating a wake. So that's just what my mind was telling me. So I just grabbed my phone and double clicked and started taking pictures. And then later, everybody was telling me it was a SpaceX rocket. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Oh yeah.
I'll try to send you guys pics. The pics are on my Instagram. Well, I took them down on my Instagram because my Instagram is mostly for cannabis. So my buddy yells at me when I go off the cannabis on Instagram. So. Well, thanks for letting me call in. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes on the sky. If I see anything moving down here in Virginia Beach or, anything like that, I'll notify y'all and let y'all know. But I love y'all, and thanks for having my call, and y'all have a blessed night.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it.
Just let me know. Yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous, that's all.
Oh, no. Nothing to be nervous about, man. We appreciate the call, man. Call in anytime. So, that's interesting. It said he looked like he saw a star exploding. I go out and I check out these stars, and they I don't know, things just appear a little different to me than normal. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like my directions are turned around with the stars just slightly. The moon's definitely rolling and moving. I've witnessed that. I see a lot of like what people would say are satellites traveling through the sky. I guess they're satellites. Shit. They're going all different directions.
I left my weed over there.
If you have binoculars, you can actually look and see with binoculars. You don't need telescopes here.
Not gonna get back
some of
the
them are
fuck
big
up.
enough. You can actually identify what they are. You can see the space station distinctly.
Oh god.
It's up there. I'm not saying the footage we get from the space station is actually space station footage, but they've actually got one up there.
Yeah, this is interestingly how it'll fly in this low Earth orbit and go in all these different directions. Now, recently, I know they talked about the moon. I heard something where they said they found that the moon had a big patch of density in it, like a bunch of metal grouped together or something, or some solid core part of it, but it's like offset. It's not really in the center of the moon or anything. And they also know the moon's hollow. Have you heard about this?
Yeah. They've it rang like a bell back when they were orbiting it and they shot the orbiter down.
That's what I was looking for. I didn't have to.
They also announced that they found water recently on the moon as if it was a new discovery. They discovered that, I think, 11 years ago.
I saw that. That's yeah. Yeah,
they're repeating now. Like I said, but in 2018, they also said that the Earth's spin is slowing down. They theoretically blamed the moon. Although the moon's been there forever. They said that 2018, beginning in 2018, is going to be known as the year of the big quakes because Earth's rotation has begun to slow. And they made it a big mystery as to why nobody really looked at it.
Right.
Just like the whole wall of glowing hydrogen on the edge of the solar system.
Be with you in a minute.
Now that's weird. It's like what? Okay, a big sun's moving in or something.
Yeah, well, you looked at that, I'm sure. Because I've mentioned that before. But NASA literally exactly said there's a glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system. We theorize that it might be solar exhaust. We're not sure exactly what it is. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
What else is a glowing wall of hydrogen?
Yeah, moon's hollow rings like a bell, kind of like Mama.
And they announced it last year.
It was formed in space. It used to have a magnetosphere, I suspect.
On go and spitting out magnets.
Should I ask where it came from?
Written all over.
I explained that earlier in the earlier segment, or maybe later. I don't remember. I tell them about my working model.
Here's one an article out of the Next Web.
Did you get to hear this?
Did you get to hear this? Has been discovered.
Fucking amazing show from get to go. It was a good show tonight.
Most known planets orbit a star. These planets, including Earth, benefit from the star's warmth and light, and all this stuff. I love the way he does this shit. He's
really good. He does his
planet
homework.
Just flying through
helps
the system.
Audience.
It's just rogue.
Or I would just fly right off the handle.
I don't know if it's like a cover story or if it's, or if they're talking about this, this is like an actual,
Then he called Homebrew.
It's getting so bizarre.
I know,
that
was fucking awesome, dude. That was fucking awesome. We got to hear John on the radio. He's on a few different stations like iHeartRadio and stuff like. He has big platforms, not just YouTube. John's a celebrity now.
Planets bigger than Jupiter rounding the sun. People are seeing. But I keep telling people, look at the ones in the stars. You don't have to stare into the sun.
I just got one more pipe to do to hit my quota for today. I'm good.
They're huge in our sky.
It's got to gather my wind.
Get you ready for the day the sky.
It's one of them ones that grabs you in the back of the back to where you can't breathe very well. I was doing better yesterday than today, but it relapsed back to a little bit of cold.
Field, and it glows blue. It's like it's blue like the sky. It's thick like terrestrial.
Just the way it is, man.
It's that showing up as a charge in this all around the planet. And when one of these magnets is behind us shifts a little bit, it's going to release that Cherenkov, and Ra, the blue Kachina, is going to reveal himself because we have already been dancing with him in the closet in tribulations for 10 universe is now seeing the same thing that the ancients perceived, from technical to legend. And that's why all these people of legend had to go into all these friendships years before they could even tell the tale.
Bounce up and
Because
down for
if they
it,
changed
huh?
the legend, we wouldn't understand.
I'm doing good,
when we
man.
start
Seriously, this isn't bad.
You know, I
I'm
understand
just
everything I've been
in a little bit
my
of
whole
sharp
life.
pain if I move wrong.
It all comes
And
together.
I'm mostly trying to stretch it out.
Openly
I'm not
now,
really. I'm in a
all
lot
of a
of
sudden
pain.
this week they say you
I'm
can
not
see
in
every planet
as
in our
much as you
solar
might
system
think.
this week. And it says this is the CNN. It might be time to break out the telescope. This week there will be some not so familiar sights in the sky. 7 planets will be visible at various points in the day. It makes you wonder: are these our actual planets, or are some of these other planets? And there's like a cover story.
Yeah. Well, it makes you wonder. It does. I don't know for sure. I haven't broke out my telescope and looked at these planets at their point. Because the ones that they're not pointing at are a lot closer in our night sky.
Yeah, it's I mean, like, how weird is this? The article starts out, this week there will be some not so familiar sights in the sky.
Not so
7
familiar.
planets will be visible at various points in the day. I mean, this is getting weird.
Yeah, everybody I send out at night comes back, oh my God.
Yeah, I could use a shot.
We've got one actually our
might
size
loosen me up a little bit.
It barely fits. And it's right above where the ecliptic is. It's in
I'd
the
about accept a fucking shot in the ass with some Demerol right about now.
Swirls go clockwise in the northern hemisphere.
I'm just kidding. I ain't doing it.
Its pole is influencing our weather.
I got plenty of
so
painkillers if I need one.
And you can go
outreach
outside
that.
and see.
I started crying.
I
start crying. I'll go upstairs get me.
There's no stars up there in
Get
my
me
northern
reliever.
sky. Well, stare at that a little bit longer. You're going to see the circumference of Hawaii. It's huge, and it's a planet. It's a big shadow, and it's like, oh wow. Well, understand we're actually surrounded right at the moment, and it shows up very well on the ISWA goes ISWA in NASA every day, where Earth is closing field line. And in nature, there's only one reason for a field line to close, and that's another field line is interacting with it like a magnet, and they're pushing each other away. They're closing like this, and pushing each other away.
Right.
Well, our electron magnet is actually drawing energy from the bow shock, intensely heating up Earth and causing all of the volcanic regions to start going crazy, where the tectonic plates have calmed down a little bit. In the fact that she's actually heated up and made the joints a little more juicy than they have been. The mantle's a little warmer, so it's moving easier. It's not quaking as much. But on the other hand, all this induction
manually relaxed
heating does what? And they use furnaces
and feeling
kilns to melt metal really fast.
It's feeling better.
And it's making this magma hot in all these volcanoes that start to go off. So we're taking one with the other.
Absolutely.
And, that's why and you can see it in the helioplots, where all the helioplots are vibrating.
I need to perfect this
all
technique.
Day. Pretty much. It's showing up as magnetic braking, which is slowing the spin of the Earth. Which is, like I said, it's nothing NASA hasn't said. It's just I've got the proof as to why, and it sure as heck is not the moon. That's one thing I can prove, because I stick to the magnet spectrum, which, as you had mentioned earlier, it's empirical evidence in court. It's not a lens flare. It doesn't lens flare. It's IR spectrum.
So
infrared. It doesn't do any of those
back starts
clouds through
like that.
Other effects.
Causes
You don't have to worry about
a foot and a half of
that kind of stuff. constantly messing in the mag spectrum. And that's why almost everything mag that I can point at, except for his fault, has been shut down recently.
Yeah, right. Along with some of these Earth-based telescopes. I mean, it's just what the things they're shutting down are good signs. That to let you know like what's really going on here, because they've went in and they're basically trying to put a block on all this information. Is that right? I mean, they don't want any of this out.
Well, look, the Crown Vatican literally Corporation literally rules over by proxy of printing 180 nations money out of UK Central Bank.
Yep, and they're all tied together. One more break. We got one last segment coming up with Angry Catfish Briggs, our guest. Stay tuned, everyone. We got open lines 260-217-7437. Get in on this.
Good night, Glenn. Hey, Cosmic. How you doing?
Are you tired of reading the same old boring mainstream news websites? Try IntelliHub.com. Jam-packed with news, views, and other information you won't find anywhere else on the web. IntelliHub.com is your go-to.
Good night, Glenn. As always, a pleasure having you here, my friend. Prepping for work. Cool. I guess I'm work prep. You gonna work? You gonna go and do some battle? my prep talk for work. I know what it is. You gotta laugh because when you get to work, you gotta have something to laugh about, right? Did you get to hear Shepard's show? He had Homebrewed on. We're working our way there.
Nothing in this world.
It was awesome. He had us both on at the same time.
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do
An
what you
information
think they do.
threesome.
The police department is not here for what you think. Nothing in your world works the way Ellison Berman still available.
And Shepard finished the movie. They're getting it put on DVD. Oh, it's freaking awesome. I think the best show ever on YouTube. I'm pretty biased. Is it like a pure couple-hour info dump? And Shepard's done his homework really well. I know, no, that's scary, isn't it? I got to tell you, this you're going to find funny. 93, 94 maybe. Entertainment Tonight doing a deal on Terry Gilliam, the director. In the background, you get to see a very young me. So I've been on Entertainment Tonight, but just standing behind doing some work. So it was insignificant. I was doing stuff, but you can see me. I'm basically the setting is we're making snow in the middle of summer, but I've got on a big puffy green coat. My face is all covered up because it's actually bleached sawdust. I'm spraying with water all over the fucking city hall down in Philadelphia, about 4 stories up. It's my debut on the big screen. So, yeah. Now I'm gonna be on a DVD. More importantly, so is the Dingley Cobra. Not mine, Roz.
Angry Catfish Briggs is our guest. Bethany and Donnie.
Yeah, he just did it live.
Usual.
It's on
Bethany,
his
what have you thought about
channel.
the show so far today? I know you've just been kind of kicking back, listening to all this.
This is the part where Homebrew calls in too.
And,
I'm gonna go ahead and suffer through this
whole
last pipe
magnetic
just so I can
signature
get it done and get upstairs in my
Bethany,
comfy chair so my back don't start
going
really
back to
hurting too bad.
Egypt, and how these and how they buried it into their
I'm still in a lot
artwork.
of pain.
And
But I just made it feel better.
Catfish has uncovered the shape
Without
of
pills.
in the modern era.
Talking easier. We're healers, people.
Well,
I just
what
need
it
to
makes
learn how to do
me
this.
realize is I still have a whole lot to learn. And as far as the planets are going, I don't ever remember a time, not that I was always into astronomy, but I don't ever remember. I always liked looking up at the sky, and the sky does definitely look. What I noticed as a female, because it's all about like, who cares if it's a nice car, just worry about the color kind of thing. But it seems like the sky, and it's different. As a matter of fact, it's funny that you earlier mentioned shadows, Angry Catfish. That
I didn't mean to.
My daughter noticed like the clouds. She said the clouds look like they have shadows. I don't know if that's
like
significant
Bethany.
or not, but
she pays
I just remember her noticing that and her telling me that she's been really into the planet Shep. You know that?
Yeah.
When you came to visit, and then you mentioned the thing about the goosebumps, which kind of rang true to me because I've just been, Shep, I don't know if I told you about like the goosebumps, how I said, just remember like the goosebumps being like a sign that you're with the right person. Do you remember me saying that to you, Shep?
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is all coming together. Now we got a caller, Homebrewed. He's on
Motherfucking Homebrewed, bitches!
How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm just chilling out.
You almost expect him to say, welcome to my
What do you think of the show
channel.
so far today?
I'm enjoying it.
This
I always enjoy listening to Catfish.
Yeah, what do you think about all the magnetic signatures, how they are buried into this artwork in Egypt? And he's noticing this. I mean, he showed me this stuff, and how it's looking very similar.
Well, I always wanted to read hieroglyphs myself as a kid, or be an astronaut. Those were like my two favorite things, and it works out really great in that I actually get to understand a lot of things that are said in hieroglyphs now. It's absolutely exciting to me. Understanding the magnetic signatures and being able to translate what I'm seeing, on Iswa, for example, and then seeing it carved in stone, and then turn around and get to look at it in a barrel cell, that I can hold in my hand too. So it's kind of an overwhelming experience for a lot of people, and even myself. And there's always those new aha moments as you continue to learn.
Now, Homebrewed, since we're talking about magnetics, people like Bob Lazar have often talked about these UFOs and how they can, I guess, somehow bend space-time or something. They're called anti-gravity. It seems like they operate on magnetics as well. Do you think this is somewhat of the same principle that goes along with what is being discovered here with these, going back to Egypt, the actual signatures? Do you think this is some of the secrets of this space travel?
Well, absolutely, and they wrote it out in stone. It's like you can see the magnetic signature, the accretion disk, the two inertial planes, and understand how you read the gold plane from Peru, the schematic that it shows, and you can see the exact same thing in a barrel cell. Sure, absolutely, I think it has to do with magnetics, because
energy and electromagnetic governs the universe. So I think if you want to travel at some, whether it's through a Lazarus seat or in a craft, magnetic has to be involved.
Now, Catfish was talking about this magnetic slowdown of the Earth, magnetic braking, and Dr. Jason Rand, when I interviewed him for the documentary, he's the author of Return of Planet X, was talking about de-acceleration. Do you think any of that could be somehow changing the time of our current day right now? Because me and Bethany are thinking like, man, we're doing all this stuff, but the days don't seem like they used to. I hear a lot of this. Do you think that it's possible that time could be changing with this de-acceleration or the magnetic braking of the planet?
Sure, and you guys were talking about this earlier in the first segment, and personally, I was thinking more on a logical reason for that is the time, our days are getting shorter, so we're having less amount of daylight in our day, so we still have the same amount of tasks to accomplish. So that's where I kind of thought with that. But in the sense of what your question with time is, yes, the time is shortening. In the sense where how I track it is I keep a couple battery operated clocks that are not tied to electricity or internet, and I just watch see how they vary with like your cell phones and your computers that are on the internet and can be altered.
Now this is fascinating.
And I've noticed over time, I've noticed 35 minutes difference.
Really?
Whoa.
Now this is fascinating.
Too.
Now they've supposedly put atomic clocks together to where they took one atomic clock and put it in an airplane and flew it thousands of miles, and they left one on the ground, and the times were different. Now this is weird, dude. I want to start running these tests. I mean, this is it. So you're saying you noticed like over a 30-minute difference?
Yeah, it's about 35 minutes now. It's just slowly accumulating more time difference. It's just any kind of battery operated clock, a double A, two double A's that'll last, a year or two. And that's all it does is just keep that little digital LCD going. So that'll last forever, years probably. And that's all I do. And I just compare it to my cell phones and my computers that have internet access and could be changed remotely.
I've got one on my stove that's digital, but I've been monitoring also.
Right, but that won't be set. If it's electric,
Oh, right, I see. Right. So it's only good for a shorter period of time. So yours is good to go for a while. This is fascinating. I gotta.
Mine, I have to reset if I lose power. So, yeah. And I reset mine when I read the difference too, just to reset it, because I'll get it, I'll let it go a couple of weeks. It'll get like 6 or 8 minutes, and I'll be like, all right, I'm going to reset it because I'm not going to be able to keep track of it if I keep letting it go. How much per day, and it's starting to pick up a little bit.
If you guys think about it, what we're really talking here is. About to top it off, there's another layer to this, which is what Homebrew touched on. They've got us all hooked to these devices now that automatically update, so they can essentially change all record of everything. They can change. Yeah, I mean, this gets into websites that control the moon cycle, the tide charts, the sunrise and sunset time. I mean, we are talking about. So,
we could do the actual handheld compass and document the sunrise bouncing around the sky. John's doing a really good job of that. A lot of people.
If I can interject, another commenter was talking about the shadow. How was talking about shadow with the clouds. Mm-hmm. And I have an explanation for that.
Definitely would, yeah.
What
As Aaron touched upon this, Cherenkov radiation, and he talked about it a couple times. We see it inside of our atmosphere as well as like a blanket, a haze. And I call it the electric haze because that's where, I was learning about electric most of the time. But I've noticed that as well. I've been trying to get good pictures and even do my own video. And as you know, with a shadow, you can't see a shadow trail, so you only see it when it hits an object, right? You hold your hand out and suddenly you can see your shadow on the ground. You don't see any trail between your hand and the ground. Well, to do that, you have to have something there. So we know this electric haze or Cherenkov radiation is there and it's completely covering us, but that's the way that it's showing us that it's there is by seeing the shadow. And by seeing light, because light behaves the same as the shadow. It's just whether there's light or not, they both behave the same way. They travel until they hit something. So that's the explanation for the shadows. There's actually something there.
Wow.
Cherenkov radiation.
Now I've seen where it looks like there's a big V cut out of the sky or something, like a big planet's in the way of the sun all of a sudden or something, or a massive object.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
with a ring around the sun sometimes.
Well, that too, but like more like when the sun's below the horizon. I've seen it to where it shoots like a beam out, like a whole cut out of the sky, almost like something's in front of the sun.
A big shadow.
Yep, that's like the shadow. There's something in between.
Yeah.
And if you live like in the plain state, where you have no obstructions on your horizon, how would you still see that? Well, something has to be in between casting and shadow.
That's
between us and the sun. But it has to be close so that the shadow will pass on us in a small area.
I've seen that before.
We're in the altitude.
And you'll see in the opposite direction too. That's where we're seeing Ra's light.
And
so the sun set in the heat. I'm sorry, the west, but then you turn and look east, and you've got the exact same thing.
And catfish, so you're saying they're all over?
Oh yeah, all over around us. Absolutely, and we can see that in this swamp by the impact on the maps that we're looking at. I'm able to produce quake predictions up to the minute magnitude region going on in ISWA and the quake map pattern that I found years ago when I was teaching Dutch how to predict quakes before I got good at it.
Yeah.
But I've been doing that live on other channels. By the way, I stopped making videos on the angry catfish because, like I said, we discovered unified field, omnipresence, 1748 hertz, and translating hieroglyphs. I think that's enough for one YouTube channel. So I require folks to look at all the videos on that one. There's about 400 of them before they're allowed on my other channel, which I blow glass live nicely and sit around and chat. So just now homebrew here. I gotta tell you, when I read my first hieroglyph, I had no idea how I was doing it because it was so off the charts, crazy that I was doing it in the first place. Homebrew was a very key player in figuring out how I was doing it with those planes.
It's amazing how this all comes together and how certain people are all tied into this and people are really untwining stuff. We're out of time for today, everyone. I really appreciate everyone who called in. And go check out, what's your channel that you want them to check out right now? Mostly Angry Catfish Briggs. And then if they make it through all those videos, they can join your other channel.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. Great show.
Thank you. Great. Thanks for letting me call me.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Bethany. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Radio.
pleasure to introduce our very own Molly Bennett. Molly will be moderating tonight's show and introducing our esteemed guest. Molly doesn't look familiar. You will surely recognize her wonderful voice from the scenes that you have shown podcast, where Molly is the executive producer and co-host. Please join me in welcoming Molly.
Didn't mean to yell. Sorry.
Good evening. The question you always have to ask me, Jenny.
I'm almost done.
The question you
I'm
always have
almost
to
fucking
ask.
done.
When it comes to understanding the origin of life, the questions are big and the answers are complex. But luckily tonight we are joined by scientists who are experts at making complexity accessible. Dave Buhner is a research professor in biomolecular engineering at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and Bruce Damer is an associate researcher in local partners. And they are here tonight to discuss their new model of the origin of life. It began in warm pools on land, not in hydrothermal vents in the ocean, but in warm pools on land for the most positive type of life origin. And they were talking about how they're putting ideas to the test in Australia. Their work is a huge part of their colleague, Paula Gilkit, is on the cover story of your 2017 August Lynn Rothschild is a senior scientist at Massey in Houston, which is an astrobiologist and is a synthetic biologist and cerebral brain approach. People provide an evolutionary biologist perspective on this subject within the framework of National Astrobiology Program. And he has the pleasure of interviewing recently featured that he did on the Science of the Screen Time. Now we just have two other But in case you have any questions of whether or not these scientists are willing to sweat for the answers to these three questions, consider this. Some of Bruce's field work is in an active geothermal area of New Zealand called Elstree. David is on a site in Glasson, Atlantic National Park called Bumpus. And one of Lynn's projects is creating a novel organism that can endure extreme conditions that he calls cells. So please welcome these three scientists who are willing to endure what they're willing to endure to answer these questions. Please come up on the stage. Lynn and David.
Double helix plasma, open halo, flower life, three-hole.
What I really would like is to show
California
you one slide
chill.
with a Hubble image of the galaxy and a bunch of arrows.
Oh,
this is where life started. End of story.
Times 4.
Thank you very much. And
Fucking
then we could all go out to
Fucking
dinner.
done at the moment.
But it's
Done.
not quite so simple.
Done.
And so I'd like to give you a little bit of a
fucking
perspective,
butter.
sort of leading up to the story that you're about to hear. This is sort of an awkward panel. I'm used to being in more of a debate format. But unfortunately, I don't feel that I can debate these two gentlemen because I'm actually a great admirer. So that makes it a totally boring evening for you. But so what I'll do is give you more of an introduction. So before we talk about where life originated, you do have to think a little bit about what is life. We can spend a lot of time thinking about it. People tend to give definitions of, commonalities in life on Earth. I like to think of it in maybe a little bit more philosophical point of view, that life is an emergent process. It's based on physical components, but it's not just an object. It would just be like a river isn't a river unless it moves. And this includes fighting entropy, just the way Schrodinger told us in famous lectures in, I believe it was 1944, that life fights entropy. So
life originates at 1748 hertz with vibration. There can be no matter without vibration, or coalescing of matter without vibration.
And life obviously has to fight entropy, or else we would be.
Just say.
But of course, we do have some physical components. Life as we know it is not just some sort of ethereal, intellectual thing. It's a physical instantiation. And I believe very firmly that sort of ground zero is that life is based on organic carbon chemistry.
Get out of here,
and that you need a solvent like water, and I'll go into that in a moment. But you also need energy and you need time. So there are a lot of reasons that I believe that carbon's really important, but there are a lot of other elements that we need as well. for
Take
various
some of this stuff
aspects of
upstairs.
cells, at least for life as we know it. But I suspect these that you see here are ones that we would see over and over in life forms anywhere you go. We do
Yes,
happen
this
to
is
use
the
a lot
kind
of
of stuff I
metals that's
listen to
critical
when you guys
us.
aren't around.
People always ask which
Real
metals,
geek
and
shit.
I always tell them look at the back of the vitamin bottle. And so I provided a vitamin bottle for you. You can run home and look again tonight. Water, now there are potentially other solvents besides water.
Lots of
People have thought a lot about liquid ethane or methane, which would then allow us to think about life on Titan. It would be incredibly cool. And there are a lot of people who would like to be sort of perverse about it. But at the end of the day, water looks like it's a really great one. It's very common in the solar system and the universe as a whole. It's got a lot of great properties, including the fact that it's less dense when it's frozen, which allows you to have an ice cube in your gin and tonic floating around for summer. Otherwise, it would just sink to the bottom. But in a more serious way, that also allows us to have ice-covered bodies like Europa, Jupiter, and Enceladus, and Saturn, that has liquid water underneath it rather than being frozen solid. It also, of course, has a lot of great chemical properties, including being liquid at a fairly high temperature. How long does it take for life to originate? People say, oh, it's got to be, a long period of time. You need to have a planet that's been stable for long periods of time. How long does it take? We have no idea. I suspect that it's actually very quick once we have the building blocks built up. Whether it's, was a 3-day weekend at some point, or a year, or 10,000 years, I don't know, but I suspect it wasn't millions of years. If you think about it, we throw out these numbers like millions of years, but as humans, we think of a lifespan of about 100 years. So even a million-year, even 100-year experiment would be almost beyond our comprehension. Anything more than a 3-year experiment is beyond the comprehension of funding agencies. So I suspect that it actually was fairly quick, but we only have one example. We wouldn't know. Where did it originate, which is the subject for tonight? We don't really know that either. Was it off Earth? Did life originate on Mars, which should have been more clement before the Earth? Or were the building blocks produced off Earth and came through meteorites and interplanetary dust particles and so on? Or maybe the whole thing happened on the Earth, maybe in a deep sea vent, a hydrothermal vent, or in Darwin's warm little pond, or in some other surface area. So that's talking about sort of the philosophical picture and then the individual building blocks. But to go from there to an organism, you have to start dealing with polymers. And the big ones for life are lipids, which of course form our membranes, and they can form abiotically and self-assemble. You want to go do it at home. You take water and vinegar or oil and vinegar and you shake it. You make your own little vesicles. Proteins, amino acids are made abiotically, and we can make short peptides abiotically various ways, including shock synthesis, which just means that if you've got these on a meteorite, they whack into the Earth, you can actually help produce short protein. You can also have bases that are important for the nucleic acids found in abiotic settings, but how do you go from there to nucleotides, and how do you go from there to polymers? And I'm sure that Dave's going to talk about it. He's done really great work in that area. Yeah, I would have cited your work even if you weren't on stage. DNA is not so easy. I sort of joke that it's not deoxyribonucleic acid. It probably just stands for do not ask. So I think at that point, I really would like to turn the stage over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Lynn. Said it all. Are there any questions? No, it's more than that. I'm going to give you 3 big points and 3 slides. The organizers asked us to limit our talk to 3 slides, and it's a very good idea. Believe me, Frank, excellent idea, because that really focuses our attention of us and of you. So 3 major things that you'll want to understand if you're going to understand what Bruce is going to say a little bit later. First one is that there are 2 kinds of water on the Earth. There's the 99% and the 1%, something like the distribution of wealth, The 99% is in that little inset up to the right, and that's seawater. The ocean is 99% of the water on the Earth. It's salty, It's got calcium and magnesium in it. It's hard water. It's neutral pH, a little bit up around close to pH 8, which is just a bit on the alkaline side. It was probably more acidic the time that life began. But what you see coming out of the floor of the ocean there is what we call a hydrothermal vent, an alkaline hydrothermal vent. This is a white smoker that was discovered in the 2000 era, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And this came along after the discovery of black smokers. So isn't it interesting that we have these two kinds of smokers going on down in the floor of the ocean all the time? The black smokers are loaded with metallic minerals, and they produce a black deposit that can rise up many tens of meters off the floor of the ocean due to this uprising from hot water heated by magmatic heat, basically heat related to volcanic action going on under the sea floor. This is a little bit different. White smokers are caused by a chemical reaction called serpentinization. Seawater reacts with certain minerals in the seafloor and produces a very alkaline seafloor. If we put a pH meter into that, it would be up on pH 10. It's a very alkaline compared to the seawater pH 8. So the white is in fact minerals, calcium and magnesium minerals that are carbonates. And this stuff comes up and produces this mineral white smoke that you can see there. When the black smokers were discovered, it was amazing. There was life there. Here we are, really deep in the ocean. It takes the Alvin submersible to get down to it, to look around down there, and it was abundant life. So Jack Corliss visited us just the last year, I guess, came by. Jack Corliss was in the submersible, and 1977, 78, as I recall, he was down there and was among the first people to see it. John Burton Ross of the University of Washington took notice of that, and he got together with Jack and a graduate student, a couple of other people, and they said, maybe life began there. If life is there now, maybe life could be there at the beginning, and other people then took this up as an explanation of the origin of life. And they're still working on this. So there are colleagues, we see them at meetings. We invite them to our meetings, in fact, to tell us what progress they've been made. But we have another idea. I'm a biomolecular engineer by just definition with what I do at the UC Santa Cruz. But before that, I'm what's called a biophysicist. And there are things that go on in life that are not chemical. They are physical. And one of these is the self-assembly of membranes. These are the boundaries around every living cell. Nothing tells a membrane how to make itself. It's as spontaneous as the soap bubbles that we've all blown in our life. Soap bubbles, if you've never seen one, is truly miraculous. Nothing holds it together except the very little forces between the lipid-like molecules that form the bubble. The same sort of microscopic bubbles are, in fact, the boundaries of all the trillion cells in every human body in this room. So keep that in mind. Self-assembly is another lesson I want you to take home. Self-assembly does not work very well in seawater. We discovered that 20 years ago and published a paper on it.
I'll make it there.
Startled everybody because everybody said, well, heck, life must be done in the ocean because there's so much water. There's just a little bit of fresh water, lakes and ice packs and stuff like that. But in fact, we said that the calcium and the magnesium in seawater inhibits the formation of membranes. And if you're going to have a cell, you're going to have a membrane to keep everything in place. So that is the biophysicist viewpoint, and that got me started on the line of research, despite of that, to this concept we're developing now. And that is that life did not begin in the ocean, but freshwater hot springs, such as Olympus Hill, that is right up here in Mount Lassau, that some people in this room have visited. I've been to Kamchatka twice. There's another place that we've done work. Bruce has traveled down to New Zealand to another hot spring, and we can make things happen in hot spring environments that simply can't happen in an ocean environment. So what you're going to hear tonight is the next point, and that is self-assembly.
What you're seeing here is what I see under the microscope. To the left is some dried phospholipid. That's the stuff that makes membranes. Membranes of every living cell on Earth. It's been dried down in the microscope. I got it in water. The water penetrates into the lipid of multilayer. That's actually a multi-layer structure in the dry lipid. And as it penetrates, this swell. It turns into the long tubules that come out that you're seeing. The tubules that are not stable, and they bring up into the membrane that dry lipid. So that is what self-assembly looks like. I was so interested in that I asked, could self-assembly appear on the early Earth? Was there anything there that could help self-assembly of membranes for the first forms of cellular life happen? Well, we extracted a meteorite, and we're going to hand around a sample of the Murray meteorite that we just extracted a little while ago. You're going to smell an aroma that is 5 billion years old. This is older than the Earth because it was synthesized in a molecular cloud that gave rise to our solar system. And it was on little tiny particles we call interstellar dust that made the asteroids. The asteroids collide, pieces of the asteroid come to Earth and form the meteorite, and that's what you're smelling. I put some of that stuff, if I added water to this, you would see this happening. It forms membranes, 5 billion years old, and we were easily able to make membranes and get the membranes to make something stuff. That's the other thing that we have to think about. We can make membranes, but how does stuff get on inside? And that brings us to the last point that I want to make. Next slide. These are membranes of phospholipid with a difference. I have put what we call monomers. And that's just a quick little explanation. A monomer is something that makes a polymer. You're a chemist, you know those words very easily. A monomer, for instance, is an amino acid.
Amino acid polymers are groups of them.
A nucleotide is a monomer of nucleic acids like DNA and RNA. And the nucleic acids are polymers. So these are the two primary polymers of all life on Earth, proteins and nucleic acids. And we don't know where they came from. That's one of the big gaps in our understanding of the origin of life. Where did they come from? I put this
double helix plasma wave
with the monomers of ribonucleic acid, one of our nucleic acids used. I put this
that's where
through a wet
double helix plasma into an open halo wave. That's where fucking DNA comes from. The creator. 1748 hertz, bitches.
We see rain,
Oh. What are you gonna do with that? Now what are you gonna do with that? You're gonna know. You're gonna know what's up. This professor needs to know these things. Oh, shit, I need to sit down.
Monomers. I put into this system of membranes. See those big red bubbles there? That red stuff is ribonucleic acid. We have made RNA under the conditions
I just can't move now.
wet dry cycling in volcanic freshwater. And that is the fundamental thing that is different
from other
I can't even find the hole. I ain't got no hair.
Self-assembly, polymerization by wet dry cycles. Bruce will now tell you about some of the implications from what I just told you and where this all fits into the evolution of life on Earth.
So the guy's pretty smart, but he doesn't know where it comes from.
So to get us started off, I'm going to hand out another wonderful artifact. This is show and tell time. This is kind of ground truth for us. This is a 3 billion year old piece of rock that is basically constructed through the processes of life itself. These ridges on here are something called stromatolite.
It's been a long day.
Laid down by biofilms, by basically microbial mass.
It's been a while since I had back like this, and why not?
Steamy,
it's winter time.
stinky lakeshore in the Tumbiana. Now it's called the Tumbiana in Western Australia. And we picked this up during a field work about 4 years ago.
My hips are on
so
fire.
what you're actually holding as I pass this around
right now
is actually
I'll lay down here a little bit. I need to
which
eat.
is microbial biofilm, dominant in the fossil record for 90% of Earth's history. So if we can start my slides.
I'm going to turn sideways here a minute. Lift my foot because I can't do it by myself.
So this is going to start with some
shoes off.
hot, sweaty field work. Now we need the sound up. Okay. There's no sound there. We can get the sound. This hot, sweaty field work, I can probably even just talk you through it. So this is in New Zealand at the aforementioned Bumpus Hell, where we took vials of reagents, which included dried lipid and the monomers of RNA, where we wet-dry cycled the reagents with actual acidic hot spring water at about pH 1.7. And I would basically hydrate these vials, place them into this heat block directly into the hot spring, and wait about 35 minutes for them to dry and then
pull
to
that
bake.
thing up.
And in the baking phase, the monomers of RNA are just sort of moving around in between the layers of lipid and forming RNA polymers. And when we brought the samples back from the lab or to the lab, we found a really highly productive.
Oh yeah, fuck, roofing will do that to you, Thomas.
Predicted that, well, we would get just a few polymers, maybe hardly to see because
roofing
the natural system is so complex.
That was one of my last times that I worked
environment
construction.
So degraded.
I was doing roofing for a gentleman named John Merritt, one great man.
We can show
as far as I'm concerned, he was a good guy.
We can self-assemble
he had a good heart,
and of life called RNA in a hot
anyway,
cooled cycle.
I blew out my back.
Conditions that would have been around in the early
that was my last job in construction. I was like, I can't do it no more.
Look at doing more experiments, and it'll create a whole movement.
I was building my back up until that point.
Back to Darwin's orbital pond,
and it was too much plywood over my head.
Jake McLeod.
And I had a tendency to grab 4 or 5 sheets, dead man carry that shit, and had a full run. I was really trying to work my back up, build it back up, and just shooting it over my head. Fucked my center back up, which ain't bothered me today. It's all my hip. It's causing splinting up to about the center of my back. So I'm hoping that doesn't creep up another 6 inches, because that'll fucking really take away my breath.
Your eye. Yeah, which actually looks
so far so good.
The ones preserved in the hot spring Pilbara that Tara talked about. The subject of this article. So you can still see the process happening.
Yeah, and this one is the degenerative. I've got a degenerative in between my hips, right there, and right here at the base of my neck. The rest of them are pretty much herniated.
So now we're going to look at
3 of them, anyway. In the lower, 1 or 2 in the upper. I don't remember exactly. In the C's and the T's and the L's, I got injuries in all 3 spots.
That they were showing. So that's quite great length. According to a Hassan, that's 1,000 mer. Not a 300 mer or 150 mer or 50 mer. That's 1,000 base units in length.
Oh, by my expression.
How does this all work? Well, I'm a computer scientist.
Yeah, if you've been there, you understand that shit. No words have to be spoken. You know what's going on.
We're at SRI.
I'm having fun over here, bro. Oh yeah.
Hallowed ground. And SRI, back in the day,
Just trying to get it to relax enough to settle back into position.
Drive. Programs are like serial instructions. Well, here's a metaphor. From, those days.
Dance the night away.
Write programs without a program. How can you start boot up life itself from random? So if you had a program, a computer you wanted to program, but you weren't allowed to do
yeah, all the way to my toes today. All the way to my middle toe on my left foot. I feel that zap. I'm like, oh.
Primitive computer, one from my collection called an Altair 8800.
Hips and thighs are on fire with that neuropathy shit.
That computer would have a source of energy. It would run these programs through a simple microprocessor. They would either crash.
And it's all in that hip today.
Play again.
That's okay as long as it just stays there and doesn't spread. Like I said, I'm good. I can deal with that. Yeah, the whole spine is something you need to take care of. It'll bite you in the ass.
Set up a system to take programs that lit up diodes, put back in punch random programs.
Yeah, Mama's still punching some energy.
And over trillions,
fucking lot of feedback too. Crap. What's she looking like over here?
Better computers. I don't know if that's better than Altair, but.
Yeah.
We got our laptops.
5.0. All right, so we're looking at a fiver here real soon.
And these days,
Japan looks right.
A lot of money to do this.
So does.
But this is the evolution
Central
of
America, South America.
So where do we find
Antarctica.
this system in nature? Where do we find
Probably
this
Japan.
Well, as Dave was indicating, we find it in the polymerizer that is all of that wonderful.
I haven't been watching. Don't know where we're at in the fucking map.
Not only
or in the count.
From hydrothermal.
And what I wanted to look at to see is if Homer dropped a video
Polymerizer your paper teeth punch.
Hearing him on the Shepherd show just wasn't enough.
Paper tapes called polymers that are initially random. And they go into our simple computer called the Warm Little Cycling Pool, set up by this gentleman, Charlie Darlow.
Robert Sefford did something new. We can check that out.
Called protocells,
The Rise of the Sons of Arius. Uh-oh.
Dry back down.
The governor of California says that it's no longer safe to leave the house and that people should just remain indoors. But they don't call me the world's most dangerous anthropologist for nothing.
Get him, Robert. He says, fuck off. I'm going outside. Just stay indoors. Oh.
Robert E. Howard was an American author who wrote pulp fiction
I like
in a
this
diverse
guy.
range of genres.
He's all right.
Including the sword and sorcery subgenre, and was probably best known for his character Conan the Barbarian, which was turned into a blockbuster on the big screen by an ex-California governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger. That movie made a big impression on me when I was younger, and I never forgot the opening line, which said, quote, "Know, O Prince, that between the years when the oceans drank Atlantis and the gleaming city, and the years of the rise of the sons of Arius, there was an age undreamed of, when shining kingdoms lay spread across the world like blue mantles beneath the stars." We've all heard about the legend of Atlantis, which alludes to an ancient antediluvian seafaring civilization whose empire and colonies span the globe. The antediluvian period is chronicled in the Bible
as a
time between the fall of humans which happened during the Garden of Eden story, and the Great Flood in Genesis, which in an anthropological context can be interpreted as the catastrophic period between the end of the Pleistocene, or Ice Age, and the start of the Holocene, which is our current age. This was a geologically significant time, even if you consider the Bible as pure fiction, because the world experienced rapid melting of glaciers, and global sea levels rose about 400 feet in a relatively short period of time, exactly when Plato said Atlantis was submerged below the waves. So when thinking about the Conan saga, it's easy to visualize.
Good night, Thomas. Always a pleasure.
Years when the oceans drank
What's up,
Atlantis.
nigga?
He meant the cataclysms that happened about 11,500 years ago.
Oh yeah, I think we did about
So,
2 hours
character
ago.
Conan lived sometimes after that. And
Thank you for
before
reminding
the
me.
rise of the sons of Arya. According to Conan Wiki, a fan website about Conan the Barbarian,
Let's see it in 2 hours
after the
ago. What
age
the
of
fuck?
King Conan and the
We got
Hyperborean
another
age,
one that ain't
it
even
is
showing
mentioned
up
that
on the
the
map
sons of
yet.
Arya rose and conquered
What
the world,
time
and
is
that they are
this? What is
considered the ancestors
When's
of
the
the
last time
Aryan
this
or
went?
Proto-Indo-European people. So it is clear that Robert E. Howard was talking
Yeah,
about
it looks
the
like we
Aryans,
might be in a current
but
bell
this does not
radio,
answer the question as to when the sons of Arius arose and who is Arius in the first place.
No, this one should have registered that already. And it might be the one 2 hours ago in Indo. I'm not seeing that, though. I'm seeing that about 2 hours ago. Let me make sure.
Aries equates to the Roman Mars, and in ancient Greek religion.
Okay, yeah, it looks like there's something going on right now.
More accurately,
Seamus, you need to stop yelling at your dog right now, or I swear to God, I will unplug every fucking electronic.
And in Sparta, human sacrifices were made.
Get up off of your lazy butt and point at her.
He was associated with Aphrodite.
Point at her harder.
Earliest time.
And get your.
As in Sparta, Aphrodite was known as a war god.
Here, look, how many times we talked about this? Look, listen to me. You ready? You ready? Oh, Seamus, do something. Compared to Seamus. What'd that just do to you? Yeah. Think about what you're doing. Stop being so damn pathetically emotional about it. Calm yourself and deepen your voice. That dog's going to listen to you. Damn it.
Considered Aries' legitimate wife. On vases, Aries is usually
drawing
the typical
maps,
armed
buying
warrior.
books, sending to school. All
Aries,
they want to do
while
is eat the
being a
teacher.
war god, was also regarded
No, that
as
was
a
me.
solar deity, astrotheologically speaking, and as a fire sign symbolized by the horns of a ram. In Indo-European or Aryan civilizations of antiquity, New Year's was not celebrated on January 1st, but on March 20, the spring or vernal equinox, and marks the beginning of spring in the northern hemisphere.
No, I'm feeling better. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I've got a bad back. It happens.
And equalizes night
I fart
and day,
too hard.
and is
Blow
still
that
observed
shit
by
out.
communities
I'll
in
be all right.
Iran, Western and Central Asia, the Caucasus, the Black Sea Basin, the Balkans, and South Asia, and remains a holy day for Zoroastrians, the Baha'i faith, and some Muslims.
Without creating other kinks. Now I got toe cramp in my other foot. I know what'll help. I'll be right back. Oh, come on, Chico.
While Aries represents the spring month of the solar year, there's another cycle that ancient astronomers were aware of, which is known as Plato's Great Year, or the precession of the equinox, which is a roughly 26,000-year cycle that is also divided into 12 segments of roughly 2,000 years each, where each age is also ruled over by one of the gods. In the case of Aries, or the Aryan Age, this was from about 2160 BC until the year 0, or the date attributed to the birth of Christ. I say about because there are different schools of thought for the exact dates of the ages, where some have them all at the exact same length and others do not.
No.
But it's usually safe to say that it was from 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. By the way, anthropology always makes me hungry, and I stopped for lunch at the Bubba Gum.
Oh, God, shit, fuck.
And if you're ever in
I just
Santa
drooled
Monica,
all over myself. That was
I
good
highly
shit.
suggest you try the charbroiled, Cajun spiced mahi-mahi, bourbon sauce, grilled shrimp, and
Green
mashed
butter.
potatoes. You can thank me later.
And it's so good,
Now,
you can
as I
just
was
go like
saying,
that and be like,
in the
oh
same
my
way
God.
that in astrology,
That
it
is
said
good
that
stuff.
your birth month affects your personality. So too, it was thought that certain energies were dominant during a given age, which matched the attributes of the god which ruled over that age. So for Aries or Mars, we see that the Indo-European people, who during this age were known as Aryans, or the sons of Aries, were historically documented to have migrated or invaded many parts of the world and established themselves as the royalty, nobility, or god. This was achieved because their particular race of people retained domesticated animals used in agriculture, which allowed them to establish or reestablish agricultural civilization and develop technologies such as metals and chariots, which in the ancient world was like having tanks.
It's thanks to you, you look around anyway, by the way.
A warlike expansion, which not only fueled invasions into new territories, but the Aryans were also in constant war with each other.
There's a lot of people that come to my channel that
one
don't
unified, organized people, but divided
look
into
around.
tribes that established and claimed kingdoms of their own that would all too often war with each other. In previous videos, I discussed how pharaohs of Egypt, Minoans of Crete, Etruscans of Italy, the Phoenicians, and others, such as certain Native American tribes which share genetic affinities, all painted their skin with a red paint, usually made from animal fat and red ochre. And I offered several theories for why this was done, such as red ochre is iron oxide, the active ingredient in many modern sunscreens. I also said that it had symbolic significance, as in an alchemical context, red represented fire. And now we can expand on this line of thought, knowing that Aries is the first fire sign in the zodiac. Like the color of the planet Mars, the celestial body associated with Aries, many statues of the Aryan god were painted red, even though the paint has faded over the millennia, and most modern statues are now white marble. Of course, the word Phoenician itself means red, and like other civilizations associated with the Aryan expansion during the Age of Aries, there were ancient swastika symbols found at archaeological sites.
See, I still ain't seen this show up on the
as a
map.
sign of nobility, and not merely good luck, as one often hears in the post-World War II world. For example, the swastika is a common symbol associated with Buddhism, and Gautama Buddha was said to be a follower of the Noble Eightfold Path, which are practices allegedly leading to liberation from the cycle of rebirth. But this is a post-World War II term, and in actuality, it was known as the Aryan path. The word noble was used to replace the word Aryan, the same way that Indo-European was used to replace Aryan. Aryan has come to mean noble, as they were the nobility, and Siddhartha Gautama Buddha came from a noble royal family and was actually a prince of the Shakya clan, which inhabited present-day southern Nepal and northern India near the Himalayas. The Shakya were Scythians from Central Asia or Iran, and while this statement is not popular in modern nationalist India, the fact remains that Aryans introduced the horse to India, which did not exist in the fossil record prior to their invasion, as well as establishing an ethnic caste system, which has only recently been outlawed. In fact, Sanskrit itself, an Indo-European language, was introduced into India, along with the swastika, which at one point was so common in America, it was used by Coca-Cola. These same Scythian or Aryan lineages disseminated Buddhism to 3/4 of Asia, which is why the Buddha depictions in places like Thailand all have blue eyes. Buddha himself was said to have blue or gray eyes in the ancient literature, as were nobility of the Middle East for many millennia, spanning the entire Holocene, which is why the statues of Sumerian gods and nobility also are depicted with blue eyes. I've already covered the blonde and red-headed Egyptian pharaohs and their many blue-eyed statues, so I don't want to be redundant, but it's so central to accurately understanding the events of the past 12,000 years that to not mention it means that one has replaced reality with a political agenda. And I'm an anthropologist interested in truth, not a Marxist interested in hiding. So, of course, many people, including many of my own subscribers, are quick to point out that the vilification of the ancient Aryan symbol, most commonly referred to as the swastika in India, but also known as the Pilfak in England, the Tetragrammaton in Greece, the Wan in China, Manji in Japan, and Hakenkreuz in Germany, was somehow twisted to mean something else during World War II. This never made sense to me, because regardless of how you feel about that horrible war, and all war is horrible, the German use of the symbol was exactly the same as the Russian use of the symbol, the American use of the symbol, the Viking use of the symbol, the Hittite use of the symbol, the Iranian use of the symbol, and the Scythian use of the symbol. Whether Germany won or lost the war, their civilization was brought about by the same Indo-European or Aryan tribes that introduced the symbol to India, China, Greece, Israel, or if you prefer, Phoenicia, and no amount of media or academic suppression since 1945 changes the history and prehistory of the Holocene. In his 1896 book, The Swastika, the earliest known symbol and its migrations, Thomas Wilson, former curator of the Department of Prehistoric Anthropology in the U.S. National Museum, wrote of the swastika, quote, an Aryan symbol used by the Aryan peoples before their dispersion through Asia and Europe. This might serve as an explanation how, as a sacred symbol, the swastika might have been carried to different peoples in which we now find it by splitting up the Aryan peoples and their migrations and establishment in various parts of Europe. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon, as well as through various other major book outlets.
He does good
Make
work.
a great gift. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through Patreon.
I like he brings the cuneiform into it. He isn't pure
for those who are interested. I very
standard
much
middle of the
appreciate it.
road.
Thank you. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon.
With its mighty pharaohs, multiple gods, and magnificent art. It's easy to think that ancient Egypt was always powerful and successful. But there were also darker times: conflict, civil war, famine, an overall feeling of catastrophe. And the only way it could survive through its own.
That's a Chromebook with apps for whatever you need. For fun, for getting it done, and for everything in between.
This lady here drives me nuts.
Right.
Almost as bad as Albers with physics. But I suffer through it because a lot of times, like I said, when they give you the legends, it kind of reveals what that legend meant.
Colossal testament to Egypt's golden age.
And she is straight mainstream archaeology.
I think it's probably here at the feet of the Colosseum of Memnon we get.
Makes you want to bang your head in the wall.
Amenhotep III was. In my opinion, Amenhotep III was ancient Egypt's greatest pharaoh. He presided over
He was the first Anunnaki full-blood pharaoh.
He is the golden age. He is the epitome of everything that made ancient Egypt brilliant.
He's one of the least loved,
was powered by its
least remembered. His city was deserted after he died.
Where the pursuit of perfect afterlife was everything.
The Hotep line was a whole bunch of fuck offs, one after another.
To then re-emerge as the most powerful empire in the ancient world. In this episode, I'm going to enter what I regard as Egypt's greatest era, the New Kingdom. Whoa, what an amazing chamber. Time of luxury, grand designs, and unparalleled splendor. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? But like all good things, it couldn't last forever. Egypt's powerful.
She's one of those Cheops built the pyramids thing, and that we know that is not who did it.
Their power struggle with the crown destroyed the very unity of
the power struggle is eunuchs.
That would transform this golden age into one of
and priests, eunuch priests,
and would eventually tear Egypt apart. And by looking again at Egypt's greatest superstars, I'm going to investigate what really happened during the glittering New Kingdom. Welcome to my story of ancient Egypt. The New Kingdom, nearly 3,500 years ago, and the time of Amenhotep III, when Egypt's expression of power and belief reached new heights of enormity. I joined an international team of archaeologists who are excavating just one of the vast monuments Amenhotep created, his funerary temple. Now, being here, you really get a sense of what it was to be like 3,500 years ago, when this place was a building site, much as it is today. All these statues all around, Amenhotep III's image coming up in their hundreds. And yet, as the archaeologists today assemble all these pieces, this is literally history coming out of the ground, piece by piece. In the Pyramid Age, royal tombs and funerary temples were a single complex. But 1,300 years later, the two were built separately, reflecting a new era of opulence, epitomizing the greatest dynasty of all, the 18th, time Amenhotep III. For centuries, pretty much the only visible remains of Amenhotep's funerary temple were his two colossal statues.
Because it tore it the fuck down.
Ulrich Sarusian and her team are finally uncovering the full splendor of this once mighty monument. You touch, and it's covering over 86 acres. This was not a tomb like the pyramids, but a huge complex, the largest funerary temple ever created. Massive.
Unbelievable. You have to imagine, this is only the major temple, the main temple. You have to imagine other temples, processional ways, Sphinx avenues, magazines, workshops, treasures, schools, gardens, priest house, administrative houses. All this was a big city in the in
overwhelming size. This grand design was built as the place where his soul could be worshipped for eternity, while his mummified body was buried in the Valley of the Kings nearby. But during his lifetime, inside the temple, a permanent priesthood was employed, all ruled over by the pharaoh.
And he's got the king's hat
Amenhotep's massive statue flanked the temple's main entrance.
Even though it's got the cobra.
Beyond them lay a second.
It's not the god's hat, the conical.
And then a third.
Not King Ra.
Amenhotep's image repeated throughout the complex.
I wish one day they find the time machine.
But that denotes he's a human.
For years, Intel has discouraged the notion that golden samples of their processors even exist. And yet, here I am in a video sponsored by Intel holding...
We may not have a time machine, but 15 years of work have begun to reveal some of the temple's former glories. Normally these would have been meters up in the air, but to actually engage, so very intimate, holding hands with the pharaoh. This colossus from the temple's second gateway is flanked by one of the best preserved statues of Amenhotep's principal consort, Queen Tai, his great royal wife.
Here standing, and by miracle having saved by all the catastrophes which struck this temple.
So he's protected her for centuries, really, hasn't he? Carved to be no bigger than Amenhotep's lower leg, Queen Tai's size served to exaggerate the pharaoh's superhuman status.
It's not why he's bigger.
These massive statues were more than a memorial. Each worshipped to guarantee the immortality of the king's soul.
He was bigger. Like grasshoppers next to them, they say.
Great surprise to you.
And Ulrich has saved the very best in the last. Oh. It's Amenhotep's head at 3 meters tall, carved from the finest white alabaster. Oh. Over the years, I've seen many of his portraits, but rarely one as stunning as this. Look at his nose. This is an absolutely amazing portrait, sculpted face. I've never seen anything like it. With hundreds of statues like this, Amenhotep was multiplying the image of himself as Egypt's most powerful god, bringing light and life to the world. Because whoever controlled Egypt's religion controlled Egypt, and with it, a vast amount of wealth. Now, Amenhotep wore gold from top to toe, and he handed it out to his courtiers as gifts, but he also had a diplomatic weapon. Amenhotep's clever use of Egyptian gold is recorded on stone scarabs like this one. They served as the pharaoh's news bulletins, which he circulated around his empire with updates inscribed on their base. In this case, it was marriage. effectively records his marriage to a Syrian princess from the land of Mitanni. And it recounts how, having sent gold to the princess's father, he then sent out his daughters for the pharaoh to marry, so kind of mail order bride. It reports that her name was Kilahifa, and that she arrived from Mitanni in Syria with no fewer than 317 ladies in waiting.
That's a lot of people.
Clearly impressed, Amenhotep added the comment, "It's a marvel." With this diplomatic marriage, only one of many, they were an effective way of securing peace and prosperity. Amenhotep was able to utilize his key resource, his gold, kind of get everything he wanted to maintain his status as the supreme monarch in the ancient world at that time. Gold brought Egypt peace with its neighbours, with Amenhotep III's empire stretching from what is now Syria as far as modern Sudan. But within Egypt itself, gold had a different use and could even guarantee a fast track to the afterlife, emphatically expressed by a great treasure in the museum in Wigan. A stunning golden face.
Don't even fool yourself.
Originally part of a woman's coffin, her lifelike features were preserved to allow her soul to recognize her in the afterlife. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? Clearly the gold suggests to us that this was someone of very special, very high status, very wealthy. Although we can never know her name, she had clearly spent a fortune in preparing for her perfect afterlife. Covered in gold leaf, she stares out at us with eyes of alabaster and black obsidian. We can really see into the world, into the thought patterns of the Egyptians themselves, because as stunning as this face is, it was simply buried in a tomb,
I think
literally
it's about
buried in a
pillow
hole in
time.
the ground. Not
My
for
fucking
human
back
eyes,
is
but to be
screaming.
seen by the gods and
So,
the spirits of the dead.
We'll do this again tomorrow.
To join. And that's why
I don't have any elephants to mail off. I don't have any propane to go grab.
and she wanted to be recognized by them.
So I
as
should
one
be
of
blowing
their own,
glass early.
take them into their eternal care.
Early enough,
For the
anyways.
Egyptians,
I might
it was
have
a
to run out of
special
Rocky
pact
Ford and dump some glass off at this local shop because they were almost out last time.
So very powerful, so very special. In the golden age, this special pact shone more brightly than ever before.
I'm feeling it.
Egypt's wealth
I need to lay
poured
down.
into their faith in the afterlife.
That green butter's
And with
going to kick
increasing
in.
amounts of gold accompanying the royal mummies.
Y'all have yourselves a good evening, and thank you for hanging out. And most importantly, not making me yell tonight.
Was established for Egypt's pharaohs on